Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of Radiant Academy 103. I am back to cover the action, but I'm joined by a fresh face, but not an unfamiliar face, Slandy, the amazing Game Changers veteran, I will say. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good. I'm excited to be here, excited to do some casting. It's a bit different for me, but it'll be a fun day, so excited.
Hey, you said you've casted some 10-mans. That's where everybody gets started. That's how I got started. And now look where we are. But I'm excited for today, right? We have gone through the best of one group stages into the top 12 playoffs, and now we've whittled down to our top 4 remaining teams. And we can take a look at that bracket to see who they are. And it's going to be Thrive GC. It takes a minute to fill out because of how beautiful this graphics package is. Versus Raven's Retirement Home on this side of the bracket, the stream we will be covering. And also Blahaj, Tactic, and Oomphies on the other side of the bracket. Now, Slandy, I know you were following like player POV streams over the weekend. Were these the teams you expected to get this far, or is there any kind of surprises here?
I don't necessarily would say I don't think I would necessarily say that they're surprises. I think there's a lot of like close games and a lot of teams that could have made it through, like 88, like Ball Cake. I was looking at those teams to like maybe potentially break through. But I didn't expect these teams to not make it. I think Ravens Retirement Home, obviously, like old seasoned players like Animal, like Zan, who've been around, who've been on teams like Mesos, teams like Paw Pals, and then Thrive UC again, more of those players. Like almost all these teams like are just consisting of players that have been around and that like are not unexpected to make it this far into an event.
True, and I completely agree. AV8, I won't say they got robbed because that was an insane 11-1 comeback from Raven's Retirement Home, but Keg and I were, hyping them up. Like, they looked so clean. They looked very rehearsed for, like, a newer squad. We were even, like, kind of debating, like, is this a team that's going to come in to open qualifiers, or I guess Series 3 open qualifiers in a few short weeks, but I guess they took an early departure, but I'm excited, right? You mentioned Thrive GC. We haven't really gotten to see them on stream because they've been breezing through the bracket. So what do you think of this being maybe their first true trial in the Radiant Academy?
I'm excited to see them because I think there's a lot of these events sometimes where you get like not necessarily like a harder path or an easier path, but you get tested along the way. And because they've been breezing through these brackets and stuff like that, they've been breezing through some of these like other teams. I really am looking forward to seeing like them go up against a team like Ravens Retirement Home because it might force them to play a little bit like of these closer matches where you see these teams really like you see what they're made of in these events. I'm excited to see like where they kind of stack up and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and while we won't get to see Blahaj versus Oomphies unless we jump over to a map 3 of that series, I joked to Kalsushi, I'm like, you gotta make it deep into the bracket so I can cover you on broadcast, and I guess it'll have to be all the way into grand finals if we get to see them, but Oomphies, they're not even afraid of testing out some of the newer maps in the pool. They played Abyss in that Ball Cake 23 series, and that's how they kicked off that 2-0 victory, so definitely a force to be reckoned with in their own right, leading maybe the charge on some meta definitions, but Slandy, we are getting ready to jump into our map select to see what the battlegrounds are going to be for this side of the semifinals. And I'll ask you as they fill in, are you really seeing any perhaps surprises based on the players that are playing in this series on these teams and maybe what maps they usually enjoy playing?
I don't want to say there's any surprises so far. Yeah, Bind, Haven, Ascent. Like, Bind and Haven, I'll say, like, have been... Haven's are obviously just now coming back to the map pool, but these maps have been, like, staples of, especially the GC scene for a really long time. Lots of teams, like, historically comfortable on Bind. Lots of players historically comfortable on Bind. Same thing with Haven. And Ascent, obviously, is one of the oldest, like, maps in the game. So, I don't expect anything crazy, really. I mean... team comp wise we might see something, but in terms of like general strategy, player comfortability, confidence, I expect all those things to be really like normal across the board, especially for this like first map on Bind.
Yeah, and neither team has actually played Bind in this Radiant Academy event, so I agree with you in terms of comfortability with it in general, but we mentioned how maybe it takes a little bit of time to get comfortable with the Pug squad. I know specifically a lot of these teams are like in Agent Select deciding their compositions on the fly, right? So just seeing how those are going to mesh once you're playing an agent you're comfortable on. So it'll kind of be looking to those, I guess, IGLs to see what exactly they can wrestle together with the pieces that they're given. But other than that, right, Haven been a consistent strong suit for every single, or for both these teams across the entire event. And then Ascent, we know, kind of maybe a sore spot for Raven's Retirement Home, or maybe even a ray of hope, right? If you think of that 11-1, that takes some stamina to get through. but it's also been a pretty good map. I mean, 13-4, 13-7s during the group stage for Thrive GC. So I think we go the full distance here, Slanty. What do you think?
I definitely think it could go the full distance, and I think having that map 3 be Ascent, it's something that, again, Ravens Retirement Home just had that long 11-1 comeback on. So when you have like a comeback on that map, like as a player, you really like think about like, okay, we did it from coming back 13 or like all the way to a 13-11 from an 11-1. Like it makes it so that when you think about that map again in the future, it's like as long as we like get a little bit more rounds, it should be easier, right? Like you get a couple more rounds in the first half, and it's a little easier. So it's definitely something to look out for that third map that I'm excited for.
Up, we'll have to see. And like we said, our first map is going to be Bind, and we really have no, I guess, confirmed compositions for this map. We don't even have really much to go off of other than previous roles that were played by these players. Like Zan, we're expecting probably to see on the duelist. Same with Aura for Thrive GC. But do you think we're gonna maybe see a Neon or an ISO or any of these new meta agents that have been creeping up thrown into the mix?
You know, I would love to. So the basic like bind composition that I normally see, you usually see your Brimstones, your Vipers, Rays, Sky, all very, very common. And in that fifth slot is a lot of time where teams like play around with like a lot of different compositions. You see like a Deadlock, Yoru thrown into those places, like Gecko sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I'm really, really excited to see like maybe we slot in an ISO there. Like I'm down to see like maybe a like Neon Rays double duelist, double dive could be really cool. Like anything there, like especially with these new like duelist buffs coming in, like could be really, really cool to slot into that fifth place.
True. And I do know Zan and Aura have both pulled out the Neon on a map or two. We might actually get to see that later on Haven. It's a little thing to keep away for later. But I do know, I agree with you. Silly Seal or Upset, I think is what they're going by nowadays. They also aren't afraid of playing that Sky, so it might be nice to see them back out on Bind. Otherwise, I'm curious because I feel like some teams have been departing away from the Viper pick. I think it was actually yesterday we saw Brim and Omen together instead on Bind over that Viper. And while it doesn't allow for as much of a defensive sight hold, I think some of the flexibility and some of the initiation utility you get from that paranoia could be nice. But we'll see if any of our predictions come true, Slandy, because our agent select is ready and raring to go, and we'll get to see if there's any surprises early on. And that's one thing I forgot to mention. Habibti, a known and loved operator on that chamber for this map in particular. I remember seeing that back when I think they were on, back like in GC main, or sorry, in GC open qualifiers actually.
Yeah, Habibti definitely known to pull out that chamber on this map and a couple of others. I'm starting to see a little bit of Viper on both sides, a little bit of Sky on both sides. That Reyna's getting covered by Aura, which is kind of interesting considering they're normally primary duelists. So interesting to see if they're going to do like maybe Reyna single duelist with extra utility, or if it's going to be a double duelist situation.
True. And we were questioning what exactly Zan was going to do to kind of also mirror that kind of maybe double duelist mentality that Thrive could be going for with the solo Reyna pick. If we get solo Reyna for solo Reyna, that might be a little dicey, but it looks like Zan going for the tried and true Rays here. Excited to see how that Sentinel of the Chamber is going to fare, without a Cypher. But I mean, then again, a lot of teams have abandoned that Cypher pick. They understand that, this double controller of this Brim and this Viper has been enough typically. And now, I mean, we compare the two compositions, we're looking pretty similar across the board here somehow. Maybe Thrive GC understanding that Habibti is that chamber player and trying to meet it toe for toe. Are we gonna get a mirror comp on Bind?
Oh, wow.
What?
Did not expect that at all, honestly.
No. That is wild. I can't wait to see exactly like how the head-to-heads are going to pan out then for each of these. Because, like I said, I feel like Habibti is like the known chamber versus Terra now trying to bring it in and be like, hey, I can do it better. But this is going to have to be now a head-to-head to witness.
I'm really excited actually because I was looking at some of like the statistics aren't everything obviously, but looking at some of the stats from the last couple of games, and Terror was being a terror out there, and really like showing up on like the numbers and stuff like that. So it's exciting to see them like off that like initiator role and onto like something that maybe like they can lean into that more, or maybe they'll put up some like really big numbers here.
We'll get to jump into the game here very, very soon to see if that is in fact the case. But otherwise, we will be having on that attack half Thrive GC starting out versus Ravens Retirement Home on the defense. Now, for Bind, is this a more balanced map, or do you think like it'll lean more towards the attack of the defense for some of these squads?
I think most of the time the map starts pretty slow, or it's either one or the other. It's really slow. And most of the time it's depending on the attack and how it's really hard to based on defense.
Okay. Well, Talking about pacing for now, it's just information collection. I do like the aggression into showers here. And they almost got caught off, but Habibti has the coverage, has SPV now taken down. That's a first blood draw and a nice defensive pick here. And it's even now forced Thrive GC into an early rotation.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming back up towards Hookah here. Maybe trying to push the Viper out and re-exec with one late long.
Yeah, but this is where they have to brave that Viper utility. Raven flashed out by the Guiding Light, forced to tuck away into CT, so now it's going to be on to Upset to disrupt this spike plant if they decide to swing out of the smoke. But even if they did, there's coverage from the remaining Thrive GC members, so just respect to given, waiting for the team to reposition alongside them before they maybe exec out. But is Thrive GC actually looking to get proactive? A nice flash right before the smoke fades, and they're able to find frags. And now, even though they fall Colby, they are trying to pick up the slack, but they've taken one they've been granted. Now, realizing they might be getting surrounded, trying to repivot to address CT, but it feels like it's too late. 1v1 as the dust settles. Raven, the namesake for the team. 66 HP versus full HP Colby, but they have the timing. The shots, though, the wallbangs don't connect, and at this point, they're just playing Ring Around the Rosie. They're playing with their food, and just like that, the Classic will find the fatal shot, and Thrive GC will walk away with the first pistol.
I love that from Colby. Just playing the time, like really like taking that, like the sight to their advantage there, like using the tube, using backside, really like just dancing around the bomb and just playing as much time as they can to try to delay. Very, very nicely played.
Very well done. And what do you think of the buy that we're now seeing out of Thrive GC? Like a little bit heavier, you know, maybe? Or looking forward to seeing Tara with that Marshall?
Yeah, I'm thinking this Marshall's probably going to be posted up probably on one of the outside extremities, probably we go towards long here. Probably going to look to keep as many Bulldogs as I can into this early and try to find them those early picks and just keep everything confident and slow.
Well, looks like Ravens trying home, trying to take it anything but slow. Early aggression off the rendezvous, not really going to find too much of an impact. Forced to fall off pretty early on, but they've gotten the gamble stack correct, right? 4 players here, an early rotation as well from Zan. Concern here is that there's so many inside of U-Haul, and that's where the Bucky is trying to stage a massacre. And so far it has the paint shell retaliation late, but it will get the job done here eventually. In the meantime, Habibti had the timing, and unfortunately the headhunters don't land, and that makes it a pretty, you know, stable bonus round conversion, but still 2 players falling not too shabby out of Raven's retirement home.
Yeah, very standard, like just normal trades going out. It was kind of interesting seeing them just combo a flash and paint shells like that, like right outside U-Haul. Very, very good way to get a kill back, but it was only on a Bucky. So trades go out normal, and we proceed to like a normal third round here. Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see what the Bulldogs that were carried over can do against these full rifles. Especially since, like I said, Raven's retirement home's been kind of proactive, it feels like. Like you mentioned, kind of how these chambers can be played a little bit more aggressive. That's what Habibti's been going for. This round, no exception. In this round, they will find the frag, a difference off that Vandal. And speaking of proactive, Zan also getting aggressive here towards Shower and finds 2 through the smoke. And as soon as this round has started, it's basically finished.
Yeah, I really am looking at the start of this game to just see what players are confident, what players are going to take their swings. Like you see Zan there just satchel wide on Showers alone. Like these players, like in these kinds of like environments where they're like kind of puggy, kind of like situated a little bit more. Like people are like full IGLing, but it's really reliant on people to take their solo fights, and that's where those like confident players like really shine and really need to be able to like take their swings and take their fights together, and that's how they're going to control the pace of these rounds.
Oh, for sure. And we know Habibti and Zan are pretty confident, especially on these agents. So no surprise there of how this round has gone. Surrounding the spike here. Last 2 players for Thrive GC, just seeing if they can get some economic damage done, if they can maybe go on a spike recovery mission. But the swings and trades coming through. It's going to be pretty clean out the gate. 2 players lost. So again, nice dent there from Thrive GC on their anti-eco. But it's going to be that first round on the board for Raven's retirement home. Now they'll see what weapons they can afford here for Zan and Upset, who had fallen, but they're just going to buy up weapons alongside the rest of their team. And this is going to be our first rifle-on-rifle round, minus Aura, who we saw them be the Bucky baddie. They're going with the judge.
I like it. And another thing that I'm really paying attention to is, like, this has played out pretty standard so far. Like, both teams playing, like, pretty normal comps, playing, like, pretty normal strategies here, minus the judge on attack that might be a little fast-paced. But I'm really looking to see, like, who starts getting these ults online first. So I think that's going to be a big, like, swing in terms of who can get the lead early.
True. I mean, we saw Aura was already 2 off with a showstopper, so it's interesting that they're trying to fight for that hookah control, likely because of the judge. So I like maybe the recourse now towards long. So with them having the spike as well, it looks like their goal is right to get the orb here long, get the spike down, and that would be their showstopper, maybe to hold down a post plant. But for now, there's some ounce of hesitation here, maybe waiting for that second layer of Sky utility that we may have just seen come out and confirm a presence there towards long. In the meantime, look at Terror and this Lurk almost catching the timing on to BPD if they had followed through on the flank, but cat's out of the bag, they fall back. The concern here, though, is that presence didn't draw any players off of the B site. The execution of the smoke's now coming in. The question will be, is this a distraction enough for them not to clear out Hookah? And it isn't. The CT flood is perfect between Raven and Annie, and all that's left is Terror, that Lurk player. They know they're going to be Link. They know they have spike control right outside of Garden. What do you do if you're in Terror's shoes, Slandy?
You're really looking to just isolate one here. I love what the defense is doing, staying active on even though they have the spike, they're gonna walk right into him here. Yep, perfect. So that is really, really well played from the defense, because as the attacker there, you're just looking to isolate one player so you can get yourself back into the round, right? They have bomb down on defense. Most teams or a lot of players will get like kind of cold feet and they'll try to like play some like random crossfire or set up like around the spike, but it's actually really, really good to stay active and keep the round in your control. Like you continue to take space, like you continue to like have everything in your own hands, and you don't like potentially get caught off guard or have the player who's the one like catch something that they're not supposed to.
Well, like you said, the buddy system works out in their favor. They tie things to a piece. And while it is going to be a thrifty attempt from Thrive GC, there are some hot spots, right? I saw that hero rifle. I see the showstopper. Unfortunately, though, might not get the opportunity to use it. Habibti had bought up the operator thanks to their buy round successes, had posted up over there towards being long, and now that's kind of forcing these players over to the A site where this stack from Raven's retirement home is. They're playing again into that confidence mind game that you mentioned, Slandy. Like, if you have an operator on B, we don't want to go there. And so now they're running right into a stack.
Yeah, I like it. I like the insta shift off of B once you get that pick early. Like they're very aware that they don't want to go into the operator, especially on an eco round. They don't have the utility, don't have the guns that fight deeper.
Well, for now, just trying to destroy that Trailblazer early, rob them of any information. I like the Caterpillar smoke approach off of that Bucky, but unfortunately now they've been splintered from the rest of their team off of that paint shell from Zan. They've made it through, but unfortunately a quick flick from Raven has their teammates back, and that's a reason why Valorant's a horror game here sometimes. But again, it's this disadvantaged situation. SCV had that hero rifle from the get-go, and they really haven't been in the position to use it just yet.
30 seconds
yeah,
left.
they're just... I really need to see a little bit more from like the pack of Thrive here. I think like there's one group two. Hold on. Ooh, nice try, nice shots. But I really need to see more from the pack. Like that initial like pop out of the choke a lot of times from Thrive here is like kind of like discombobulated a little bit, where you want to see like Rays going out with a flash in like a specific direction while the smokes go down. Like your typical like side exec is like something they're kind of lacking a little bit. Like Aura is able to like maneuver into a smoke somewhere, or sometimes get like a first pick somewhere that's like not really as relevant as like as you would want out of your like site entry. You want them to like get meaningful space and get a meaningful kill that will let your team come out of the choke, and it's not really something that they're getting right now that I think they need to in order to open up the site against Raven's retirement home.
Yeah, I agree. And part of that, I would say, was because of the Raze utility and also the suboptimal weapons, but now they get a chance to remedy that. Here comes the issue, is that number one, you have an operator post up on the angle. Number two, you have all this utility that Raven's retirement home's been using to limit those kind of entries. I mean, you saw the incendiary almost immediately there. And now, I mean, Habibti going back for seconds here with this operator, gonna try and spot out Kami, and while the crosshair isn't the right spot, it doesn't land the shot. Kami walks away with their life here. The presence towards the A site. And again, it looks like they're kind of spread out for Thrive GC with no intent really to follow through towards the site just yet.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to draw rotates back over towards B. I think Raven's retirement has been really strong with their rotates so far, and they know that. So they're going to try to draw some rotates over towards B, get some of these players moving, and come back towards A, since they know they have the showers control still with Sky.
Yeah, Seekers, though, might just spoil that plan altogether, or give them the false information that Thrive needs. I mean, off of that, Kami's crept up even deeper through showers, could get the wraparound to this Brimstone tucked away near boxes, but it's all a matter of timing. And if this corner gets cleared, they might expect Annie not to be here altogether. Discipline here shown by SCV. They clear out the corner. That's going to be a free A site, but that's not enough for Kami. Getting up close and personal with Zan, but Zan beats them to the jump. 10 seconds left. Paint Shell is out. The Showstopper following it up. Clear out U-Haul. At this point, yes, you gotten the spike plant down, but now you got to hold down the site, and that control is crumbling. You have to fight through a snake bite just to get the op shot off. You had the incendiary to buy time off the Showstopper, so suddenly seems like things were under control, but it's still a 1v1. Orbital Strike could be the difference maker here. Colby pulls it out, but it's already been halved. Raven, can you get the clutch here again? There's still a decent amount of time for them to work with here, and their poison orb on the spike. Colby, though, has won this clutch out before. A few rounds prior. This round, though, will not be the same occurrence. Raven gets the job done, continues their team's kind of claim over the lead.
Yeah, I like what Raven did there, just kind of like looking for the picks, like waiting for them to get over aggressive, and they did on their post plant. I was kind of waiting to see Colby like play a little bit more of like a jiggle game. Like that top box angle is kind of committal a lot of the time, especially with the bomb being halved. I wanted to see something a little bit slower. Like I think that's something that these teams could benefit from a little bit, is like just taking their time a little bit more, like especially towards the end there. Like time's kind of dwindling down a little bit, but you really have to like be comfortable working in that low amount of time, and like still be okay with like not sprinting through angles but still clearing them, and making sure that like they clear out Annie on that close angle, and they clear out like the back of the site, but they kind of like took some over aggressive peeks like towards showers, towards the back of the site, where like yes, if they get that kill, like it's a further advantage, but sometimes it's like playing against you, where you have the extra space and you kind of give it away, and you give away your advantage by doing those kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think they realized that Terra was in a shower. I mean, yes, they had the molly off, but the fact that they swung through it, yes, they got a frag, but then later there was a player able to get posted there, so then you didn't have that kind of split attention, so they could focus on those players there towards short, dismantle the post-plant attempt that came out of that orbital strike being online. So agreement there across the board. Might be something that Bunny was hoping to kind of combat during that timeout here taken by Thrive GC. I think the first time I've actually seen in Raidiant Academy so far. So again, that difference maybe between a pug squad and a core competing with new players, like we've seen from Thrive GC. But for now, a hard counter perhaps attempted by Raven's retirement home. Nice stability element of this Viper spit over towards A to corral players towards this B stack, towards maybe even Habibti and this aggression outside B short. But for now, instead of going through short, Thrive GC says, all right, we'll go through showers. We've been getting that control pretty seamlessly. Let's do it again.
I really like the idea, especially because I think a lot of teams, like their reaction is to speed up into like sort of this showers crunch, where you come out of showers, one player on the backside of short to catch the Viper if she walks through, and you try to crunch this Viper ult. And I think that Raven's retirement home is really, really aware of this and is really well set up for it.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, but that backside crosshair's now been dismantled. Seeker's out to lock things down, but Zan, I like the paint shell to delay, allows now some time for Addy and Habibti to get back over to this site. They're just trying to play their life here. Now the orbital strike, further trying to complicate matters for Thrive GC. Unfortunately, all the players surviving, and now the issue's just been worsened. Habibti, a 1v4 with the operator, and Kami again, the one to deliver the fatal blow. A 3k insane on that round. The Seekers, the backside pressure, all very well executed.
Yeah, well done for sure. I think that was definitely a case of like, we know what you're gonna do, you know what we're gonna do, but we're gonna do it better. And they really, really, like what I was talking about earlier, they got value out of their initial like push there. They made sure that they like cleared out their close angles, made sure they got control of the site before anything else happened. And you really saw like the trades come out because of it. Like the site like really like revolved around their plan, which is what you want to see for sure.
Now, I mean, they're the ones with a disrupted economy here. Fortunately, some things to patch those holes, like a Tour de Force, like a Hero Rifle. We'll see if in the right hands it can find an impact, but it feels like Thrive GC's been doing a good job ever since that first frag Habibti was able to find towards B long, pinpointing and avoiding the impact of this operator. This round, no real exception. A shot rans out, a little bit of utility whittled away, but all just to keep them at bay. Concern here, though, again, is Raven's retirement home's been kind of reading this A-side lean from Thrive GC, so the gamble stack pays off again in their favor. 4 players here to receive this charge, if Thrive GC is even going to follow through with it. Because right now they look like they're on the tails of a rotation.
Yeah, I like it. I like that they kind of like sniff things out, see what they're looking for, and then just make an educated guess. Like they're not giving away too many audio cues. They're just kind of like playing how they see as fit. They're gonna fire a hookah here. They're gonna walk up long. Like they're gonna get this full cycle.
Well, Zan tried to put a stop to that. Like I said, that one hero rifle juxtaposed against the 4-stack on the A site. So now it'll be a mad dash over, and just to confirm this round, the Viper Spit's gonna be dropped.
30 seconds
A nice
left.
ounce of security here, but Teleport's giving away a lot of information to hopefully aid these repositions from Thrive GC. Already gonna try and delay it just off at this poison cloud, maybe some molly action. Abipti, only player with a substantial weapon here, and because of that, they clear out maybe one of these extremity players. Finds Terror. That's gonna be a weapon upgrade as well for Annie in this situation. Question is, how much information can Raven find? And unfortunately, Aura, toying with the edge of the Viper's Pit, finds their way up, finds their frags, and to be complimented by the rest of the squad. But Annie, like I said, that hero rifle collected could just get the job done. The sprays blind, but somehow connect, and there's enough time to get that defuse. What a thrifty round out of Raven's retirement home. And Slandy, you mentioned not being afraid of the clock. That's exactly what Raven's retirement home just did.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that they recognized like there was a gun down in hookah. They went and got as many rifles as they could to give themselves the like best chance they could. I love TPing when the Viper ult goes down. I think that's so good because they're so those like sight lines normally that would make it hard to jump out of hookah are like less obvious and less like watched because of that Viper ult kind of clouding thing. So it lets them get those rifles, jump out of hookah, and just create chaos in a round where it should be control for for Thrive GC. I mean, so really nice job, really well played, and Animal just veteran status there on the clutch. Like you can't get any better than that.
For sure. That's kind of a major upset to Thrive GC, the momentum from that timeout. I mean, they won the round following suit, but then they get thriftied right after. So confidence for Raven's retirement home probably replenished alongside this buy. Annie mentioned it. Nice clutch to keep the blood pumping, but now they're at the receiving end of a lot of pressure. A difference this time, right? Usually it's Habibti or Zan there playing to hold down showers. Annie now alone this go around. So just gonna use the smokes to keep them at bay. Maybe put themselves even in the hot seat here off of their own smokes. But again, Thrive GC not willing to necessarily put themselves in a situation where they don't have all the information about what Raven's retirement home might have stacked up.
Yeah, I like that they're like poking and prodding. I think they're doing a good job. But Animal is again just doing a really good job of controlling this area, even as a solo. Ooh, they're gonna go ahead and TP. I thought that was gonna be a raise rocket top short for sure, but they're gonna have
I thought so too.
Hookah.
And they were even using the wall to scale up, but now you talked about it, the raise rocket pops on the B site instead off that teleport play, and it's catching all the players from Raven's retirement off guard. They isolate the fights, they find the frag. Zan was left unchecked. Nice funneling into CT here, but they're the last standing in a 1v3. Operator pinned in a corner. Could just save the day. A nice paint show, but Terror gets the shot at the last second and walks away with 1 HP and their life. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I really thought for a second there that Zan, after getting out CT, I was like, oh, they have a chance. It's really playing into that confidence battle again. Like, you let that player who's like feeling themselves maybe a little bit come through the CT smoke, and like 1 frag turns into 2 frags, 3 frags turns into 4, and all of a sudden it could be a lost round. So really nice of Thrive to just maintain control, even though like Zan started to ramp up there.
Yeah, and I think getting Habibti offline there towards long, particularly from Terror, and the lurk that they had established from the round get-go was huge as well, because that could have been a thorn in their side. So good, nice fake out teleport over towards the B site. This round, even so much so that look at Raven's retirement home and their complete 180 this round. It's like, hey guys, I have an idea, just trust me, and it's a 4-person down B long. Unfortunately though, no one's home, not even that lurk player of Terror. In the meantime, like we said, when you have that 4-stack towards B, you have Zan on the opposite side, but now that they've fallen, so has your control over the A site. A spike plant gonna come through. Now they're gonna have plenty of time to reposition as this flank comes through. I like the smoke off of a potential trademark there, but looking at where Terror's posted up, it feels like they're aware of this possibility.
Yeah, I think they know, but it's a matter of like, does Raven's retirement home find a timing? Did they find a kill here on this short player and potentially open the round up?
Yeah, Colby. Maybe a little short reaction time, but still finds a frag. Terror good for the trade. Now it's just the rest of the players swarming on these players without weapons, and they'll keep together that buy. We thought this was going to be a close series, and now we're tied 5 apiece here already on bind.
Yeah, it's looking like what we thought it was going to look like. I'm just saying, like, it's a really, I think, just a battle of like how confident these players can stay. Like I've said it throughout this entire map already so far, but the confidence, like just watching Habibti continue to take angles, watching Zan continue to take angles, watching Communist continue to take these like deep swings, and watching Terror like and Colby have that crossfire on short. Like they're not backing down or afraid from like the fast plays that Ravens Retirement Home is making, and Ravens Retirement Home isn't afraid to take those extra swings or fast plays even though they're on defense.
For sure. Well, speaking of fast plays, Ravens Retirement Home, they have the showstopper, they have the orbital strike, so they can put them to good use here if they spot out these players, but a double swing is good for a trade. Kami at Aura's side, and now this corner cleared out by Kami as well. Again, just holding their ground, waiting for the responses from Ravens Retirement Home. And now with Seekers online, this will basically confirm if they want to go through all this A side hit, or if they want to kind of cash in on the Terror Lurk over towards B, but feels like for now, Dan should confirm these players are here, and a nice showstopper, but it's Rose ulted over the heads. And now, I mean, SCV could have had a timing through the smoke, but again, playing more reserved with the rest of their team until they thought they had the timing under Raven, who keeps them checked. Spike has gone down. It is planted for Terror, but they have no information about where these remaining players are. Now with visibility blocked, things are getting dicier.
Terror's starting at that sideline though. There's one.
Oh!
Yep.
Oh, that's
really,
nasty.
Really well played. Really well played. Just again, like in that 1v2 situation, you're looking for your one, right? And then as soon as you isolate the first one and they don't know exactly where you are, getting that first kill, the second player just is looking to trade and doesn't find the kill. Well played, well played.
And that's just unfortunate from Zan as well in that showstopper, right? The two players were there and they just W keyed towards the source, the showstopper, to avoid it. And that kind of flips the map or the site control as well in their favor on top of things. There were some, like you said, solo fights that didn't go the way of Thrive GC, but when the ultimate solo fight was given to Terror in the 1v2, they clutch up, and now they might even get their own Twitter Force online this round. But we saw the aggression down B long, now we're seeing it down A short here. Again, Ravens Retirement Home, maybe trying to catch them off guard, maybe gonna even try to pinch them while forcing them into this B-side rotation off the Seekers. They thought they had the jump, but all the players made their way safely through spawn, and now suddenly they're splintering this crunch attempt. A great position from the operator. Colony, they had gotten that frag, had been huge as well. Now it feels like just ships passing in the night almost, Landy.
Yeah, it really feels like that short crunch was well done, and then kind of fell apart, and then was well done again. Like getting that kill on the CT players, they're gonna TP back to A.
Annie?
Annie Vaughn's still here though. I love this out of Annie. She's made a lot of amazing like just positioning plays this entire time, and I think this Showers wrap is gonna be super relevant in this round.
I'm hoping they don't think that they're there fast enough for sure. Nobody even watching Shower just yet. Terror instead holding down short where they expect the mass of players to be. I agree with you. Nobody's holding this ankle at the moment. So it's going to be a matter of timing, and unfortunately that timing has lapsed. Orbital strike out to recognize the pressure from shore, but in the meantime, was that through orbital strike? It's hard to tell, but SVV left in the 1v3. Again, solo fight after solo fight, but the crossfire, the distraction that BBT was able to bring is enough for Raven to close out the round and tie us with a 6-6 half. We got a battle on our hands, folks.
Yes, we do. Let's say like mirror comp, same score on the half. Like really well, like even here. Like exciting to see like who really will pull away. I think this first pistol round on defense is gonna be super important. And I think that towards the end of that first half, like seeing Ravens Retirement Home kind of like be really aggressive is like it's a good thing to see because they're obviously not backing down, and again that confidence is going to play a big role in this game, but also it's kind of like leading into like more of a more desperate angle. Like they're not comfortable playing in those post plants, and they really want control early in these rounds. So now swapping to attack, I think that's something that'll be more beneficial to them, where they can get more. I'm looking for them to take like fast early control consistently, trying to make sure that they have control of these early rounds so that they feel comfortable in the mid and late round.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm playing comp and I'm like, I've tried everything. I've tried normal IGL and nothing's working. I'm like, let's do something dumb, right? Let's push down 4 players, B along, A short. And that's kind of exactly what Raven's Retirement Home was doing towards the end when there was those 3 rounds tied together by Thrive. But for now, you mentioned the importance of this pistol and laser-focused SPV snipes Habibti out of existence. So that's a great first blood in their favor. You mentioned building that momentum. That's a quick stall of it. That was supposed to be your lurk player. Now they have to regroup, maybe reframe towards the split attempts.
And we're going to see the Viper alone with the bomb. Can't go towards hookah, so it's going to be all 4 towards long.
Silver
Might
lining.
be kind of difficult for the exec here.
And there's no toxic screen though from SVV on the site though, so having to invest that singular snake bite. Oh, there it is. Okay, it wasn't showing on the map. But here comes the satchels in, and there it is, that vulnerability. The importance of that Viper on this site. Great coordination there from Elbow, as well from Terror. So information, frags, numbers advantage, all in Thrive G6's favor. Fortunately, Ravens will get plant down. It's a little bit of pocket change to carry forward, but at this point, it'll take a hero play. Raven tries to deliver it, and so does Upset. Oh my goodness! Things just a 1v1 and a clutch for Upset. That's an upset in itself. Raven's retirement home getting away criminally with that pistol round.
Yeah, again, it's another one of those things where like these players, especially in a man down situation, like they're gonna be confident. They have to be confident if they're gonna win the round, right? So just really important to, again, for the defense to take your time and really like work your way through these angles, work your way in, even though it's a 3v1, like, and it seems like it's like, oh, we got this in the bag, like let's just straight out and win. And you see players like jumping around angles, like sprinting through angles, and it's really, really important to like confirm the round. And that's something that like a lot of times you can see in pug environments, people or like more chaotic environments, people won't like really nail that stuff down. And it's something I'm really, really looking for, especially on those like late 3v1, 2v1 situations that need to look out for.
Yeah. When things have been as close as they are, one round can mean the difference. At this, though, aggressive attempts towards taking shower. I'm expecting a pop flash from Kami out of this smoke as it fades, but for now just holding the angle on the aggression towards B site. Terror. Expectation placed upon them to hold down long, but with weapons not in their favor. Might have to expend this rendezvous sooner rather than later, but the shots, they overstay their welcome. Now,
I love that patience.
A lot of patience.
I'm gonna go ahead and smoke off Hookah there. Like they realize that one can be in there, but they're okay giving it up. Got those 3 brimstone smokes that can drop at the same time. They're gonna get sight here for sure.
Yeah, I like the decision maybe from SVV to just wait, play the numbers when their team gets back over to the site, instead of throwing their life away for a hero play potential. And they're not going to be aware that a player is here necessarily in Hookah just yet either. But in that meantime, they try and take space elsewhere, and that was Elbow. Now that places a lot of pressure on Abibti, and suddenly Aura with 2 clean deagle shots has maybe given weapons over to their efforts. Toxic screen utilized later on as well from SVV to try and splinter these players. Nice paint shield as well to push through, so they have to pressure, and this vulnerability could be everything. Spike diffuser killed by the incendiary though, so time not on their side, just looking for a comment here, and SVV is gonna while they don't get around, get a rifle potentially saved. No, they all die with Spike, but that's gonna hurt in the long run.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be good economy damage for sure there. I like that they recognized a little bit there that they're like, okay, this could be kind of hard still. They're playing post plant, like there's a chance we get spammed, that we don't have full armor, stuff like that because of the eco round. So I like that they just go for the economy damage there, try to get what they can, and then finish out the round.
Well, like I said, we can see those kind of detriments to the economy again, going for the hero rifle buy from Habibti, while the rest be able to purchase those sidearms. But for now, interestingly enough, Thrive GC also not in the best position. Outlaw, in Aura's hand to try and shatter the silence here, getting early first blood on their side, which has been kind of lacking so far, but seems pretty standstill. It's again a patience games, Landy.
Yeah. I like it. I like that they're slowing things down, especially both teams being on that kind of like shattered buy that we talked about. Like it's gonna be difficult to like get the opening here for either side. But I think the team that both sides are very aware of the fact that like whoever gets that opening is gonna have a huge advantage when these guns aren't as strong as they could be. So both teams taking it slow and like really taking their time.
Now the lurk up to recharge the toxic screen. Oregon not wanting to give up this truck position, so boom bot out, just waiting for that fuel to discharge. But unfortunately, with a flash out of showers, they're not too confident any longer. Reposition here again. Might have the right timing, and it's a collateral off of the Outlaw. They've just put a stop to this execute altogether. Zan trying to punish, but Kami has their back with their own rifle in hand, and it's a flawless rebound. Statement way to get their first round and a half on the board. Very well done. And now again, this round is going to be a huge determining factor. It's Ravens' retirement home, expanding, cementing that lead, or Thrive GC tying us up here again.
Yeah, and I really, really been paying attention to the fact that there's 3 players on Raven Retirement Home who do not have full armor. One's going to swap over the Guardian for that very reason because of the Outlaw on the other side. They know that's there, they're aware that it's there, and they're really going to try to limit the value.
There's 2.
There's 2 Outlaws on the other side. They're very, very aware on both sides of that. The Outlaw could be strong here. So looking to see if they have specific counterplay for it or if they're taking lines that they're necessarily not so worried about the Outlaw on.
Well, they're fortunate that this B-side execute's not going to find either outlaw since they're posted up on showers and short, but they will have to face the judge here potentially in hookah, an obstacle for Habibti to overcome later on perhaps, but they do have the showstopper as a counter for the retake here. The Seekers don't deal with the round first. Great timing there on the Seeker onto Colby, but they don't realize still that they have a judge in hand. The right click on the classic will trump the judge in this case scenario, though. Kami, the weight of the world on their shoulders on an island, and they are swimming for now. 5 HP, the Wallbangs not lining up just yet, and they get the timing off the swing. So Raven in the 1v2. Fortunately, the last 2 remaining players are the ones with the Outlaws. Without a proper angle on where Raven is, they don't want to rip the cord on the showstopper just yet either. It's Raven taking their time here. 30 seconds left. Doesn't want to leave the B site because of the crop of weapon upgrades that would be left in their wake. At this point, you hear the tap and you're just going to get pinched.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really hard to get back in this round. You almost want to invest the Viper's Pit, but again, with that showstopper, it's hard to look for that.
An off default plant here towards the back site. Safety from hookah. A swing towards isolating a fight CT, but unfortunately, low HP. All it takes is a body shot from an outlaw, and Terror will tie things up for their squad. 8 here on Bind on map number 1. They didn't even have to invest that showstopper. They get their weapon upgrades. Their IGC has to be feeling good about the tracking that round, and they feel like Raven's Retirement Home's been kind of getting shut out a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I really like these players know exactly what they need to do and they know what control they need. But the way that Thrive has been really like addressing everything, like they're really leaning into some of these, like again, the judges, the outlaws, like they're really throwing like a bit of a mix into things in terms of how like they need to address things normally. And it's really, I think the players on Raven's Retirement Home are kind of like thrown for a loop a little bit. And they're trying to figure out how to properly adjust things without being like, okay, we gotta worry about a judge here, we gotta worry about an outlaw here, and really just trying to like make sure that they're not getting caught off guard with these things.
Yeah, and this is, I think, a great time to remind everyone that this is Raven Retirement Home's map pick as well. So with their IGC staging this comeback, they gotta be feeling the heat here. But speaking of heat, Colby looking to turn up the temps. Pressure here. Their own smoke one way here towards short. It's kind of read a little bit by Raven's Retirement Home. You know, maybe aware that judge last round, aware it could rear its head here again towards a short, but for now, that's good information that they aren't lurking up the toxic screen, so you can keep these players positioned towards the B site, towards showers.
And I like this. Look at this angle. This is just, again, like this is one of those confidence peaks where they're just going to sit here on this angle until they're either forced off or they get a kill, and they're not moving until then. And I just love the idea that these players are still playing for this confidence like gameplay. Like it's really like going to be important for them to continue.
Oh, this is going to be lethal. Trigger discipline, but it only finds one. But that lets the cat in the back for the rest of the squad to strike. Raven left in a 1v3 here. Surrounded, does secure the weapon upgrade.
30 seconds left.
At this point, though, things get dicey. You mentioned cleaning up these 1v3 situations. And Raven, great dip, barely dinged out. They could have the safety of a Viper's Pit if they choose to invest on the B site. Even then, a mad dash over. It's gonna be difficult, especially now the teleport from Terror. They recognize they were on site here. Oh, this would be an ace clutch.
One enemy remaining.
Showstopper, stop down. Oh my god.
You've got to be kidding. They know Terror came from the teleporter and they
wow.
They find the frag to keep Raven's Retirement Home in the lead. I mean, Raven, you look like you're going anywhere but retirement after a clip like that.
And that's incredible. They get the showstopper out of that too. They didn't even invest their own Viper's Pit. Like, they got so much value out of that 1v3. And again, another 1v3 where these players, like, you got to make sure that you're staying like confident, staying close together, training out. It's really important to confirm those because now we're seeing potentially a huge momentum shift here in in Raven Retirement Home's favor.
Oh, for sure. That was an insane clutch. Could just be exactly what they need to close out their map pick, but for now, round's not over. We've seen Thread GC bounce back before, and they haven't even used their second timeout. So aggression, confidence here from Terror. Fortunately, nice punish. Go back in though for seconds, and it's gonna get punished a second time. And in the meantime, the rest of their team's been expected to hold down the site, and while they do, an orbital strike will put a quick stop to that. Or in the hot seat finds their own, but again, the trades have been so clean from Raven's Retirement Home that as the dust settles, it's gonna be a 2v2. Seekers though, to confirm that these last two players are gonna be outside a shower so they can reframe the fights together, but solo fights being taken here. Great paint shell to confirm maybe a plant. They're worried about where that second player is still.
Yeah, both teams looking for control right now. They know. I think that's gonna be them knowing both are short now.
Oh,
So
for sure
really
they
just
saw coming.
Yeah, just really seeing like what they vibe for here in terms of
Last
control. If they're
player
just go for
standing.
swings. Yep, there it is.
One enemy
Yeah, in these
remaining.
clutch situations, it's been Colby insane on the
30
clutches.
seconds left.
And it's been Raven's Retirement Home insane on the coordination. So we'll see when those come head to head here now. Colby, only one smoke left. A plant out in the open though from Zan. They just might have the timing all together, and they do.
Wow.
The frag to follow. And Thrive GC again bounce immediately back to tie us up.
Right, and you saw even at the start of that round, like that they were riding that momentum a little bit. Like they were taking showers really aggressively, really early. Like Zan is just jiggle tapping at every angle. Like they're feeling confident at the start of that round. And Colby in that 1v1 just immediately making the rotation over with a stim beacon. Like gets there so fast. Zan probably thought they had more time, and just super cool to see Colby immediately make that read and just halt the momentum right there. So again, we see ourselves at a tie game, both teams in a stalemate almost. Economy wise, both teams not doing great, like really even. So
Well, for now, this is where the ultimates are going to come head to head here just a little bit. And it's hard to say which teams have had the bigger impact
You
in
want to
terms of
play?
their ultimates.
Let's play.
We're going to see both Tour de Forces here popped immediately. Fortunately on opposite sides of the map here. No Viper's Pit for stability out of Thrive GC just yet either towards this A site. Again, maybe it was Raven's Retirement Home expecting some aggression off an orbital strike, but instead just a steadfast hold of Hookah here. And again, no real inkling as to Raven Retirement Home. You mentioned control, and that's really all they're going for, and they haven't found it just yet.
yeah, I really like what Raven Retirement Home did there. They're showing Raze towards B, showing that Raze rocket pressure potentially now to come back and pop towards A here.
Oh, but they get sniped out of the sky, and Aura's still alive here, so now you get that kind of coordination of these ultimates that I mentioned. Orbital Strike to deny the Viper's Pit, now the duel of the Tour de Forces, but Habibti is the veteran chamber in this lobby, finds SVB here. Now they know that the chamber's in U-Haul. They seem like they've found Aura, but at this point they've lost too many players to feel confident in this site take. Raven sticks around just a bit longer to see if they can catch any lurking IGC players, but instead they're the one caught lacking.
planted.
Aurora, a 3K now on the round. Gonna be searching for the ace here in this 2v4 post-plant situation. That are just playing for the win con, right? Great pressure alongside their teammates, but there it is. Kami to close out the round again. You want these rounds, you want to flip the script, and they so have. The first to reach double digits here, 10-9.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see Aura just picking up that round on just a lot of like really strong, confident peaks. Like it's been the name of the game. It's gonna continue to be the name of the game. But just sniping the showstopper out of midair, like coming back around, spamming one through the Viper's Pit. Like again, that those like taking the TP like after the Viper TP'd and just taking that fight, knowing feeling confident that like, hey, they might not expect this. Like it might be something that I can throw in and just throw like my own bit of flair on the end of this map. And it's something that like they're really starting to run away with. As you can see there, they got 26 kills up on the board. Like they're really looking to put these numbers up.
Oh, for sure. We've seen the rewards roofed by the outlaw picks before. Terror looking like they're gonna reprise that over towards the A side. They might get their opportunity here as well from Truck. Looking at the spread, maybe the shower short split that Raven's retirement home is gearing up for. Viper Spit as well, designed now to kind of hurdle these players towards the A site. Outlaw now spotted out, forced off the angle. So again, question marks for both sides as to what their counterpart is doing. And again, Tara, that's the second time they've gone back for a second peek, and the second time they've been punished for it.
Yeah, it's really something that Ravens retirement is looking for, especially on these like weaker buys. They're gonna be looking for those overextensions, looking for those people like looking to get a little greedy, looking to take a little extra peeks, a little extra space that they might not necessarily like have guaranteed. Like that's where these players are gonna thrive and this team's gonna live in. Like they need to be able to take advantage of those situations to find themselves like up in these rounds.
Well, for now, a fight for the B site here. Nice surrounding of these players towards Garden, but Kami holding their own off of that Viper's Pit pillar behind them. SCV trying to join the fight, also corralled by those paint shells. So again, now it's a battle of tracers, a battle of how long can you survive. Ravens found a pocket of air here outside the gas, and that will provide enough time for them to get in, get their deagle shot, maybe get the advantage on this round, but as the vulnerability still fades, Zan has to bail them out. Nora now trying to pull out all the stops to hold on to this B side. A 2v2. It takes the hero play because they're waiting on the rotation from their teammates, and they're robbed of the ace last round. They're carrying the weight on their shoulders for sure. Right now, the 3K to cement Thrive GC with a 2-round lead here on Bind.
Really, really well played there in the end from Aura as well, popping the rocket, isolating the Garden player, and then just popping that nade at the beginning, at the bottom of Hookah, knowing that they realize the time is dwindling down. They're feeling pressured to make a move, so that they're going to jump right into that nade. Aura again picks up another 3K, adding to that tally, and really, really just taking control of these like mid to late rounds. Like we're seeing Aura just have a ton of pressure in these times.
Yeah, I mean they're about to hit 30 kills for crying out loud here in regulation, so we'll see if they claim that trophy here on Bind the next round or two before the closing comes in. But for now, talked about it, when things get dicey, Raven's retirement home just wants to turn up the aggression here, take the dive, and this round it's worked out. The Smoke's doing a good job isolating these players, but they didn't expect Terra with the operator there towards Shower. So again, flies too close to the sun, but so has Terra. A trade from Annie. And this battle for the A side is going in Raven's retirement home's favor. SCV late to the party, but here nonetheless waiting for Kami while gathering information, pressuring forward. Cleared out a lot of angles, but they still have, you know, the brim, the post-plant strategy tucked away safely. And all this utility now starting to get whittled away without much impact here. Two players swarm over Kami, and SCV again left in a 1v4 where, well, they've been quiet before. Upset, here we go. Great frag there to close things out and get double digits on the board for them as well. So we talk about this, the bounce back from both sides, meeting each other step for step so far, Slandy.
Yeah, it really feels like just that battle for control. Like every single time, like one team like seems like they're gonna pull away or starting to like pull ahead in the lead, the other team just comes back with just really, really strong trades, really, really strong frags, like shutting down the opponent's game plan and just making sure that they like kind of enforce their will on what they want to do for the round on the other team. It's just like it almost seems like this crazy battle back and forth in terms of who can just exude the most aura in these rounds.
Aura battle for sure. Last round, Raven's retirement home came out on top. Versus previous rounds, like you said, it was Aura coming out on top. This round, Terry maybe learning not to go back in for a second peek, playing alongside the team here. Waiting, but Seekers are hopefully the key back into the site. 5-on-5 retake here, but worst weapons for Thrive GC. They gotta use numbers, they gotta use coordination, but at this point, it's a massacre. Nice flicks here, though, from the backside players from those hero rifles, and suddenly, round's been flipped on its head. A 3v1 for Annie. Players low, they've gotten the target swaps, but unfortunately, Thrive GC picks out the pieces, catches Raven's retirement home off guard with that pacing, and will be the first to strike on to map point here for our first series of the day.
Yeah, I really am looking for like Raven's retirement there is trying to run it back and just be like, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like their exec worked once, just got shut down. So now I'm really looking for them to have some ults or something that they can add into this game plan. That they can add either for the A exec, they go back to it, or if they decide to take things more slow, like they really, really need like like they have this Brimwall exit, for example, like they need to get good value out of this ult to help either secure the round or find the opening for the round so they can get that start of control. Because once they have the control of time, they're not losing it. It's just a matter of getting it in the first place that they're struggling with. And I think Thrive is doing a great job in these early rounds of really controlling like what space they want to give, what angles they're going to fight over, and how much control they're going to let Raidiant's Retirement Home have.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like I said, they look the cleanest when, Zan is double satchelating an entry towards short. And this Orbital Strike is providing that opportunity here, but unfortunately you mentioned knowing where to take and claim space, and Thrive GC does it again. They close out Zan, but in the meantime, it was a faux rotation all the way over towards A, which might give them an opportunity, an opening towards this B site. Now, Spike has gone down. It's again going to be a flood style retake from Thrive GC, but Habibti's the difference this time. Pressuring forward into CT, but look at the awareness. Look at the judge of all things post up there. And now they have the combination between this poison cloud to cycle with the sky smokes, to cycle with the mollies. It's becoming a little bit more difficult here, but it's still numbers in Thrive GC's favor, so they can get out through elbow. Should still go their way.
Down you go.
They haven't cleared out Hut though, and Raven, we talked about the clutch factor they've had before, but unfortunately with Annie falling to an incendiary there from Garden, it's not enough, and a 13-10 victory will be what Thrive GC needs to kick off this series, and they even claim their opponent's map pick. What a first map.
Yeah, really, really back and forth, really, really well played from both sides, and I just loved what Thrive GC was able to do in terms of just maintaining control, like especially in that second half. Like it's something that you could tell Raven's Retirement Home like needed. Like they were fighting for it early. They really, really wanted that, and Thrive GC just did a fantastic job of like recognizing what they're playing for and recognizing what their opponent's playing for, and really just finding their middle ground in there, and that's why they were operating the whole time, and they did a fantastic job of it.
Oh, for sure. The calls were really good there. And like you mentioned, when Raven's Retirement Home looked to turn up the dial on the speed, then they just knew how to evade it or fight into it very, very well. So maybe, I think like after the initial like pistol round buys where we're out, Raven's Retirement Home did try to slow things down a little bit, but when that didn't work, they just rebounded with aggression. So maybe if they took the time to take a time out there instead and look at things from a different approach, things could have been a little bit different. Because I like what they cooked up. Like they got the B side. That was a pretty clean fake out off the Orbital Strike aggression from Zan, even though it got completely shut out. So we can see some more complex, big brain plays, I guess, from them on our next map of Haven, especially a 3-site map. There's like a chance this goes the distance and we head to Ascent, especially with the success they've found on Haven so far in Radiant Academy 103.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. I think that there will be plenty of room for Zan to have these like explosive impacts and for the team to really make game plans around that. I do think they're relying a lot on Zan to be that like tip of the spear right now. And like again, even in that last round, if Zan finds that first pick and like U-Haul or something like that round could go completely different. So it's really something that I think they're going to need moving forward is they need Zan to continue to be that tip of the spear, but find that impact early so they can get that control early, because I think that's what they're looking for. And if they're going to like work Haven and work around the map and really like kind of position things how they want it to be and have control of the round, they're going to need that early round success.
Oh yeah, if Zan comes online, this is different. I mean, you have Raven, the clutch factor already. I mean, they were 25-16 on Bind versus, or like you mentioned, being tip of the spear, they were that for Thrive GC, being 31-16. They got their 30 bomb. So we'll see if that success continues. But just like the students need a break between periods, so do your casters, and so do your players. So we are going to take a quick 3-minute break, but when we come back, it will be map 2 of our semifinals action between Thrive GC and Raven's Retirement Home, so stick around. class is back in session. If you are not in your seats, you are late. Head to the office to get a tardy slip, but we are not tardy. Slandy and I are back to bring you the action for map 2 of our semifinals between Thrive GC and Ravens Retirement Home. Such a close affair. Map 1 was Slandy, but Ravens Retirement Home lost their map pick. So what do they have to do to rebound here on our map 2 of Haven?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit there right before the break, but they really, really need this early round control. I think it's something that they vie for a lot when they're down, something that they obviously want. And I think they're relying a lot on that tip of the spear against Zan and that early utility to come in so that they can get these early round controls. And something on Haven, there's a lot of places like 3-lane map they can get early control of Barrage, like A short, A long, C long. Like there's a lot of space to vie for here. And I think that it'll really it could be something that's interesting to see if they continue to like look for that super aggressive early space, or if it's something that they like kind of turn it down, play it slower with the bigger map. Like there's a couple different directions they could go here, but I think that early control is gonna be something that they need, whether it's slow or fast, that they need to start getting back into these rounds earlier.
And that's where I think my concern starts to rise a little bit, because we've seen the composition that Thrive GC has been playing, and I'll lay it out there for the audience. It's been Cypher, Neon, Sova, Breach, and Omen. And in my mind, legitimately, like all of these agents, particularly the stun agents like the trap wires, like the fault line, like the relay bolts, all can put a stop to that kind of momentum build that, especially on an attack half, Ravens Retirement Home might go for. So what do you think that we need to see then from Ravens Retirement Home to get around maybe this utility difference that we might see from the composition they run, which is a Breach, Astra, KJ, Jet, and Sky?
Yeah, I really think they're going to have to be kind of deceptive with the Astra. Like doing recall stars is really, really strong in this map, like C-Long, you see A lobby, those places especially. But I think they're going to have to shut down Aura a little bit. Like they have, like Thrive has the utility again to fight them, has the utility to take control early, just like they did on the last map. Like it's not going to be something they probably step away from, especially with Aura coming off the heater they just had the first map. Like it's going to be something that they're going to work for, and it's going to be a battle for sure. And like if they're gonna find success, they have to shut down Aura and they have to get that early round control, or like they're not gonna be able to like fully take control of these rounds like they want to.
We'll have to see if that is the case. I will point out that we are swapping sides, so Thrive GC will be starting out on the defense. Ravens Retirement Home will be starting out on the attack, so they may get that opportunity to leverage some aggression here early on. Another thing I want to see is we saw some, I guess we can call them lurks, like from the chambers, right? Particularly over towards A side spawn when they were on the attack. But I feel like on Haven, you get that potential to formulate truly catastrophic flank plays. So I'm hoping to get to see maybe some tapping into that from the Sentinels, from, SCV on that Cypher, or from Annie back on their tried and true Sentinel role over on the Killjoy. But again, only time will tell, and that's already a discussion, right? Is what do you think, which team do you think in terms of the compositions are going to be favored in the retake game, right? Both have a Rolling Thunder, but then you also have the lockdown on Ravens Retirement Home side.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Neon composition. Like I'm a big fan of the way like Neon can break that space. Like I think it's really, really disruptive, and if you're not prepared for it, then it's something that Thrive GC can really get, like they could really, really get away with some like really, really fast, really aggressive retakes. But I also think that Ravens Retirement Home, like they have the utility, like neither team like doesn't have the utility they need to counter whatever they need. So it's going to be a matter of like how smart they're using their utility, like how much they save after like coming onto the site, how much they don't have, how much they do have, and like what kind of plays they're making in their post plants in order to really secure the round. So I think both teams have the ability to do whatever they need to do. It's just going to be a matter of like who has the better like mentality in terms of like really saving that util where they can and making sure that they can use it for those post plant dumps that we see on Haven so often.
True. And this is something else that I think is interesting, and I brought it up yesterday when I was casting with Keg, was some of the compositions kind of pair like a Neon with a Chamber, because then you keep that operator in play, but that's not really the case for either of these squads. And do you think we're going to see then the Zan operator come out since they are on that Jet roll, or do you think we're still going to see Habib D, even though they're on like a Breach, try and pull out an operator or a sniper rifle or two? Because like C-Long, if you get that online early, it can be a really strong defensive tool.
Yeah, something that I fully expect Zan to still be on that operator role, especially on the Jet. Like I think it's something they're comfortable with. It's something that they're going to excel at. I expect it to be kind of like a good shift away from what they did on Bind as well. Like it'll be a little bit of a different look for them that I think is good. Allows them to apply pressure in different ways. But I also think that on the other side, I like seeing the Omen operator a lot. Like, especially, even though they have the Neon, I think Omen is a really, really strong op agent on this map. I think it's something that a lot of teams have had success with in the past, something that I've done in my career, something that I've seen like players like Lace on like formerly
Yes.
Complexity do. Like, she got a lot of value out of it. It's something that I really, really like to see from Omen players, especially on this map. If they can pull that out to like help their team succeed, I think it's really, really important and really, really strong.
It'll be interesting to see because it's Colby that's usually going to be playing that Omen for the side of Thrive GC versus we really saw Terra and Aura more with the sniper rifle action over on Bind, but we'll see. Colby, they had a cold clutch gene. I could see them having some untapped potential there with the operator, but only time will tell. And again, both of these teams have been fairly dominant on this map. So I want to get we'll put us in the hot seats, Lanny. Score predictions, all right? What do you think it's going to be? Not just winner, but score. Yeah, actually, let's just put score, but let's not out ourselves. Say the score, but don't say which team is winning with that score.
Don't say which team. Okay. I'm gonna say 13-9. I think that one team will get a strong start, and then it'll kind of be like that back and forth. But one will pull away. I'm
gonna say 13-7. I don't know why. I'm feeling like the momentum is going to carry over from Bind. But for now, we do have our aim select ready. So we'll get to see first and foremost if it's going to be the same kind of expectations we built up from the compositions previously in the group stage. And so far, so good. Our research has paid off. We are going to ace this exam, right, Slandy?
All right, we got an A, hopefully. As long as all the agent locks go how we expect them to. There's the Jet from Zan. We already have the Omen from Colby as well. And they're hovering that Neon from Aura as well. It looks like everything is what we studied for.
Yes. And I think it's amazing also just how well these kind of compositions counter each other, right? I feel like you mentioned, all that utility from Thrive GC meant to force players off site, but then you have the Killjoy, then you have the Astra, both with really, really strong post-plant utility versus, with some of the retake tools that the side of Raven's Retirement Home has with that lockdown, you have the Sova pick. And I'm excited to see how those kind of are going to counter here, especially with, like we said, Raven's Retirement Home starting out on the attack first. But again, it's really going to be a matter then of also who gets kind of out the gate first, because those ultimates need to come online for all of these conditions we've laid out to be signed and delivered.
Right. I definitely think the ult game will be super, super important. It's something we see on Haven historically in the past a lot. Like, ults come into play so much on this map. Whether we've seen Astras in the past, back when she was more meta, like throwing fakes or throwing those strong B post plants with Astra Wall. Like, even for the long post plants people play on like C long or on B, like for those off-site post plants, like Astra Wall can come into play. Like, Neon out giving those extra aggressive plays down C long on defense, like, could be something we see. Like, all of these ults are going to come into play super, super fast, I think, and it's going to be something that both teams are going to be constantly using to vie for control, and it's going to be super important that they use them efficiently and get value out of all of them because of the nature of like this map, how strong they are, and how much they can turn something like an important post plant on its head.
Oh, for sure. Again, we have to see kind of what that look is. I'm curious to see if it's going to be like a double-pronged lurk coming out from Raven's Retirement Home, because it's an Astra with global utility, and the KJ typically is kind of the controller over kind of grass and window with the split utility there, especially when they're going for those C-site takes. But other than that, like, this composition to me screams slow and methodical, like from information collection to just the post-plant utility that they have. So I'm curious to see how they are going to get those early impactful frags that you mentioned, other than maybe just Zan and Habibti being this like dynamic duo that we haven't yet gotten to see together in action.
Right. I'm super, super looking forward to seeing Zan Habibti and Upset potentially being that really, really strong trade pack, right? Like, you have that bridge utility, have that sky utility, have something where they can be super explosive, and might be something they look to like take advantage of.
Oh, we'll get to see already kicking off the pistol here. Early A aggression. Neon, their Aura trying to put themselves in the hot seat here to hold down sewers, but instead they realize I have the teammates on my site. Just gonna utilize this utility again to stall out the execute to weather the storm from both fronts, but unfortunately, I'll say it, they've tapped in through there towards long. Raven's Retirement Home. In the meantime, we got the spike down. They know one player was flanked. They don't know where the Omen is, but they had the correct response. Flip the map. Great sky flash into CT confirms Colby is close. Right click classic, though, making quick work of these remaining players, though. No bullets left. Gotta tap into the utility. Gotta tap into the reload, and they will. Just like that, we talked about it. Numbers advantage situations crumbling into disaster. And so they have Annie in a 1v2 situation. Position confirmed, but they isolate the fight. So a 1v1. Colby, you got it started. Can you close it out? Oh. They have the dark cover online. They're just gonna try and stick it all the way through. Annie gotta go. You don't have time. Colby had to stick in. They got off. They're back on. I don't think there's enough time regardless. Wow. Oh my goodness. If that's an indicator of how this map is gonna go, I think we're both wrong. And we are failing our tests.
This might go the distance. This might go the distance. Really cool to see Colby just holding it down there in CT. Like, that was really impressive, and kind of like makes me think like maybe that built that confidence. Maybe we see that omen up. Maybe I get a little extra bonus points in the exam. Like, I'm really looking forward to that, and exciting to see that again. Like, even though like Raven's retirement home like pushed CT, didn't really get things going, but Animal again on that Sentinel role. Like, I want to talk about it because I think she's gonna like be super strong and like reprising that role that she's known for. And I'm excited to see her more in these like clutch situations that we saw a little bit of in Bind, but might see more of here on Haven.
Well, for now, look at they're taking the opposite approach, being the first line of contact here towards C-Long. The recall smokes that you mentioned, forcing them off the angle. Chipped HP, but it's provided the rotation effort now from Thrive GC. A little bit different than what we saw over on Bind, where they're really quick on these rotates. And again, I mean, with all the information that Neon has here below window, they can.
Exactly. I was about to say the exact same thing. They're gonna really like push these rotates around, knowing that Aura can hear those heavy like rotates through spawns like that. It's gonna be able to hear the Sky Dog coming out, like, and they're gonna be able to pull all those rotates straight from C all the way back over to A. And as long as Aura maintains this position, like, it's gonna be something that they can continue to make rotates, make plays off of, and it's really strong on an eco round to have that deep pressure. Oh my god, the timing. Oh. Wow, gonna get caught there. So looks like Raven's retirement home is just gonna have all of the control here. They can come back, they have the tendency to clear out mid, knowing that there can be someone there, and they're just gonna take the free side here.
30 seconds left.
Dan looking for a little extra space towards A lane. Gonna bait out that util, probably go back towards side and play a deeper post now.
And for now, head to head here. Annie again on this blurred play takes out the flank, but the pressure building in Daylink is failing. There, Thrive, GC, Terror. I left to pick up the pieces. Again, talked about it, maintaining control, maintaining pressure, and it's exactly what they did to get that team ace on the board. Semi-flawless fashion on that second round bonus.
Yeah, and it's something that I'm excited to see that Habibti, Upset, and Zan are kind of doing that trade pack where they're fighting through CT there on the first pistol round. They're fighting into A-Link there. They don't care about what guns the opponent has, whether they're on eco, whether the same buy. They're gonna keep taking those fights together, and I really like that the pressure they're gonna exude here. Like, look again, they're grouped up towards a lobby. Like, they're gonna continue to fight these angles together and just take space together, knowing that they have Breach Kit, they have Sky Kit, and they have like an aggressive player like Zan on Jet that they can just continue to take fast control with.
And speaking of fast control here, they're trying to now overwhelm maybe where the Neon was playing beforehand towards sewers, but not here this round. Instead of more reserved, slight reservation here on the defensive hold. Cypher this time on site. They're sieving in instead of a flank player, and doing a good job heating the pressure here. In the meantime, Raven's retirement home tried to work the entirety of the map. Look at how deep in Annie is. I talked about these catastrophic lurks, and this might be one of them, but Swarm Grenade has let the cat out of the bag. They're just going to do their best now to hold on to the C-side control while the rest of the team rotates over. Concern here is it's running around the Rosy Aura. Do they find Annie first? With less than a minute left, this is going to be a cause for concern here for getting back on this site. Oh, they're not going to clear this, are they? Oh,
wow.
They don't.
Spike down.
Only one frag. Damage might not have been done enough. Site's still under their control. Numbers advantage still in their favor here. Drive, GC, the last remaining players kind of split off here. Nice crossfire setup. The first ounce of information gained. Again, Colby has to look for the kill shot, not just their one and done, but it's Zan who's found the kill shot. We talked about Zan getting online. That 4K is a great way to get back into the swing of things. 3-0 here so far. Raven's retirement home striking back hard.
Yeah, and we're seeing that early control that we talked about before, where Zan's getting early pressure, like Animal again, getting deep on these lurks. Like, we saw her play that beautifully, where she got onto the C site, like delayed their CT, and really, like, even though Aura came back around to clear through Garage, like, she found a way to keep her life and maintain like the C site for her team to rotate in. There's a lot of times where you see that player like overheat and go for too much, or like go and they lose their side of their control of the C site before the team can actually get there. So really well played again, and really like getting this early control.
Oh, speaking of early, a duel for Grass. Thrive GC trying to build an eco strategy of aggression out towards the middle of the map. Fortunately, it falls flat. Now it falls to Aura and these sniper rifle skills we hyped up over on Bind, but for now they avoid that narrowly. They make their way back towards the C-site securities, and again, entry, Tailwind, don't allow that sniper rifle to get a line of sight, or it will hit its shots. Zan now knocked down a pedestal here, has to wait for the regrowth here from Upset. Play maybe a little bit more alongside the team, but they're still going for these frags, and because of that terror, again, knocks him down a little bit. See what SVB can get done. The last player standing here, only the Marshal in hand, and now you can see the rest of these players going hunting. I mean, at this point you're close probably to that lockdown of these Seekers, so yeah, let them take the frag.
Yeah, they're just gonna look to start building these alts. They really want to get more of these alts online. There's one alt blind, they get the frag for another. Like they really don't mind, especially with like being up 4-0 here. Like we might see a timeout from Thrive. But they're gonna start building the economy, building those alts. Like again, look at their economy right there on screen. It's really building, and they're gonna start running away with it here, I think.
Zan attack off?
It's really Zan attack off. Okay, something to look for sure. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, I guess they're looking to like slow things down. Maybe they think that Thrive is gonna try to get back into the swing of things by taking like overly aggressive like initial picks. So I don't mind it. I just think that they're gonna be they still need to be aware of the fact that they're gonna need to take space eventually. So I don't want to see them take too much time with Zan and having the op.
Yeah, maybe they'll kind of relay the op around, hand it off so Zan can entry. But for now, you mentioned it, that aggression, they've heated it, they've dealt with it. They've taken Aura offline, so it's almost a complete 180 to the duelist head-to-head we saw over on Bind, leading out of this 4-0 success. But again, they're still playing slow, Sandy.
Yeah, I think it's okay. They're definitely looking for Thrive right now to try to equalize. They're gonna swap that off over to Annie so they can actually do an exec here, which I like. But I don't mind continuing to be slow because Thrive needs to equalize, right? That's why we're seeing Kevin just kind of like peeking into front B here. Like they're gonna need to find something to get back into this round. And there's that front B Astral that I talked about as well. Beautiful first pick.
Yeah, Zan pressuring past it. Again, making that space, the duelist entails, beautifully so. Now they're back to support their team on the spike plant as well. These last two players left standing. We look like we're on par for a flawless at this rate with this off angle that Zan is holding as soon as they make their way through, or as soon as the wall will fade. And it looks like a save has even been called here, perhaps by Thrive GC. So they didn't take a timeout this round. They sure are next round, I would say, with these weapons getting carried over.
Yeah, I definitely think they need a change of approach here, maybe to go back to the drawing board, because things are really snowballing for Ravens retirement home here. They're going to have a flawless win. They're going to maintain those two rifles, but maybe not. But again, they just need to make sure that they're okay. They will maintain the two rifles. They need to make sure that they're continuing to fight for this early space, but doing so in a way that's like productive for themselves. They know that they have the op online early for Ravens retirement home. They know that they've had success in these early rounds, and it's kind of like the opposite of what we saw on Vine, like you said, where they're really not winning those opening duels, and they need to maintain that early round control. It's going to be something that's really, really important in these environments where things can get chaotic really fast, or a team's going to have more simple game plans. Like teams rely really, really heavily on that early pick. So that's going to be something they really, really need to start like prepping a game plan for soon before this game gets completely out of control.
And I saw it yesterday because we did get to cast Haven, and I want to try and remember what matchup it was. I think it was the Ball K23 Oomphies game where they had such a coordinated retake effort off of this breach and their utility. And I want to see something similar because I feel like Thrive GC's kit is really, really good for that. And we haven't really seen like a substantial number advantage or even an even numbers game onto any of these retakes. So they just kind of give the site control away. Maybe perhaps, keep track of Annie, who's been lurking, who's been kind of dismantling or providing those backdoor options. Then we might be able to see, a paranoia play towards, if we're thinking of the A site, through graffiti, an aftershock to clear out hell, all this coordination just to ensure they get back onto that site. And that could be something that Bunny is bringing up here, maybe, is like, hey, our comp, isn't built for this default weather the storm kind of mentality. It's meant for more like aggression as well. So if we can, if aggressing early on isn't working, maybe we leverage it later into the round.
Right. They definitely want to operate more in like the fast-paced like sides of the rounds. And here we go. We're gonna see that fast pace towards A. I'm wondering if they're gonna get off site or if they're gonna look to fight this in flood like they have been.
We'll see. We're not gonna really be given a choice this time. Have to respect it and play the retake. Rolling Thunder clears the way. No retaliation so far. Andy again on their lurking antics. Looks like we'll have to see if Colby deals with that later on. But instead, it's gonna be an information, at least a rotation from the shadows over to join the action. And here it is, that flood style retake I wanted to see. We'll see how that utility from the Astra from the breach delay on the side of Raven's retirement home. So far, so good. What are they waiting for? It looks like information. There's the paranoia, the fault line play I asked for, but importantly, Zan has dealt with Aura from Heaven, so you don't get that distance close we talked about. And as a result, it is a massacre. Zan's ace gets robbed. Oh, but that is... Dang, that was coordinated. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was beautiful. So what happened there is that they waited for that. They knew it was a 5v5 retake, and they wait for that like utility flood to come, right? Like everyone knows that like those coordinated retakes are gonna be a thing that everyone's aware of and everyone's well practiced on in Haven because the map's been out for so long. And that's literally all shut down by them. They just double peek Heaven from short while CT is stunned by Habibti, and they just maintain complete control of the site. They kill the Heaven players, and then everyone has to flood out of a CT smoke that with basically no util. So very, very, very well done on the A attack post line from Raven's retirement home.
Oh, for sure. We'll see for now what the game strategy is. This time it feels like early reads, early rotations towards the C site, but again, this default for Raven's retirement home, a different look entirely from Bind, has just been throwing a wrench into some of the reads from Thrive GC.
Yeah, and I like that they take it slow here, like knowing that, okay, it's an eco round, they can make like crazy, stupid, aggressive play. Like, we want to make sure we don't get caught off guard, and they look like they're just going to send their pack over towards A again. They're going to maintain space with KJ and Astra, and then just be ready to exit this side again.
We'll see for now. Luckily that Neon, that high gear allows them to get back over to the A side to play alongside Terra. They might even get an early indication off this owl drone. Only Habibti being seen though, so they think that fallback could be real. nice acting there. Get Habibti an Oscar, but unfortunately it feels like Aura and Terra didn't buy it. Still holding their angles.
30 seconds left.
Now that extra layer of utility is going to come in, and the overdrive as a response. They've dodged, they bobbed and weaved the fault lines. Some team efforts, and the operator from Annie all coming in hot, and they still take the site in tow.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they try to just walk out dry here, or if it's something that, yeah, they need to. You see that early flash there? They're trying to bait out some extra util.
Oh, that was a Deagle collapse. This could have been different, but Colby, a 1v4, only a Bucky in hand. We've seen their inclination towards some of these shotguns, but this round, I don't think you gonna get very deep here.
Hard task for sure.
Yeah, for sure. They're maybe just waiting for somebody to overheat. You know, Zan's been, you know, a little frag happy in the best of ways. That's what's been getting this 6-0 success. It's gonna be Raven, actually. The retiree themselves going in for the kill. Fortunately, it's robbed away. I'd like to see them grab this rifle. They will. This is
also
devastating.
Good save from Colby.
This is 7-0, Slandy.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's starting to run away with it a little bit here. Like I want Thrive really to have a more of a game plan to trade util with them if they're gonna get off site A, without losing players. Like we saw that they tried the one round when they had the breach out, they were forced off of site, and then they didn't really properly trade util to bait out the stuff from the attack side on the retake. So I really want to see them, if they're going to continue to give this A side or fight for it, they need to be a little bit more efficient with their util so they can actually properly like give and take a little bit more.
We'll get to see that give and take gets fine-tuned or not, but for now they're going complete 180 aggression down long. But it's good information because then they know this isn't an A hit. They know this is going to be B or C, but with the garage pressure building. Question is Andy going to get overwhelmed? What utility do they have there to kind of clue into this duo that's about to push into garden? Turrets in place. Seeker's now paving the way into this C site here for Raven's retirement home. Operator still not dealt with. Going back for seconds, but Kami stays alive to tell the tale in the meantime, though. Raven's retirement home is going to keep their numbers advantage alive as well. Dan again plays the duelist, goes for the aggression into CT. Kami now trying to do hero's journey job, and unfortunately that Rolling Thunder a little bit too above their head, and they outpaced it. So 8-0 for Raven's retirement home. A complete 180 from how close it was on Bind.
Yeah, I really like I think that breach ult was a little overzealous for sure. I think that's something that they're just kind of desperate right now to find a way into any of these rounds. Like they're looking for hero plays. They're gonna try something crazy on this eco, probably with either a stack or like some aggressive early peek, maybe get some money to short deep. But they really are just trying for any opening in these early rounds. Like I said, like they're just like Raven's Retirement Home is just completely dominating the early round, and it's showing in the way that they're forced to just play super differently and go for these hero plays because they don't have control.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, this round they have the numbers on the A side. They also have the rest of their team closing in on the flank, but Bucky has to deliver, and unfortunately, the confidence is sailing for Raven's Retirement Home. Not afraid to even challenge a shotgun at close range here. The A site, a pretty good job, but Colby, nice job shutting down long pressure, but Raven alive. Quickly turns that on its head as well. Continues the A site take, but there's more Guardians looking to get the job done on site. Kami, good for theirs, but again, when you're down in numbers, you need more than that with Deagle left for SVV again. And if they got their one, it would have been 2 more, but a 3K from Upset keeps the flawless run for Raven's Retirement Home alive.
Yep, and we're just seeing more of that early round dominance. Like they're not like skipping out on any of the early clearance at all. Like they hard clear that corner in short, making sure that they're not going to get away with anything crazy. It's just really like deep control here from Raven's Retirement Home. Like they're very well aware that they're in the driver's seat. And they're very good at piloting and making sure that they're continuing to maintain that control no matter what aspect of the round they're in. They're super aware of like any of the hero plays they're trying to make, and they're just maintaining that control throughout the entire round.
We'll see for now. Again, expecting an aggressive play from Thrive GC here, perhaps over towards A. So it's not just Annie alone. They now have Upset alongside them. But again, these early rotations from Thrive GC this round may be headed towards the right side of the map here towards C. With this kind of recall as well from Raven's Retirement Home, we might just get a duel out towards grass. I want to see if they're going to dry swing this, if the paranoia is going to go out. Yeah, no information to go off of. This is a huge contact play, or it's going to be when Aura spots out a swing.
Nice try.
Woohoo! That's a lethal shot. Now, no trade retaliation, at least from grass because of the paranoia, but pressure out of window. They realize this could quickly become a B execution, so fault line out. Nice aftershock, all to try and stop them from capitalizing off of this cosmic divide. I like their positions as well with the shrouded step from Colby, so they're in position to deny Zan, to deny more of these players from every angle imaginable. This is looking like it could be Thrive GC's first round, but job's not done. There's still hero players alive like Habibti. And Colby again, how quick-footed are you? 25 seconds left. Spike still in hands to Raven's Retirement Home, so they're gonna make the quick pivot to C.
Yeah, I like this. I like just like trading out on B and then noticing like, hey, we can just be ready to fight here.
Spina getting ready to fight. Not gonna let that 1v2 crumble away. The double swing it optimized over the spike plant. They reach double digits. They keep the flawless streak alive again. And again, Thrive GC. At this point, do you take your second time out?
I think it's just really difficult for them. It's with the neon. It's hard to like kind of live in that like middle ground. Like Raven's Retirement Home is playing really slow, and neon really likes to either make a really aggressive play or play all the way back so that you can play for that heavy retake. And it's really difficult for neon to just kind of like maintain control by herself. That's why you're seeing her do a lot of mid walks. It's something that she can get value out of. But it's really hard for her to sit and maintain like A control. So they're having to keep these initiators there with her, and it's hard for them to maintain control across the entire map without doing hero plays.
Well, if anybody's in position for a hero play this run, it's Colby. Judge in hand, 3 players trying to take over their domain of Garage, but all this utility, Flashpoint, Fault Line, forces them off the angle. So again, just the utility usage has been so clean, but so has Kami with the Guardian. But a re-kill, Spike in there now, control. And that's the green light go for the rest of the squad to now swarm towards that mid position. SCV has Garage control. Drone's now cleared out window, so they know these players are now corralled to spawn. How do they fight back into this? Answer, perhaps, is the Astra utility here. Gravwell, Garage likely smoked off. All of this just to try and get control back over this spike, but it's not gonna work. The player's too splintered, and the flawless streak has been brought to its end. The first round for Thrive GC here on the board. All right, Raven's Retirement Home. They had an 11-1 comeback yesterday. Is it Thrive GC's turn, Slandy?
I would love to believe, but it's looking pretty controlled right now for Ravens retirement home. I mean, anything can happen, and it is Haven, and they have the comp to really like flip things on their head if they need to or if they can. But I think it's going to be extremely difficult with the confidence and momentum that Ravens retirement home have built up. But hey, if Communists keep shooting like that, they keep getting more of their players on that ship, then we could see more of it.
Oh, nice anti-flasher from Aura again, trying to win out the duel against Zan. And you mentioned Kami hitting the shots, but Aura getting online here gets two. Unfortunately, the Rolling Thunder online is exactly what Ravens retirement home needs to get back into the swing of things. Nice counter though, off the Paranoia, off the Aftershock to maintain this control over the A site. So now they have Crossfire set up with this dark cover and Habibti left in the 1v3. Cannot find more than their additional one. The 3K on the round, not enough. It would have been the ace required, so a 10-2 is what we end at. Whew, like you said, work definitely cut out for Thrive GC, and it's gonna have to start with this pistol.
Yeah, I mean we've seen 10-2 comebacks on this map before, and we'll see them again in the future. So we'll see if that's something that they can put together. I mean, surely they're not shying away from it. Aura shooting really well that last round. Doesn't look like they were struggling at all. Like Communist the round before. Like they have the ability to put these plays together, especially now that they're on the attack. They can control the pace a lot more. They don't have to like adhere to Raven retirement home's like pace as much. They're still going to be stopped by certain things, but they really have the opportunity to take full control here. And this pistol round is going to be a huge tell of if they're going to be able to do that successfully.
Well, for now, we'll get to see what happens here. First pistol with our IGC of this map on the line. Nice ace split attempt gearing up here, but Ravens retirement home taking a very different approach here, respecting the site take, giving up that space and potentially going for that immediate retake. The players all getting into position, getting ready to just execute the protocol they might have in place again. Off this utility. Look at the disruption now off the Paranoia, off the dash in. It seems like neither side was prepared, and it's Ravens retirement home to manage the chaos, keep every player alive. The second layer of the assault comes through, fault line, guiding light. Now the players are trapped, corralled into hell. Nice recovery from Colby, but it's not enough. They can't get the job done alone. And Ravens retirement home takes their second pistol of the map and could shut down that hope, that shred that existed of a potential comeback.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be harder from here as well, knowing that they're going to have a force buy potentially coming in here. I think they kind of have to. But it's something that I like the idea there, like knowing they got a free site, trying to creep up towards CT, but they didn't show pressure anywhere else on the map. So those players are going to be grouped towards CT, and it's really hard coming out of that CTA main choke to actually like fully get a like aggressive push through there without like losing numbers. So I like the idea, and I think they had the right idea in terms of trying to like get more control in the round, but just slightly off there in execution.
Up. See if they can clean up that execution style here towards second round of the half. If not, it's do or die. If not, it's Ravens retirement home on map point. But again, respecting the site take here from Thrive GC on the C side. Confident perhaps in their retakes. Confident perhaps in their weapons advantage. But looks like similar to how they approached A, they want to hold down a little bit more forward of a line of scrimmage here towards CT. Kami gonna leverage the Aftershock to do just that, to hold back Ravens retirement home from a flood style retake. But with these two players backside, that's some insane chip damage, forcing their positions, forcing them to get creative. That's what Kami's gonna do. Stinger up close and personal, trying to leverage this force by best they can. And so far they are bobbing and weaving in and out of the dark cover, and Kami flawless on the 4K. Flips the script towards Thrive GC's comeback. What a way to hold their own there off of just some light support from Colby.
Yeah, you don't see much of Breach playing like that far forward or playing that far like and taking those aggressive peeks off their own util, but they made it work, and it's really something they need to get back into these rounds. So it's exciting to see they're still fighting. They still want it. They still think they can get this map, and I really want Ravens retirement home. Like I think they're comfortable in these retakes, and I think that's okay. But I want to make sure that I would like for them to can still maintain control like Garage on some retakes, and making sure that they're still setting themselves up correctly for the retakes, so that stuff like that doesn't happen.
Yeah, we'll see what happens now. Looks like they abandoned that attempt, perhaps. Zan playing a little bit more forward here towards Showers. Support of Annie to confirm their safety over towards the long. But again, this early rotation. A lot of information from this C Long expedition as well, thrown the way of Raven's retirement home. So they still look like they're set up more for a retake attempt, Slaney, but this flank maybe is geared towards getting that information you mentioned so they know that nobody's on a lurk play that could dismantle perhaps a retake effort.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try to find this cipher as soon as they can. They're trying to shut down any cipher lurks potentially, and it's really heads up from the cipher on the other team to be aware of that and make sure that they're with the pack and just maintaining control like by themselves of the flank. Yeah, it's that outlaw as well. It's gonna be able to stay on those lines.
Yeah, now they have the support as well from Terror towards Sewers. Meantime, the rest of the players trying to funnel out of CT. Zan has some nice pressure onto the boxes. So now suddenly things have been swapped into a 2v2, but unfortunately, like I said, with these players divided, with Raven still on the flank, Zan has to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders in this clutch, and with 1 HP off the shock dart, makes quick work of it. Thrive GC continue to rack up these rounds one after another, take it one at a time, because that's how you mount a comeback.
Yep. Just one step, 1 foot, one round at a time, and we could see them coming back forward as well. Like we're gonna see them. Everyone's gonna be bought up here. It's our first real like gun round here. I'm excited to see how they use this Omenal on attack. I think there's a lot of very creative ways to use it. It looks like they're set up for an A exec, so I'm excited to see if Colby like maybe goes straight for that heaven play, and they continue to abuse this A site like they have been, knowing that Raven's retirement home really wants to play for that A retake.
Well, this round, with Andy being the only one on A, they're not really equipped with the most options for holding down the rest of that site without much utility either in their pockets. So again, numbers more on the retake seems like the name of the game. Might be able to sneak a fast frag out of heaven as well towards long if they can get away with it, but in the meantime, that lurk from SVV finds 2. Now this retake's gonna be a lot more difficult, and that gives confidence to Thrive GC on the site take as well.
Yeah, I think that lurk play is going to be something that's really like puts a needle in things for Raven's retirement home. It's something they probably weren't expecting them to continue to walk up like that, especially after getting spotted by the Sky Flash. So that's really going to like throw things out the window for how they expected Thrive GC to be playing this attack side. So exciting stuff to see, and maybe we will see the rest of this comeback happen if they keep maintaining control like this.
Well, now 1v1 granted to Annie. Kami still wins it out again. Been hot on the shots recently. Somehow that really bolt doesn't land, but they still find the shots regardless. A 1v3 now left for Raven.
Spike planted.
He has a nice flank without much awareness from SCV falling on that lurk play. But again, so many angles to clear. A suboptimal weapon with just the Guardian. Now even this utility might just help them out. No, it's the perfect recall fake, but cat's out of the bag now. These players can reposition, can figure out how to not let another 1v2 fall through the cracks, and Aura will do just that. 5-11 here. Again, Raven's retirement home 2 rounds away from map 3 of Ascent, but Thrive GC fending them off of it 1 round after another. And with these ultimates and these weapons in hand, we talked about a catastrophic 30 last map. This would be a catastrophic one for sure to lose.
Yes, it would. And I think that's something I'm paying attention to is I want Thrive GC to continue to exert the pressure they're doing. They did a great job cutting noise there and letting the defense make the mistake and by walking back into them. But Raven's retirement home is getting closer to all these ults. Like they're all about to come online, and I want to see Thrive GC like kind of save their ults for that and like making sure that they're like just taking advantage of that eco round. We're seeing C exec come through, and I love this call as well. They're not using those ults. They know they don't have to burn them, and they're going to look to trade those ults when the other team gets them so that they continue to mount this comeback, and those ults don't get to have the value they have.
You're looking forward, looking at the long term, like they're ready for this marathon. See what Raven's retirement home can do with these eco weapons. We've seen these off the wall rounds turn in their favor, the mastery of chaos. But speaking of mastery, this pressure towards CT has worked out before. It looks like it could again, but a dash into the action. The tail went up close and personal with his deagle. Zan dealt with, the rest of the squad dealt with by SVV. Insane plays, and they walk away with a 4K. Now hop, skip, and step your way into 6th round on the board here. 5 rounds now separating these 2 squads.
Yeah, and I'm getting to that point where it's like at what point, like, okay, we believe, but like what point does it get scary if you're the team, right? Like I at this point I think it's in the back of their heads. It's obviously not something they want to be focusing on, but they're like,
Mhm.
okay, well, it's 6 to 11, like that 1 to 11 or that 2 to 10 turns into the 6 to 11 now, and it's something that starts to become a little bit more of a presence. And I need to see Ravens retirement home like could not make any crazy like outplays on themselves here.
Mm. Well, looks like so far Ravens retirement home trying to make a huge play. Aggression
Yeah.
towards mid, but the response is great from Thrive GC as well. Rolling Thunder into the A side. Only silver lining, they don't have Hunter Shuri online, so this lockdown retake should be pretty uncountered. Unless there's disrespect, and now even without SDV on that lurk play, they can't counter from B site. So they just have to respect it other than Aura here, maybe trying to get some damage done prior, maybe just gonna throw themselves and their life away. In the meantime, though, SVV, the bait here, perhaps off the detainment to try and keep them off the spike, but at this point, you know, they're so far away. You had the Cosmic Divide. Yes, stick it all the way. Perfect distraction. They got a player off the spike, but it's over at this point. Terror, 1v3, dealt with the perfect bodyguard of Zam with that 3-piece, and Ravens retirement home strike through that impenetrable barrier on to their map point.
Yeah, and we're gonna again see those ults come through. That KG ult paired with the Astrid ult, super strong. Well played from them. Like they know they can get a guaranteed lockdown down without the sub ult from the other side coming through. So really well played round. And it's again like what you want to see from Drive GC is using their ults there to counter that play instead of using it to take the site. So now we're looking at the 6-12, and it looks a lot more daunting than the 6-11. Like things are definitely like the momentum seems to like be a little bit of a shift there, and I'm excited to see if Thrive can keep up the momentum or if they kind of get shut down here.
Good to see. Blip on the radar. Thrive GC has to see it that way. They want to continue this comeback, but Habibti in a good position. It's insane to think that if they let the Rolling Thunder rip, it could be a massacre here towards Grass, and they're even contemplating it here. Seekers is probably going to be exactly the confirmation that they need to send it flying, to take this fight, the potential final battle here for Haven, but look at how fast Thrive GC is to fall back. SGV, the solo soldiers stand and try and weather the storm, but they've fallen as well, and suddenly somebody called to fight back into it, and that might just be their undoing. A 2v3? Yes, favoring Thrive GC as this dust settles, but Colby low on HP. The hot at the moment, Zan, still alive with Blade Storms, and Killjoy utility here, all to keep them at bay. So quickly get dicey. We've seen the numbers disadvantage go in Raven's favor, and just like that, it might have. A 1v2 for Kami, and Zan finishes it out. 13-16. Hey, if this is The Price is Right, I think I won that one. What did I say? A 13-7?
You did say 13-7. That's true. You had it.
all right. And I although I'm not gonna say that it was maybe towards the other team that I predicted that, but either way, 13-6 victory. We are headed the distance to map 3 of Ascent, so I'm excited for that, Slandy.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be good. Something like that we saw. Ravens retirement home, like again, they had that 11-1 comeback, but like what caused them to get there in the first place? So it's something. Did they fix that? Is it something that they're going to be leaning into more? Is it something that they're aware of their mistakes and fix them, and then are going to lean into the comeback side that they had more? Like it's going to be interesting to see like how that map like plays out for them, and how they approach the map knowing that they had that 11-1 deficit at one point and made the comeback on it. So exciting stuff for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious because Ravens retirement home has, you know, they played both that off meta composition that got the 11-1 comeback, and they've also played the mirror meta standard, versus for the side of Thrive GC they typically go with the more standard composition minus a KJ for Cypher substitution, which is pretty standard nowadays for certain teams. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Ascent is a great litmus test for a map 3 to round out the semifinals here, determine who gets that first spot in the grand finals. But again, take your breaks, get your water, get your snacks between classes, right? And when we come back, it's going to be map number 3 of our amazing semifinals. Welcome back to the Raidiant Academy 103 semifinals between Thrive GC and Raven's Retirement Home. We had a very, I'll call it semi one-sided affair in terms of our map 2 on Haven with an attempted comeback out of Thrive GC, a complete 180 from what we witnessed on map number 1 for Bind, but we have gone all the way. We have gone to the decider, the litmus test of them all, of Ascent, Slandy, and we kind of talked about this before the break just a bit about what we could see, but what are you hoping to see?
I really don't want to see like the double standard. I don't think we will, thankfully, based off what they've picked in the past. But I want to see some exciting comps. I want to see the Cypher come out. I want to see potentially some other picks come out if we see something crazy. But and then in terms of just strategy, again, I think it's just this fight for early control. Like we saw it on Bind for Thrive, and it was something they excelled in. And then now on Haven, Raven's Retirement Home, like again, have that early control. So it's something that I think on Ascent, like it'll be something that if we see early kills in mains, if we see early kills in mid, like any of those things are going to be how these rounds are decided a majority of the time, it seems. So I think that like it's going to be really important for teams to get numbers early. A lot of the control of the map is decided early, and I think that the team that is able to do that successfully and repeatedly, unless we see something different on retakes, then it's going to be how the map is decided.
And what I'm really hoping for here is that we get both duelists in their best form, right? We feel like map 1, 30 bomb dropped by Aura versus Zan. Map 2 was 24 and 12 with 5 first bloods. It feels like they each had their time in the spotlight. Now I want to see them fight for it, right? Especially on Ascent, where it can be, like you said, a pretty heavy first blood engagement, especially towards mid, towards Cubby, towards tiles. It'll be a question mark for sure, especially with us not knowing which agent we're going to see Zan on, right? You mentioned we might see that off the wall composition. They might just be like, or I'm going to show you how to run the Neon, right? They ran it yesterday in that 11-1 comeback, but that could have also been why it was such a close affair in the quarterfinals in the first place, is because they weren't running that more standard composition that previously they 13-3 to team with. Like, there's a reason why that mirror meta composition works, I will say, but I also, Slandy, am a mirror meta comp hater on Ascent, particularly casting. Playing it, it's okay. I'm sure you as a competitor as well can agree, but it can get a little stale at times.
It can get a little stale at times, and I'm all for seeing Neon. I'm all for it. But I also would not be surprised to see if they, for whatever reason, decide like, hey, it got a little dicey yesterday. Obviously, we don't want to be down 11-1. Let's go back to like a more standard look, knowing that they're like, hey, we're good players. We know we can do it. Let's just go to something more standard and see, like, let's just maintain whatever level, like base level we have, and make sure that that stays, so that we don't see something like that 11-1 again. Again, if it's something they haven't really prepared for, it's not something they haven't practiced maybe, then it could look worse. So it's definitely a gamble for them to do either one. But they could stick with what they know. They could stick with going back to standard. It'll be interesting to see for sure.
Well, that kind of question mark will soon be filled in here. Our study guide is ready to go. Our agent select is primed and the set. We'll get to go in and see exactly what these squads are going for. And really quick out the gate, Raven's Retirement Home looking like they're going back to the old standard, minus perhaps a swap ski doodle of the Omen for an Astra. Now, I like this for one really important reason, minus maybe some trolling or perhaps actual upset we're going to see with that deadlock, which is that this feels very Mesos Millionaires-esque, right? Teddy is Fluffy typically playing that Astra role, right, instead. So the fact this is a Pug squad with that kind of duo of Annie and Habibti, it could work out for them, but why'd you gotta do this to me, Raven? Come on, pull out the Astra. It was so good on Haven.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward as well. And you said it, like Teddy is Fluffy being an amazing Astra player on this map, especially she knows how to abuse every nook and cranny on the map with the character. And it was something that I was like, hey, if they know exactly what Teddy does, then I could see them abusing the exact same thing. Like I even saw on Bind, Animal was using one burn smoke and showers that Teddy uses, where she can duck herself into that corner. So it's like obvious to me that these players have picked up on those things, especially the ones that have played with Teddy and seen those things directly. But I don't think they're gonna go for the Astra, but I wouldn't have been like opposed to it if I would have seen it specifically because of the Teddy tech.
Yeah, the Teddy tech could have carried, but for now it looks like we might just be going towards that mirror meta comp. minus obviously the phase shift of the Sentinel being the Killjoy versus the Cypher. And we saw the impact that both of them had uniquely with their lurks on the attack over on Haven. I feel like it's less common, but you can still have that impact, I feel like, here on Ascent, particularly through Tree later into the round, kind of being a threat to the retakes, to that split attempt you'll have out of Heaven and through the breakable door. But other than that, it's gonna be just tried and true Valorant to close out the series, decide who is going to be headed to that grand finals first. In the meantime, I think I did have an update, at least for map 1. I think it was a 13-10 victory for Blahaj Tactics in our other semifinals. So you'll have to kind of keep an eye on that bracket, on that Battlefly, to see who may be joining them in the grand finals here, since this one went the distance to map 3.
All right. That would be exciting to see too. I think that's a great series happening over there. I wish we could watch both, but we
Ooh, it
cannot.
tied. It's 1-1 actually, so they're going to map 3 as well. But
wow.
let's deal with our map 3 first, Landy, right? We're getting ready to
one
jump
at a
into the
time,
pistol.
One at a time. All right, we're seeing just the standard comps, other than the Cypher here. I'm excited to see how the Cypher plays out on attack. It's like you can't control the exact same space you can on KJ with like the turret for mid, the alarm bot for any of the deep flanks, but like using the cages and the camera to like your advantage on attack is going to be something that we need to see out of the Cypher in order for them to get value on both sides.
For now, so they're just being that kind of tiles pillar to ensure that nobody pressures through B main. Looks like they really are headed towards that A site, though. The Cypher acting more as a fake out towards B main. To be Raven on the receiving end of a lot of this pressure, a lot of spray through, pop flash out, mistimed. Aura takes that opportunity to dive in, but Trades follow suit. Now a lot of the weight is on Zan. Might just be a perfect distraction actually for a BFT, but unfortunately SVB has their back, and as the dust settles, it's a 1v2 for Annie. We've seen them navigate these clutches before. We'll see how they do it here again.
Yeah, this one's gonna be difficult for sure. They know she's having based off that knife. They're gonna reposition to hell here. It seems like this is gonna be really, really hard for Annie to get good value out of.
RNG right click on the classic, perhaps? They're thinking of swapping to the ghost, which is the question mark here. Information off of the turret. They get their one granted. The turret confirms the second hell as well. This feels like nothing has gone in Thrive GC's way except for the shots from Kami and that pistol in tow. I mean,
crazy that it comes down to just 1 HP there too. Just one more classic bullet.
One more turret bullet.
One more turret bullet even, yeah, exactly.
That's good. I mean, Raven's retirement home got both pistols over on Haven, so great turnaround now to start off and kick off Ascent.
Yeah, signs of life for sure from Thrive. They got one on the board early this time, so definitely good. And I liked that in the last round that they took a lot of control silently. Like they took mid and then just walked into tree, not afraid to bounce off those angles or just walk into those angles that they need. Like you saw, like Aura getting those early picks is just exactly what you want to see. So definitely kind of interested to see if they continue to walk into these places or if it's something that they're gonna switch up like maybe halfway through the first half and start taking things more aggressively to counter maybe any adjustments. But looks like they're just gonna walk out onto A site here.
Yeah, again, Raven's retirement home playing this similar to how they did on Haven, respecting the site take, playing for the retake this round. Some retaliation, some nice kind of wallbang shots. Unfortunately, not really gonna find too much other than a few HP off of the Omen here. Now, in the meantime, disrespecting the retake is gonna be Aura. They've gotten past the Soviet utility. Fortunately, 0 point spotting them out for potentially on at the aggression. So again, just waiting for the dark cover, waiting for the Soviet utility all to fall into place. But unfortunately, Aura again, great all the time and gets the swing, gets out with their life. Again, no frags found, and it's going to rely on these better weapons like this Ares from SVV. And just like that, all of the shots align. Thrive GC, while they walk away wounded, they keep most of the heavy weapon investments they made that round.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you want to see. They keep three of the like more important weapons from that round, and they have this Ares that I'm interested to see if they continue to use. But just a very, very like solid like standard post plant there, like letting Aura like kind of pressure up towards Heaven, getting early util out, see if they can find an early kill, and then just dashing back. Their mid sight smoke also was like really, really strong. Like I'm liking what I'm seeing so far out of Thrive GC and their game plans.
Well, Looks like Raven's Retirement Home wants to change the game plan. Aggression towards B main. Interesting choice this round considering they had the weapons advantage. But now they have spike control, so Habibti is fighting to keep control over it lightly with some shock darts, but recognizing, or maybe the idea of calling, it's better just to give it up. Cut our losses, keep the 4-on-4 that we found. Issue here, though, is that's the duelist gone for Raven's Retirement Home on a potential retake attempt.
Yeah, one thing to note though is that Thrive GC burned their jet dash as well as their drone, and they don't have KO anymore. So getting through these chokes could be really, really difficult for them if Raven's Retirement Home just kind of like stand their ground. So yeah, and there we see it. Raven literally just sitting on lane there and getting the first kill.
Great of Habibti's utility here, now forcing the rotation. SUV has a nice lurk up here, but that turret keeping them at bay would have to be a mistake here on the part of Upset, and they don't make those kind of mistakes. Frag found, rotation spotted out by the alarm bot, nice head dink, and again, not wanting to give up these numbers advantage situations, they fall off the angle, they reprime for the fight. Now Colby's left in a 1v4 again, 24 HP, gets the spike down, but that is all they'll right. Raven's Retirement Home with their first rifle round will get their first round on the board in tow.
Yeah, I like that they recognize that there's no KO, no jet dash. Like they can just hold their ground on the sites and just play for both sites and just really just brawl out. And I really appreciate that they do that. And it's a good sign because it's really important to recognize against the standard comp that both teams are running, minus the Cypher obviously, but with that Sova, with that KO, with the Jet, like there's just a certain amount of tools you have per round, and if you keep track of all those tools, it's really, really easy to see where the round's going to go, what you can and can't do, and it's something that is going to be super, super important for navigating these early and late rounds. So super, super cool to see that early on and see if they continue to navigate that correctly.
Well, this round instead, the RFGC trying to get ahead of that so they keep that utility used directly for the entry attempt, and it's gonna work out, but Annie this time on the B site correctly, so keeping them at bay. Nice response again off of Habibti's utility though as well. Alarm bot combination goes off. Terror gets the timing into market. That's a quick gun upgrade if they can find it as well here. So Thrive GC keep the flawless rounds alive, minus Upset finding Aura. So now just splintering these solo players, and so far so good. They flip the numbers advantage. Colby now forced into a hero play, a wraparound attempt, but with time not on their side and no information about where the second player was, they just had to take the fight head on, and fortunately will lose out the duel. Upset didn't even lose a tick of damage in all those fights, all of those duels, and we are tied 2 apiece.
Yeah. And also we're going to see that KO get online. We have the KGL online as well. We're seeing some ults come online for Thrive, but not the huge ones that you want to see. No KO ults, no Sova ults that you can make the plays off of. So it's definitely going to be something to see if Raven's Retirement Home is like making full plans with their ults, or if it's something that they're willing to just burn for the round. They're looking up against an eco here, so either they try to build that momentum and using the ults early to get another one, or if they're saving it specifically for certain circumstances. It'll be interesting to see.
Get out of my way.
Said we'll just have to wait and see. Thrive GC, not the best buy, so leading to the Blade Storm. Not quite sure, if the 0 point caught off Aura, so they were just waiting out that clock before striking themselves. Wine cleared out, but might just be too late. Zan finds one gun upgrade. Swiftly secured here by Terror, but the true Terror was the Deagle menace that is SPV towards mid, cuts off the rotations, allows the execution to follow suit on in the A site. With a thrifty attempt, Thrive GC bounces right back into the lead.
Yeah, and that's going to be an important round too. Like we're going to see more of these ults come online for both sides now. Might just turn into an ult fest here soon, but it's also nice to see that the Cypher is getting value in that mid lurk. Like really, they're exerting the pressure in these like 4-1s a lot of the time. So Raven's Retirement Home like feels comfortable walking into these like mid angles or trying to re-clear, and SUV is just getting a lot of value out of just sitting in those angles, maintaining that space and letting them make the mistake into them.
Yeah, it's like a perfect happy medium between the lurks that we saw in Bind and the ones we saw in Haven here. Finding the perfect impact, but this round, Raven's Retirement Home, very reserved. All of them kind of hanging out here towards spawn, just waiting for an ounce of information. Maybe again now concerned extra about SVP in that lurk, but looks like Owl drone towards the A site, the first indication. Towards the site, orb collection the second. Kami could just rip the null command to strip Raven's retirement home of that opportunity to retaliate. Mentioned an ult fest, that would be a sure way to cancel it. Rainy day, reschedule for later
Right.
round.
Yeah, definitely something that I'm looking for here. Here comes the null command.
Because of that, Raven's retirement home, other than perhaps a BD, has to respect the site take. Wait for that timer to expire, perhaps. Fortunately, this round, SVV and that lurk potential has been denied so far, but I'm expecting a late round backstab. We'll see if that becomes a threat later on, but here comes retaliation effort. It's the lockdown in play, but Paranoia, they're challenging in to Tree, into Annie, and as a result, Andy trying to hold their ground. Zan instead picks up the slack, but lockdown's been destroyed. A 1v1, Zan is the one that has to make a move, has to get the detainment. Or sorry, has to get the defuse. And as a result, Tailwind confirms SVV was holding the angle, at least get them onto the spike for now. B-Hop, jump peek for information. SVD feels confident in this post plan, but so is Zan. A 3K on the round to clutch out, get the defuse, and tie things back up here on Ascent.
Yeah, and exactly what you were talking about before. Like, we're starting to see Zan get online. We saw Aura hit that crazy knife shot in A main the round before. Like, really, both of these duelists are starting to get online, I think, and I think we're going to start seeing those battles towards mid. Like, both, we've seen a lot of Thrive, like, hanging around in A main, hanging around in B main. They've kind of gone straight for these side execs to let Cypher navigate the mid, and I think now's the time for them to really change that and, like, show more pressure in places other than the mains, maybe in the mid round. To really like allow them to get through the chokes easier by burning more util like in the mid round.
True. Talk about Raven's retirement home exploring, but it looks like they're gonna go towards B main here pretty heavily. Maybe get behind SVV so they're not a threat in the late round, since it almost caught them off guard. But looks like A site still the point of execution here. Zan with the blades. Heaven could be a perfect counter, and they get the swing, but they Tailwind. Don't know if that was intended, but directly into the fray and into death. So Thrive GC get control over this site. We'll get their spike plants, and I'll get information as well from the Cypher to know exactly where this retake's going to be coming from.
Yeah, it looks like that they want to set up for these A retakes a lot of the time on Raven's retirement home, but they're finding one player getting picked in Heaven a majority of the time. Last round, the Sova goes down early. This round, Jet goes down early.
Ooh, information though from the Fallen KO is all Habibti needs to take the dive. 2 more confirmed hell, but it's too late. Deagles, the reason it's named GC Deagle, Colby and Aura use them to get the round secured. All the information on Raven Retirement's home side, but just getting a little bit ahead of themselves and lacking that coordination we've come to see from them previously. So Thrive GC get back into the lead, keep a stable buy versus Raven's Retirement home. It's the one lagging behind.
Yeah, Thrive GC has done, again, a great job of punishing these players from peeking out of Heaven early. Like, they're not giving away any free kills or any free opportunities on the early, like, A exec part of the round, where they're not playing on the site. So I think that Raven's Retirement home either needs to completely deny that or go for something early like that. We're going to see the Sobol. Ooh, there's two
that's
go the way of
definitely early.
Aura. Yeah.
At this point, Upset just trying to stay alive. We talked about the duelist taking the dive, and Aura definitely has, unfortunately. Classic, a free weapon. Still holding their own, but now just searching for any frag fleetingly. They will also lose their life, and as the dust settles, Annie left in a 1v3. Or Magic 1, maybe what's needed to save them now. With only a classic in hand. Players watching over the flank. Is that 2 in 1? Yeah. Even if they get the first, there's a trap wire, everything indications here. Silver lining? That might be a weapon upgrade. Yeah, Phantom in hand. It looks like a high-low setup here against a close far attempted. And Thrive GC finally will puncture that 1 round handoff that we've been having back and forth as they pull ahead with 5-3.
Yeah, and again, like, Thrive GC is kind of just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to keep hitting this A main until it doesn't work for them anymore, knowing that Raven's Retirement home is kind of giving them picks early on A a lot of the time, like either through that Heaven peak or through the A main peaks. They're not really like willing to just give up A for nothing, really. And I think if they're gonna play for one or the other, they need to fully commit to that. And I think they're having a hard time just fully either playing off or playing for A main.
You wanted to see this from Raven's Retirement home, right? Control and interest in mid. This round, that's exactly what they're going for. Maybe an early disruption onto the flank while the rest of the team holds down the forefront. Fortunately, it feels like it's still kind of succumbed to the same retake attempt where Aura's already playing disruption in heaven. And he now try to play control here. Fortunately, Aura, again, knows when to take these fights and when to disengage. So, plan goes down, they maintain this flawless numbers advantage. This is an interesting choice for the Thrive GC players to fight back into site through A main. Now they have even more forces on site set up here. SPV, not spotted out, but they don't expect Raven, the spy cam, almost baiting them towards death, but it's perfect instead to navigate the duels, to keep these players alive and keep Thrive GC on the upward trend. 6-3, they've guaranteed their safety at least at the half.
Yeah, and at this point, if you're Ravens retirement home, you have to think of a different strategy here. They're going to take this pause exactly. They have to find a different way to address the A site. I think they know that they're being like they're giving up a lot of space there, giving up a lot of kills there. Aura found a free kill all the way deep in heaven that round. Not even the players going to them, but them going to the other players. So I think they definitely need to go back to the drawing board here and find a different way to approach this A side of the map, because they're running into a lot of trouble both in A main, on the retakes, everything.
I don't think they've necessarily tried like a one-way pressure for Zan to get up close and personal off the dash, so maybe that's a play that I would like to see. Maybe you could throw in a KO flash as well to aid that effort so there isn't retaliation from, say, Aura. I mean, that's the 3-stack that's headed towards the A site, but my cause for concern is that Thrive GC, right? They look like they're headed back towards B. I mean, you have the null command, so you don't have to worry about that KJ utility. So I feel like whatever counter Raven's retirement home's about to make, Thrive GC is trying to formulate a whole new strategy instead. And I'm excited to see how those are going to clash after this timeout.
Yeah, definitely a strong read here from Thrive GC, knowing that, hey, like maybe they don't do that actually. Maybe they're expecting them to like really readjust how they're playing for A. But maybe like Raven's retirement homes knowing that for the next gun round, knowing that they might just hit a site here. So they're gonna just gamble towards B and go for that.
And the ult command, like we said, invested off the rip here. Disrespect showed towards the thrifty round. Nice shots, nice tracking from Habib to try and take out Aura, but unfortunately doesn't get the job done. I love the proactive trap wires as well, so you can't flood back in to support your teammates, but they don't need support. They got each other here. Backside Boathouse, Annie and Raven hand in hand have held down the forefront. They have Spike. They could rip the lockdown if they see fit, but Annie's just gonna find the frags instead. SPV on site. Aura as well holding from staircase. So now you know where both of these players are. Question is, how do they dislodge them?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Great paranoia as well. So the 4K from Aura denied. Raven has to get the timing correct onto SPV. Information garnered off the spy cam. Don't pull out utility in a 1v1 because it'll cost you the difference. Cost you the fight, and all the effort is for naught. A great attempt, but still Thrive GC securing an advantage at the half.
I feel like I couldn't breathe during that whole retake.
Couldn't either, bro.
Just a bunch of nice shots coming out from Annie, and like beautiful like sight hold. Honestly, it just comes down to them Thrive GC slowing down the round and just securing those kills backside with the rifle advantage they have. So well done, making sure they don't like overheat and peek too far into that. And I'm excited to see if they continue on this B strategy or if they maybe go back to A, knowing that it's worked for them in the past.
Well, two things. One, I really wish we had seen maybe the gamble on the lockdown, because then it could have allowed kind of that time to be handed back over to Raven's retirement home to ground themselves and get those weapons. But the other thing I noticed is perhaps out of that timeout is Zan with the operator. Now retaliation is what they were expecting, which is why they went towards B, but they didn't expect Habibti. What a three-piece, pure denial over B main control. Colby now left in a 1v4. Not even close to being onto the A site, so instead maybe gonna go for a spike recovery mission and then invest from the shadows if they think there's hope at clutching out this round. Silver lining here is that Raven's retirement home is kind of giving them control back over this spike. Maybe expecting them to have been on a mid lurk from the positions I see them holding market.
Yeah, I like this from Raven's retirement home again. Like they concede that spike, they're okay with it, they're comfortable with it, knowing that they have 4 players like looking at this angle. There's the lineup as well. Everyone's looking at the same angle. It's very, very well played, knowing that they don't have to fight in that awkward space of B main for that spike. They can just let the round play out. They have to plant the bomb at some point, so very well played.
Yeah. Colby obviously doing the best they could to take a frag or two before deciding to invest that ultimate, but this is a round where you have to invest these ultimates finally. You can't debate whether or not to save them for later because it is the last round. Now, I think, if I'm correct, they didn't see Zan with the operator last round as well. Granted, I think there was the angle held for a second there towards CT, so Colby might have gotten a glimpse of it, but for now, we'll see. Especially with them executing back towards this A site, Zan might get their opportunity to strike right before the half is up.
Yeah, and I want to see this KO really shut down A main over and over so that Zan can stay on this angle. I want to see the Molly come out in efficient util trades here so that Zan can keep getting value here. Zan just got spotted by that drone, so they might be aware. Might see a reposition here. Someone like, oh wow, the up trap actually. I really want to see this KO shut down this angle so that Zan can continue to take peeks. So I think it's going to be really important for them to actually be able to hold the A site here.
Oh, but Aura with the read. The giant mind meld knows that something's up here. Like you mentioned, they may have seen them, but I don't think they saw the weapon, so still caution thrown to the wind. Maybe they're seizing more for an A split than a full rotation to be here. 3 paving their way down catwalk here, while Aura's still going to be the tip of the spear here out of main off of this re-engagement with the Sova utility. I wanted to see the KO showing, but Zan says I can hold down A main on my own. You focus on tree, keeping me alive. Fortunately, there's a gap in the fragment, so Kami just full sends into the side of Generator. Meantime, though, Zan has that angle cleared as well. Patience, though. We've seen this from ThriveGC before. We're seeing it from Terror. They wait for their opportunity. They strike. Still, though, a 2v4 on the cards. SCV has to get the job done, and so far they have. These cages, great for zoning. Terror, great for closing the distance, trying to get off this operator. And they do. With 10 seconds left, you gotta get the spike down, and with low HP and the lockdown in play, how much time are they gonna have to respond after the spike has gone down?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
SVV? They're gonna get detained at this point. Unless they get the shot! That was milliseconds to spare! And ThriveGC ends the half 8-4 with an insane clutch from SVV.
Wow, that is incredible. Actually finding that, I think it was the final bullet that came out of their Vandal there that connected. Wow, actually down to the wire. That's really incredible to see, and I like the idea, honestly, from Raven's retirement home, knowing that they get the lockdown down, there's no, they have no play other than to push tree, they find the 1 HP player early, and SVV just kind of goes crazy. Like, that should not have been a round that was winnable for them at all, but just amazing shots, well played for sure.
Like, they should not buy a lottery ticket anytime soon. Like, they used all of their luck up on that clutch, right? From the lockdown time to the position of Annie to the last bullet in the magazine, all like you mentioned. That is insane here, but it's the perfect closeout to that half. Interestingly enough, though, I mean, you think of it as a defense-sided map, too, for Ascent with the stock standard composition. So them being down here at the half is even worse for wear for Raven's retirement home. So we'll see how they approach this half. But speaking of approaches, Aura, Colby side-by-side pressuring towards this Killjoy utility, trying to take out that information about where these players could be scaling up over towards tiles. In the meantime, though, looks like Raven's retirement home trying to keep things simple towards the A site.
Yeah, I like that they keep it simple here. I think that with the way that last round ended, that could potentially be a mental blow. So keeping things simple and making sure you give yourself the best chance possible to win this pistol round is really important for them going forward.
Oh, but look at this pop play. I mean, you have in combination the recon bolt with the paranoia. So you can shred these players. You can play distraction for Terror tucked away behind dice. And even then, you still have Kami and SCV coming out of tree simultaneously. Just the read, the crunch, the cancellation. And now even Andy, who was lurking from the get-go, his position is known based on the thoroughness of the Cypher utility. And look at this. They're not even taking any chances. Close the door. We don't need to take this duel. We've seen 1v3s fall out of our hands before. Let's not let it slip through the cracks again.
And we see Annie with this deagle. Like, I don't want to say that she can make something happen potentially, but it is a difficult.
What a
it's
shot.
a difficult road for sure, especially with the final billing lane. Now she might find 1 or 2 here, but it's gonna be really difficult for her to actually win this round.
Yeah, she'd have to gamble on the spike plant, and at this point, can't even get towards the site. Just looking for damage here. Maybe we could get a post-plant money boom for the second round so you can get a deagle or 2 for the gang. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Cut their losses, look forward for perhaps a anti-eco attempt or more. But again, with an 8-4 half and the sides being what they were at the start, there's not too many opportunities or room for error, Slandy.
Yeah, and you really like want to like with losing that pistol round, you're gonna look to grab maybe some orbs here. You're gonna try to maybe get an early advantage fast with a main control. Maybe they find a kill, but with it being already 4-9, if they're not able to convert this round, where they're gonna be looking at a 4-10, and it's gonna be really really hard for them to even like leverage the ults that they'll have.
For now. I know numbers have been stacked towards A, so just looking to overwhelm them with sheer force here. Great 0 point as well, so I don't have to worry about that utility retaliation, but sometimes small mistakes add up, and that gap in the dark cover here, they've patched it. They've already lost a teammate as a result. Now they have to spray down the Deagle shots. Flood back in off of a Stinger. This is a massacre. This is chaos, and it is going to be Thrive GC still with these better weapons to walk out on top of the dog pile.
Yeah, and like their name says, they're thriving in that chaos, right? Like I feel like every time that we've seen these like chaotic rounds where the trades are coming out really fast, people are flooding onto the site, especially for this map. It's something they didn't get away with really on Haven as much, but something now that on this map they're seeing a lot more success with. Like they play this really really like flood heavy style where they're just trying to get onto the site as fast as possible. They gamble their rotates as much as they can. Like they're really really finding success with it here, and it's something that Ravens Retirement Home really might need to start adjusting their game plan for. Like maybe like getting a tap on the spike early to try to look for people flooding through the smokes early, or using a little bit more util like forward so that they don't have to like not be in an established postment before the round retake starts happening.
For sure. I like the utility early here from Sova on Raven's Retirements. And, you know, take out some of that Cypher utility, rob them of information, force them to maybe splinter their forces, have somebody posted up on the angle like Kami now is. I feel like they have counters set up across the map, just waiting for Raven's Retirement Home to strike, and Zan will be the one to deliver that blow, and now you feel like you have a gap in your defense, so you have to patch it. Maybe with a gamble play, maybe with an outlaw, which is exactly what Aura's going to do towards Annie, towards Tile. So now, with this A-side lean, I feel like this is something Thrive GC should be able to read now that the Lurk player's been taken out from B.
Yeah, and I really like what they're doing here. The mid control is so important, especially for the first gun round.
Ooh, this is a great cam, too. Molly, though, doesn't allow SVV to capitalize. The Sova utility might, though. Or the perfect distraction as well for the Ares spray down. Terra as well, an insane shock start. They just might get anti-eco'd out of Radiant Academy 103. Raven, a 1v4. Fighting here now towards Street, fighting back for spike control. Silver lining, they have Paranoia, but with a beautiful one-way set up by Colby, and SVV is shaking them down with the shorty. And again, time has been their enemy in these clutches, and Raven looking like they also will not get the opportunity to carry it forward. Might even be forced to save the Guardian of all things.
Yeah, they're getting shut down really early on a lot of these shows.
I think on the knife kill, it would have been, I would have been
insult
like,
injury for sure. Something that I really, really like to see is that when Thrive GC got full control of that B main and they know they're going up Cat, they pushed through B main, and actually they had a crazy crunch for Cat from Tree and from Tiles, and it's something that you don't see that often, but something that is going to be really, really strong for them. They continue to maintain that confidence in this level of control. Like Raven's Retirement Home is doing a lot of packing together, so if they get that early control and are able to crunch from random angles, it's gonna be really, really, really strong for them moving forward still.
Be surprised how many times this log angle doesn't click cleared out because of how deep the jet can be, and it's gonna happen here yet again. Aura not cleared out. Could be the final nail in the coffin. How are they still alive? How did they get 3 before Raven finally shuts them down? At this point, it doesn't matter, Raven. You need the ace to keep Thrive GC off of map and series point. Great fake out from the Omen, and Colby Spectre spray gun down to lock it in. 12-4 here on map number 3 of the semifinals. Again, it's just every map has been a completely different dynamic here against these two teams, Slandy.
Yeah, we've seen a whole lot of different aspects of every map coming out here, and I think just the way this map functions is kind of standard for the way Thrive is playing. It's really a good map for them in terms of their flood style. It allows them to do a lot. And even though Raven's Retirement Home looks out of it right now, I want to say that this is a hard comeback. But again, they just made the 11-1 comeback the other day, so we know they have it in them. We'll see if they have it too.
Well, for now, Massacre towards B main.
Spike
As the
down
dust settles,
B.
it will be a 3-on-3. Fortunately, Colby regaining their ground, but they might be losing control of the B site. It's granted, though. It's given, almost. They're trying to get SVV onto this flank pressure, but they're down a KO, so this turret's going to stay on the line for the time being. Wait to see if Andy gets out of range for SVV to strike if they need to.
Spike
Colby,
down B.
great 1-for-1 trade here. SVV's made it past the turret.
Spike planted.
That could be lethal
Last
here.
player standing.
Aware, though, Raven checks that box. Terra now in the 1v2. Recon about to recharge. Double shock darts online. They take the fight outright. So now they have all this utility to take the 1v1. And Annie, I said it last time you were in Boathouse, you should have used the lockdown. In this chance, you don't. You take the swing. You take the information. You take the chip damage, but you don't take the round. You don't take the series. 13-4. Thrive GC is going to close things out 2-1 and be our first grand finalists. What a
Defenders
dominating performance on Ascent to close things out, Slandy.
Yeah, really, really incredible performance there from Thrive GC. Like, again, like that flood style they played heavy for on every single map really lended itself well to Ascent, and the way they were setting themselves up for it, like, was really, really strong. Like, even on their attack as well, like, they had a lot of, like, really successful rounds. Their A main take looked very solid. It left Raven's retirement home scratching their heads a lot of the time, it looked like, and it's just really, really nice to see that they really, like, played into their own strengths on that map. Like, they didn't adhere to anyone else's game plan. Like, they understand that the other team's playing standard and that they have a game plan that they want to work and they're willing to play for, and it's something that they're not going to step away from just because of who or what the opposition might be doing.
Well, like we said, with that victory, our first grand finalists are going to be Thrive GC, and meeting them there from the other side of the semifinals as well. We have confirmed that it was Oomfies triumphing 2-1 over Blahaj Tactic in quite similar fashion, actually, Slandy. Map 1 was a 13-10 won by Blahaj, and then, the second map was 13-7 favoring Oomfies, and then map 3, a blowout, 13-4 again. So maybe these two teams are going to be pretty similar on paper when we get to the grand finals. I mean, my concern, though, is now this is going to become a matter of endurance, right? Both of these teams went map 3s in the semifinals and are about to jump back into the action of another best of 3 to figure out our Radiant Academy 103 victories. What do you have to say about somebody who's maybe been through those trials of consistent competitive matches back to back?
Yeah, it's definitely something that you have to, like, keep an eye out for. It's something that you have to keep a mental like view of, is my whole team on the same page? Is everyone still good? Are we all still firing all cylinders? Like, you get later into the day on some of these tournaments and you really have to make sure you refocus and come back into every map. And even there's some times where on the long days, you've played a map once or twice, even sometimes some days, and you come back into a map that you've already played and, like, you feel too comfortable or not comfortable enough because you've already played it in that day. And it's something that it's a real mental battle with yourself in terms of trying to make sure that things continue to stay consistent and continue to stay practiced. So,
well, we are only halfway through the school day, so there's a few things you can do during our upcoming break. First off, you can get something to drink, you can get a snack because it's lunchtime. You can also check out the school store. We have the Radiant store that has some amazing merch, stickers, to put all over your binders, some nice t-shirts to rep, be the cool kid at school. So go ahead and use that opportunity as well to check out Radiant.store. All of the proceeds from that merch go back to initiatives and funding for events like these for marginalized genders. So again, support a great cause while looking fly. But in the meantime, Slightly, like we mentioned, the players need a break. We need a breather before jumping back into even better Valorant action for our grand finals. So stick around, and when we come back, it will be Oomfies versus Thrive GC. Welcome back to the last class of the day. Our best of 3 grand finals here for Raidiant Academy 103. Your 2 contenders, Thrive GC versus Oomfies. 2 very, it feels like different squads, you know, a more cohesive, maybe rehearsed unit versus a pug, aggressive squad that Oomfies has brought to the table. I'm excited, Slandy, personally. I know our production staff also wanted to see Oomfies make it the distance as well, so this is a great matchup.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be super, super exciting. Obviously, like we just saw Thrive GC be super, super dominant on that last map, as well as having solid game plans and solid maneuvers as a team. And then we're gonna see Oomfies come in as probably this very, very chaotic, very different standard style of like pug team that is gonna really throw a wrench into everything potentially that Thrive has been doing. So I'm excited to see Oomfies. Like they're again a team full of players that have been around. Like none of these players are shying away from anything here because they've all been around the block. So going to be exciting to see how much chaos we see and how much Thrive is able to control it.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, right? Thrive was the #1 seed coming out of the group stage. And you mentioned how that last semifinals, which was a 2-1 victory, was their first true trial versus Oomfies, right? Their first map lost was also that semifinals, but they were the seed 2 coming in, so they had to battle all the way from that top 12, that round of 16 bracket. But we already have our battlegrounds ready to go for a map select. And I know you were hoping to see an Abyss, you know, maybe. Oh, I lied to you. It's the bracket, guys. The teams that we just saw. Yeah, and all the teams that have battled their way, all the students who may have not gotten the best grade. We got to see where valedictorian is, right?
Right. And again, like I want to highlight Oomfies' path here. Like Ballcake 23, like again, was full of players that know what they're doing, players that are strong competitors, and Blahaj Tactics again, full of team players from a couple different teams like that know what they're doing, that have seen main events now and been around, and they've been really battling this whole event. And it's gonna be really interesting to see that if they really continue with their endurance through the end of this, and if it's something that they can continue to battle for. If we're gonna see another map 3, how long will it go? Anything like that will be interesting to see how far Oomfies can actually keep going with this.
I completely agree. And, you know, sometimes chaos is like the perfect adrenaline boost, right, to keep you going versus, right, Thrive GC, it feels like they've been more stable, like consistent in their matchup against kind of Ravens, like adjusting when they needed to. But like you mentioned, that mentality of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So this chaotic approach, you know, from Oomfies forces them to adapt consistently. That's when they might start getting tired out. But I will say, as we get ready to shift into our map select here pretty soon, you're going to be able to see some maps that are, I feel like, comfortable for both of these squads. Like they've played them consistently throughout the entire tournament, so that could help them, right? They've kind of figured out their groove on these maps, and here they are. You're going to see Icebox and Abyss, maybe those question marks thrown out, but we're going to go to maybe some tried and true to Haven, Lotus, and of course we make it all the way to map 3, Ascent. What a concept. So are you expecting any surprises for any of these maps, Slandy?
You know, I don't really expect anything too crazy, but I know Avery's been picking a lot of Clove. At least I'm pretty sure it was Avery. And I know that these teams, again, like we just saw Thrive, their playstyle may not work exactly for how they wanted it to on Haven. So again, Oomfies could probably lean into that chaos even more. And especially we're going to see these first 2 maps, Haven and Lotus, both 3 bomb site maps, both with heavy lane control and heavy fights happening. Like they're going to have the opportunity to create that chaos. So very, very interested to see if we see team comps that reflect that, or if it's going to be something that is very, very standard and they're creating the chaos through the plays they have.
I will say the Lotus pick for Thrive is interesting, considering I will say I'm almost gonna promise you a spicy composition coming up from Oomfies there. But Oomfies picking Haven makes sense. It was their tried and true. They played it for every round of the round robin group stage, and you would think that teams would maybe not let it get through the map pool, but that is the only map that they also dropped. They just lost it 10-13 against Blahaj Tactics in the semifinals. Granted, obviously you don't have time to go back in history and VOD review that if you are the side of Thrive GC, but it's still maybe a weak point, some doubt in their mind that they now need to overcome and hit that reset button coming into this matchup against Thrive GC.
Yeah, both teams I think are looking for that reset button on Haven, considering they both just dropped it in their semifinals. So I think that both teams have a chance to really take control and like get their confidence back, especially on this first map. Like we're gonna see somebody coming out swinging for sure. So exciting to see if it's something that really is pushed for really early on, or if it's something that they're a little bit more reserved and then they like slow build towards it.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because for Haven, it's really funny. Each of the times this squad has played this map, it's been almost a different composition, right? And it's a question of, which one are they gonna pull out now? Some of them are maybe more having fun, like 5 controllers. But we have seen Carrie pull out the Deadlock instead of the Cypher here and there, which is, I'm gonna say, we might be able to see on Lotus later on, even if it doesn't come out on Haven. But they've also been kind of passing the reins for this Phoenix around if they don't go for that more traditional duelist composition with the Jet. So I'm curious to see if we are going to see a double duelist here, perhaps between Chromie or Bunny Bee and Crisp of a Jet Phoenix combination or not. Because I think when I casted Haven, they didn't run that, but it has been in their kind of arsenal behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think they're very, very flexible in that chaos and very, very interesting in terms of like what they want to pull out. They could go for a more standard approach, knowing that like, hey, it's grand finals, we don't want to troll, like we want to just take a very, very standard approach to it. Or they could be willing to throw that extra wrench into the mix again and create more chaos with their composition instead. And it could be something they lean into either way. And I could see both being successful or both being detrimental depending on how confident they are. So could be something we don't know how it'll play out.
True. I'm really hoping that we get to see that Phoenix, because that means we get like another duelist in the mix. We saw the Jet versus the Neon head-to-head in our last series. So throw a Phoenix into the mix and things could get a little bit spicier. I also feel like Phoenix doesn't get much use, right, in the current meta or the map pool. Like there's some teams that run it on Ascent, obviously, but other than that, I think in my mind, Haven and maybe Pearl are the other potential strong suits for him as an agent. So maybe this is their chance to bring it back. Come on, Oompies, if you're listening in the waiting room, play Phoenix. I see 2 of you, Super Cat and Bunny, but you both played at this event.
Could be very fun. I'm always down to see some Phoenix. I love Phoenix, so always down for that. But I'm also willing to throw around like maybe the fact like we might see like something like a Yoru or something like an ISO. Like it's something that they've obviously been playing around with comps and something that Bunny B I know has experience on Yoru in the past. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see something, even if it's not the Phoenix, see like another duelist just thrown in there to
For
just
sure.
create more chaos. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see that at all.
Hey, I mean, Chromie has played the ISO. Granted, it was on Bind and back in the round of 16, and they haven't pulled it out since. But like we said, this is a squad that is the epitome of chaos. Like, we don't know what to expect from them because they keep consistently changing things. So in a fast-paced environment like Radiant Academy, this is like an AP class. Oh my gosh, you like the information is consistently shifting. Like you don't have time to VOD but you can go check a VLR, or you can go check a Battlefly bracket, and you'll see this comp and be like, oh, this is the comp they ran. Let's try and prep something really quick against it, and then you realize, oh wait, they changed it completely in the match that we're now going into. So it'll be interesting to see for sure. But other than that, that's only map number 1. So Lotus, like I said, is going to get a little bit crazy as well. You want to know why? Because we're probably going to see a double duelist out of Oompies with the Neon Rays. And we're also probably going to see the Neon again from Aura on the side of Thrive GC. So it's going to be a battle of this kind of double initiator versus double duelist, and you're also gonna see maybe a Deadlock versus a Cypher. So I'm so happy that was our map 2 and not our map 3, because that would be greatly guaranteed.
Yeah, that'll be a good time for sure. And I think that like kind of duality between 2 duelists and that super strong like dive versus the overwhelming utility of having 2 initiators, I think that'll be a super interesting parallel to have. And I'm very excited to see if they continue with that comp, how they navigate having that Rays and Neon like continue to take control in like different places or similar places, or how they really use that to their full advantage, and how they get value out of having 2 duelists for things that aren't like a side exec basically.
Well, sadly, guys, the teacher is running late to class, or I should say one of the students, and instead of marking them absent, we are going to take a quick little tech pause to get that issue sorted out. And when we come back, we'll be kicking off map number 1 of Haven here for our grand finals between Thrive GC and Oompies, so stick around. Welcome back. You know, class hasn't been delayed too long, but Slendy, I have a pop quiz for you. What is the Oompies starting lineup for Grand Finals?
Oh lord. I didn't study for this. Wait, I did study for this. The Oomphy starting lineup is gonna be, you're gonna have Bunny Bee, you're gonna have Avery, you're gonna have Crisp, Supercat, Carrie, rounding it out. All people we know.
But for Thrive GC, you may have studied for it, but we have a new student entering the classroom. Unfortunately, we'll have Kami stepping out, but we have maybe not even a new student, but maybe an old student, Zoe Arcadia, entering the fray. Now, Slaney, this is like an old friend from out of town that moved back in that you know a lot about, so why don't you introduce this new contender to us into the Radiant Academy class?
Yeah, so Zoe, I'm pretty sure she's going under Arcadia now in game. Super strong player, has been around forever, formerly on TSM, formerly on Misfits, and was my teammate there. Very strong, mechanically gifted player. Hasn't competed in over a year, so it's super exciting to see her back. Super exciting to see her competing again. And I'm really interested to see if she's still that mechanically gifted player that she was. I assume so. And also her roles, she can play just about anything. So you're gonna see her on anything other than probably a duelist role. Could probably be filling in those initiator roles for Kami, but also could step into that like Viper role, could step into a Sentinel role. Just is willing to fill probably just about whatever. So I'm super excited to see her compete again. Should be something super cool, and is honestly a treat for us to watch in this grand final.
For sure, and it kind of shakes up all of our study guide material, right? But it didn't change up the map pool. So Haven, our first match for this grand finals, we're going to be jumping into our agent select. We'll see exactly where Zoe Arcadia is going to be filling in here. I'll just get to see that. Yep, there's the in-game name, Cadia. And I'm excited to see it because we just saw this squad on this map, right? With the Cypher, Neon, Sova, Breach, and Omen. So the question is it going to be that 1-for-1 substitution with the Breach for Cadia? And it looks like the answer delivered is going to be that yes. And then for Oompies, Avery, we know you're playing Clove. You don't have to try and fool us. Now the rest, we could put question marks, but...
Yeah, and it is again on the Thrive GC side. We're gonna see Zoe lock in that breach. It's gonna be we're looking at the Neon still gonna be the same comp for them. And then on the side of Oompies, we know Avery's gonna be on that Clove. Played Clove the entire event. So outside of that, we're gonna see our pretty standard Cypher, Sova, Breach, Jet as well.
Mm. Yeah, it does seem like they're going back to that "we're taking Haven seriously" composition that we saw them pull out in that map number 2 against Ballkick 23 during the round of 16, I believe it was. Or sorry, no, during the quarterfinals. But regardless, it'll be definitely interesting for sure because it's a little bit different than the composition that we just saw. Obviously, Thrive GC go up against for Raven's retirement home, but not by much, right? You don't have the Killjoy. It is going to be that Cypher versus Cypher head-to-head, but how do you think the Clove is going to differ from, say, an Omen or an Astra?
I definitely think Clove is going to function more as that like secondary duelist kind of type vibe. It's not going to be that same like sight anchor style on defense, and on attack it's going to be more of a like I'm a part of the pack in your face. Like we might see Sova kind of take a step back and be kind of like an extremity player / playing on like the weak side of a sight take, and then Clove is going to be that like first or second one running in with the Jet, where you're going to be able to get value out of that overheal, get value out of the res ult. You're going to be able to get value out of all the things that makes Clove like very aggressive. So I'm very excited to see that versus the parallel in the Omen that could be more of like that slower play, the standard play that we normally see on this map.
Well, we'll get to see how Katie fits into the picture, how these squads have changed, because they've both been featured on stream and now have made their way into the grand finals for Raidiant Academy 103. This is their final exam. We'll see who will ace it and who will fail, but it's Thrive GC starting out on the attack, dynamically exploding over towards A main, but a quick fault line from Chris puts a stop to that, a halt to that, and now they're rereading the question before filling in the answer.
Yeah, they're just going to take this slow approach here. I like that we actually have a triple walk short potentially looking to reaggress, and they're going to spot it out right away. Looking for a fight here. Both breach flashes go out. Soma goes down.
And what is that prioritization there? Raidiant from Chromie still gets traded out, but now they have the support behind them. Still going to be the A-site take, but Carry now on the rotation alongside Avery here. Get some smokes up to try and splinter these players. Because that, it might just be SPV forced to take a duel, but unfortunately the miscoordination on a swing out of the dark cover coming into place will give Thrive GC that first round pistol on the board.
Yeah, and that was just a beautiful like short crunch that came out that gave them the control of that early round. Like they recognized like they split evenly on short and long, knowing that it's a pistol round, and like it's more of that like monkey strong together style on pistol a lot of times where you want to see those trades come through because of how important they are in that pistol. So they recognize like, hey, they're rewalking into our short, the long players speed up, and it's just an easy short crunch for them.
Yeah, very well done. Even after, like we said, Oompies did a good job denying that kind of dash towards a long. So you mentioned trying to capitalize off of elsewhere towards that A site execute, which we know they like the A site. We saw Raven's retirement have a hard time handling it, but look at that. Oompies again, that chaos, that aggressive stance to try and deny the A site control altogether. But again, it flounders amidst a lack of weaponry. We'll see if they clear out the corner for Crisp. I think Aura saw you, yeah, with the little jump over the Radiant box, but they're not done. They're still getting information. They're still clearing space. And looks like Avery was not prepared either for the Aura that is Aura. And Carry isn't either. Even flashed by their teammate, they still find the 3K. They still get the flawless for the squad.
Yeah, and it's really good to see Aura like early in this game is like brimming with confidence, is taking those deep peaks, has that crazy jump spot on short also that happened. Like just really cool to see Aura is like strong, confident. It looks like the player sub at all has not affected how they're willing to play and how aggressive they're willing to be. So that's also really nice to see, and really good note for Thrive GC to start on.
And it's kind of like we've seen in VCT, right? The rise of the new neon players like Jogamo, like Governor over in VCT Pacific. So this is getting our first look at maybe the neons that will come rising out of the open qualifiers coming up in about a month. So for now, Aura gonna be up at the top of that list here, perhaps with movement like that, with kind of sequential clears like that. But for now, sequential clears. Owl Drone coming out here through sewers, trying to get Chromie out of this corner, but Bunny be striking back. No, Terror with the Bulldog actually to draw first blood. That's dicey. That's already our duelist gone for the retake.
And it looks like they're repositioning here for C long. This Cypher ship is kind of new for Haven. Oh, what a pick. Looks like they're just gonna duel out. They're saying don't need the cypher trip. They're just gonna keep fighting.
Oh.
And oh wow, and we're just gonna spread out. I actually don't like that the defense is taking these aggressive fights, knowing that they have better guns, but giving away those fights and those things for the attackers, making things easier for them. And they're gonna have a chance to close out this round and get an easy bonus here.
Yeah, maybe still just trying to recenter, reground themselves, realizing this is grand finals. But for now, like you mentioned, again, the bonus pretty much secure. But a 1v2, we've seen Thrive GC. I think it was more so on Bind. Throw away some of these clutch situations, but they've cleaned it up since then. 3-0 here. Again, we mentioned this is a grudge match on Haven, particularly since both of these teams just lost it in the semifinals, and it looks like Thrive GC is off to a great start remedying past mistakes.
Right, and something I really want to highlight for that last round, especially in that post plant, something that Thrive GC didn't really do a whole lot of in their last match was really trading out util on these post plants and making sure that like their breach util is coming out when the defensive side's breach util is coming out, and they're like trading so that they can't efficiently use that. And there was actually a great job done from Kadia there at the end of that round, making sure that that breach stun just didn't get used.
Well, for now, seems like it's gonna be an aggressive take towards this B site. There was retaliation out of Garage here from Oomphies, but now with the overdrive and the perfect fall line here coming in, it's a massacre. Aura, 3 kills on the round. Gonna be searching here for the ace. Teammates don't beat them to the punch. STV has there some retaliation from Avery as well, and it's gonna be the 4K from Aura again. So hard to track a sprinting Neon. They are running rampant this map, both literally and figuratively at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did an entire lap around Garage. So a little race car coming out there, and I again love to see that Aura is not only like being really aggressive, being really confident, but Katie has slotted right in. You saw there was 3 people stunned, I'm pretty sure, in Garage. Like the first person on B was Flash. Like we're seeing great util coming out of Katie to set up Aura. Like we're seeing really strong synergy there, despite this just being a 7.
Oh, for sure. We'll get to see that continue on these next few rounds, but looks like for now, stuns out. Again, this aggression lulled. Thrive GC recognizing it, appeasing it, handling it. A lot of utility at least whittled away if you are Oomphies, but again, at this point, the damage dealt, the chips foundation is what Thrive GC has been crumbling in the later halves of the round.
Yeah, it's nice to see them slow things down here as well, and I like that Oomphies is kind of re-establishing that they're going to util trade with you on A little bit. They're not giving up anything for free. They're okay with playing retaking on it now, knowing that there's less utility in the round, and they still have their breach utility as well. So I'm excited to see them kind of reapproach that, be okay with giving A now, and then seeing them like kind of redistribute through the map.
Yeah, and you also saw, right, that they kept tracks, they kept tabs on SVV with that global Cypher utility, right, versus the KJ Annie. You know, it wasn't as surefire with the smaller radiuses, or radii. I gotta learn my math class, I guess. But talked about giving up A control. They did that, but Supercat maybe giving up a little bit too much. Not able to pin down Aura, and now SUV again on their lurking antics finds another. So Oomphies isn't even really gonna have a retake attempt, right? Aura. Pressure into CT again, splitting up these players. That's a nasty shot off the buff from Neon's accuracy during slide. And Avery again left to pick up the pieces, and while they are, even while full blinded, they quickly realize they're overheating. They've disengaged, waiting for the support from the rest of the squad, and Kadia to close it out to deny that turnaround that would have been momentous from Avery.
Yeah, and Avery's able to pick up a few there, but that round was fully in control of Thrive GC. And again, I'm seeing more of Aura, kind of what they were able to get away with on Ascent, and they really like are pushing up, are in the face of Oomphies. It's not allowing them to set up for these retakes, like allowing them to set up for their win columns or anything like that. So it's really nice to see Aura like taking full control of the rounds when in the space that they're given.
And it's so sad because, right, this was the same Aura that was getting shut down on map 2, right, by Zan. So it's showing how different night and day it can be in some of these head-to-heads. But speaking of head-to-head, Colby over towards Long, but they get caught out, and it's finally gonna be Oompies winning out a duel here towards aiming towards this aggressive approach they've gone for time after time. In the meantime, they know SVB likes to lurk, but they still have not been able to handle it. This round, it even provides the neural theft, so SVB can confidently now trek towards these players, continue with this securement of the B side, and while the trade from Avery comes out off of the Stinger, still gonna be Thrive GC getting aggressive, looking to be proactive here to deny any retake potential. The Not Dead Yet online could be huge here if they get a weapon in hand, but even then there's a Rolling Thunder and a flank from Aura online. Aura has to get two here. Look at this. Look, look. They didn't even need to use it.
They did not need that, but they're just gonna go ahead and secure the round. Go ahead and start building another breach all. Like, I'm okay with that. And we're looking at Aura already 15-2, and I feel like I've said it after every round, but Aura is just taking full control. Even on the back side of things, we're seeing Kadia and Terror like buying time for Aura's lurk back through A there by taking the peek into C-Link and then kind of resetting from there, using more utility to slow down this retake. And I really, really like the way they're approaching this map, and I really also enjoy that SVB is getting a ton of value out of these early lurks. It looks like they just cannot lose a gunfight.
Oh, for sure. And it's kind of insane, right? Because this is the same team that was down 8-0 at one point against Raven's retirement home on this very map. And now they're about to stage the same exact thing against Oompies. So now, Oompies, not the best buy, but they have the Blaze. They have some ultimates to lean into here. See exactly how they fare against this double-pronged assault. You can even see SCV helped them set up the flank utility and is now going back, right, to go for this later round impact, maybe a reflank around. So again, these procedures have been unrivaled here. This is the first time we might get to see a true-to-life retake attempt out of Oompies, but even then, they don't have the Rolling Thunder. Every other ultimate online, so what are you going to do, rip a Hunter's Fury? Let your Clove dive in first, maybe? That's a neural. That's huge here. Now you know there's two hell. Now you can rip an Aftershock, a Fault Line. And here it comes, that procedural retake that we've mentioned. They're used to, and it is working minus the overdrive. Disruption and the SCV this time on site, but it's not enough. The perfect distraction from Avery, the perfect counter from Super Cat, and Oompies will disrupt that flawless half and get their first round on the board. Oh.
Avery's gonna go down there to the timer on the ult before the bomb is defused, but I really like that that Oompies kind of changed their approach a little bit there. They're willing to take that first peek into sight with a little bit of util, bait out whatever they can on that first peek, and then be okay with sending it on their next wave of util basically. And really, really strong A retake, and it shows us that they can play the 5v5 A retake, so they know that they can do that now, and it's something that they can build game plans around and be comfortable with going forward.
And I'm glad you actually mentioned that, because when we saw the last time Thrive was down really bad on Haven, and I was like, hey, they have all this utility to retake. They should like take some notes from a different team that I saw yesterday. That was Oompies. Like I said, the breach utility to clear out hell, the kind of double like pronged assault, like you mentioned, between the Jet and Avery on this Clove. That's all what's worked for this squad, and they've changed it now against Thrive GC. While it wasn't working before, they're trying now it again. Jet being deposited here through window. They've gotten behind the Cypher utility. This could be huge outside of Garage. But for now, Avery has to weather the storm on the seaside, and that fast lane has allowed them to seek out that frag, but this Christmas lights on the kill feed, and as the dust settles, it's going to be a 2v3 where the Rolling Thunder might just be what is needed to turn the tables. Unfortunately, it doesn't catch Aura off guard. Again, High Gear gets yet to safety, so you can keep fighting at full capacity. And now Super Cat left in the 1v3, position confirmed, and Aura, again, just the perfect bait for SVB. This is the dynamic duo we've been wanting to see all day.
Yeah, they're both getting so much value out right now, and I'm surprised to see Crisp actually like just ripping the Rolling Thunder there on the retake. It looked like Super Cat was clearing out towards a Garage. Like, they're kind of on different pages right now, especially when you're using those ults. I've said it before when we were going over this map in the last series, that these ults get so much value on this map because of the way the sites are laid out and how retakes work. It's super, super important to get a ton of value out of your ults, and I don't think it's a good sign to see things like that being just ripped on a whim.
And the fact that also Aura, within one death, has gotten 7 more kills is astounding here. Now, again, it's kind of falling back to that desperation of aggression that we mentioned was the thing for Raven's retirement home, now plaguing Oompies, right? All these players, granted, it's an eco round, you have to do something brash, but this is the brash as it gets. 3 players flanking. Fortunately, their teammates held it together enough that they could have this thrown into a Thrifty. Now the distraction as well from short weapons collected allows the Veil to remain on this long player. So now they both might have weapon upgrades, or though, yes, get out of dodge with that fast lane and this high gear. They are just zooming over to this B or this C site. And actually, wait, with this silence cut, they're gonna think they went all the way to C. Oh, you would think.
Wow.
But the high-low, what is that awareness? What is that call from Bunny Bee?
What an amazing call out that is, to just be aware of, like, okay, we heard the player full sprint away. The obvious play is for them to go to C, so they might try to make a play on that and try to like equalize or get back into the round, or maybe come back A through A link. And they're very, very, very well aware of that, and that Aura is going to beat them to C no matter what. So they just post up on B, make sure they're covering all their options, and they're together, and they just secure that round super, super easily.
Yeah, that is an insane Thrifty there to keep hopes at a 7-5 half alive here. RGC obviously have guaranteed their advantage at the half, but work is not done in their books. Nice delay utility here again, reading and adapting to what Imphies is doing here towards the A side very, very well to get an advantage early on. Haven't quite gotten the frag just yet. I'm kind of concerned here. If KDA loses this fight, that's Spike down solo and Gardens, so now that Kobe's joined back up with them, they're going to hopefully clear out these corners, clear out a main. Because it feels like this B aggression could just be fake.
Yeah, and I think they're well aware of what's happening on A right now. They're going to come back, they're going to drone this angle.
Amazing.
They're going to full clear out A. If they get this kill, they might even just speed up.
And that's the issue, is you only have one tailwind as a Jet, and then with the high gear from Aura, they're going to hunt you down. Like you mentioned, they get the frag, they double down on this A, execute, SCV on their lurk antics as usual, so everything according to business. Only thing that's there now, the disruption this time is a perfect metal and carry, meddling in their own business. Great vulnerability still intact here in Avery. With one singular piece of utility has dismantled this A site take. A 1v3, SVV now surrounded here. Granted, trademark allows them to kind of prepare for Super Cat, but in the meantime, the double swing, you gotta figure out how to slice and dice these players, and so far, so good. Recon Bolt just not destroyed, but out of the weeds. A shorty attempt, that would have been insane if they tucked away into the corner after getting the frag, but Oomphies continue to rack up rounds to make up lost ground.
Yeah, they're very, very much focusing on not getting off to that same start that Thrive got off to in their last series, making sure that it doesn't snowball out of their control, and they're going to start building up their ults again. They're going to start getting their economy on board. We're seeing some light armors already out of the side of Thrive GC, and even though they have some ults online, like this is going to be an important round for them to win. Important to not only like maintain their momentum, but to get themselves further away from that 7-5 half that could be coming.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like they just want to dive pretty straightforward into the C side, and it looks like Oomphies is understanding and respecting that almost, right? Instead, get information towards A, maybe take out SVV on the way. You know, they've been a late round impact player. In the meantime, though, look at the slowdown Thrive GC has gone for. The silent and deadly approach from Aura, unfortunately, has to dip off of their own utility. A little friendly fire, but should live to tell the tale. In the meantime, a new tale unfolding over towards spawn. Corner not cleared, but still, Bunny Bee walks away unscathed with the frag. Can now get to the fight alongside Avery here in Garage, and this could be the determining factor here. Now Hunter's Fury in tow, so the Blaze can have full control over this site, and Aura, you've had an impact before, but at this point it's a 1v4. You're in the midst of a ruse, an overdrive, hold, ripcord, but it's too late. Spike has already been defused. Defenders again now in striking distance of that 7-5 half.
Yeah, and it feels like even though despite Aura's 23-6 and despite the lead they had early, it seems like the script has flipped, and like Oomphies has full control of the map right now. Like their adjustments have worked the last couple rounds. They're getting back on the board. They're getting some players like getting active again that weren't necessarily active at the start of the round. We saw Kuromi with a couple quick kills there, excuse me. And one thing that I'm looking at right now is like we're kind of seeing a little bit more of their lack of like anchoring utility a little bit on that clove.
We'll get to see how that works out. This time, a fast rotation over towards A. Again, Bunny Bee dealt with accordingly. In the meantime, though, the counterpart duelist also has, and now it feels like we've hit that reset button. Thrive GC, utilizing the one advantage they have of that neural theft to influence the rotation to C site. It's gonna hinge on Kadia dismantling the Cypher utility, maybe even winning out the fight against Carry, though. If not, you're not gonna have safety here on the C side. I mean, Spy Cam's up, cages are up. Carry's in their element here to deny this C take.
Spike down. C.
They've done basically just that. Second cage out. Both popped. Uncertainty in the mix. They're trying to add an ounce of certainty back with that recon board. But in the meantime, the rest of the players are just flocked to the spike, flocked to the C site. Corners cleared, and now their own neural theft out just for security. They know SVV is a slippery one, so it's the last round of the half. So 7-5, hopefully coming their way here. 30 seconds left. They have to get spiked. They have to plant, and this is looking like a great recovery to end out the half for Moonfees, Landy.
Yeah, and it's looking great. They have a full control right now. They're gonna probably finish out this round. I don't want to count SVV out, but I really like the way that they played for the flood there on that round as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's the kill. I really like the way they played for the flood on that round, and I'm a little bit worried considering Thrive GC actually slowed down. They had the Cypher all come through, and they knew they had a free C site upon speeding up, but instead of like going for an aggressive play off of it, they kind of sat in garage and sat around like C long, like maybe looking for like an overextension, but they kind of missed their win con there. I feel like a little bit, so kind of concerned for maybe the confidence there of them to continue speeding up and taking space. But something to look out for maybe more is if they start stepping away from these fights or stepping away from like the more aggressive angles, and see if that's something that they're shying away from now, or if it's something that they're going to continue to try to bounce on like they did in the first half.
Mm-hmm. And for now, a pistol up that could determine if we have an early tie here in the second half. Interestingly, Oomfie's taking their time here, expecting Aura, maybe off of the frags they found last half, to be confident in taking a first duel. And they do off the support of Kadia. Fortunately, though, no frags exchanged, no even real damage exchanged. Just patience, silence across the front.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of patience here, and I like it, especially on how important this pistol round is. And both teams are aware of this 5-7 half, and both teams don't want to make that misstep that could give everything away. So we're seeing Thrive expect this to be an A hit off the silence, but it's looking like Oomfies want to position themselves over towards C and just go for a full group C long hit.
And SV doesn't have utility primed to the ready like Carry did last round. One trap main. Now the cages are out, so doing a good job just holding their own more flexibly. Just like that, a great fault line as well. Hey, almost got an ace, but Avery has denied it again in a clutch situation, 1v3, but still stunned out. Fault line really able, it's all the same. It's only temporary security around this one way, but 5 HP. The one way comes back to support Aura in the end. And it will be Thrive GC securing their second pistol of the map and of the series.
Yeah, and we're seeing that immediately the value of that Omen come through on the defense, getting that anchor smoke down in the middle of the C site for after that cage dissolves. And it's just like we're really seeing like immediately on pistol round, we're seeing SVV anchor the C site down and really showing that their presence isn't going to be denied anywhere anytime soon. So the flood came through for Thrive GC. The anchor was good. Like we saw the 4K obviously, and like really strong pistol round start.
Oh, but that strong start is nothing compared to the Marshall now from Aura. And at this point, they are still trying to hold on here. But again, talking about this utility that they have, relabeled, high gear, all perfectly primed to get out of dodge and insert themselves in these sorts of situations. Fortunately, they bit off a bit more than they could chew. Still 2 kills is a great start, so numbers advantage in their favor. It's like, I got my 2, now the rest of the team has to clean up the slackers. All left in showers. Owldrone confirms it for now. And that's the go button for the rest of Thrive GC now. For SVV to insert themselves on the flank to confirm that they haven't rotated. So you keep these numbers for Thrive GC on the A site.
Right, and I like that what Aura's doing there, just kind of asserting their dominance there on the site, saying, I'm not going to give up short, and you're going to have to fight me for it the whole way through. I really like that. And we're going to see Avery get a kill with that Marshall. Thrive is still positioned for this take though. They have SVB coming up on the flank as well. As soon as this team slows down, they're gonna get caught here.
Oh. Yeah, that's spiked down. SVB, like we said, was in position from the get-go, from the comms. And Avery, nice shots through the cage, but How much more can they achieve? No scope again? Perhaps on Terror with a 3K on the board. Kadia has the timing wrapped around short. I don't think they have time to clear it if they want to get this spike down, and that Spectre could make quick
10
work of
seconds
this
left.
ruse. They actually respect the spike plan, so that's huge for Oomphy. Is already on an anti-eco just to get that ounce of extra money, but that's all that they're gonna have in the pockets. No round to be found. Thrive GC bailed themselves out of a potential thrifty from Oomphies, and now they're gonna take the time to collect them, the most expensive weaponry they can, the Bulldog, the Deagle, so they can hopefully kind of disperse these to the rest of the team and have some hope of their own in the third round, but still insanely done.
Yeah. Got a little close there, but I'm pretty sure the we just gave a little too many peeks to the Marshall. That's okay. We sped up a little bit on the flank, and they're just getting active. That's all. I like to see that the team isn't like they're not slowing down in any ways, right? I talked about before how Neon has a hard time on defense being in that middle ground where you want to be active pretty much all the time. You want to either be taking early space or waiting for like a re-engagement. Basically, it's hard to be floating in that middle ground because you don't have the smokes, you don't have the dash that Jet has. That's able to do that normally on the duelist role. So really nice to see that they're not shying away from those fights and they're really taking advantage of the Neon this time around.
In this round, even have the correct kind of read here over towards the seaside. Unfortunately, they find Avery, who's not dead yet. Now they have to get proactive alongside Kuromi, alongside Bunnybee, who's diving into the Bucky. There's a double Bucky here, ready to go on the seaside, and they might have just gambled all their chips on the wrong site there, because that's where the stack was. That's where Aura and Colby were ready to go, and now they've reset up the crossfire alongside this hero rifle from Terror. This round is not over yet, though. Super Cat, a quick frag, achieved unpunished, and now again, it's where the pieces are going to settle.
Yeah, I like that they just take their time there and slow down the round again. They catch Colby in an awkward place, and now they're going to have a free site to exec on, and hopefully a free site to play.
Oh, I don't like
well.
that.
Standing.
They are so fortunate that Crisp won that fight, because they were taking it against 2 players, but like I said, each player wins out their individual duel. A huge 4K stability element from Supercat there to keep Oomphies on the upward side of things. But again, showing how close these rounds are, when even if you have gun advantage, one wrong move, one wrong call, and the opponent could anti-eco you.
Yeah, and it also shows that Thrive is setting themselves up for success here, because they they had 2 or 3 Buckies in that round and somehow managed to find value out of all of them. So they didn't end up getting the round, but very nicely done. Like damage wise, you can see the light armors coming through on the other team as well. Like they're getting the job done there on the go round for sure.
For sure, kept them in check at the minimum here. A little bit early of a fault line, so Aura able to swing off of it, but nobody's there regardless. Instead, gonna go for a fast flank. All the rest of the team trying to delay this C-split action, namely from SVV, aggressing down towards Cubby. And while they catch Avery off guard, the same won't be said for Supercat. In the meantime, information off the updraft. Colby alone, so the double swing comes through towards backside. In the meantime, though, Crisp on a lurk of their own through Garage works out. And now, Aura, late to the party,
Planted.
has full HP and
Enemy
good
remaining.
utility as well, but at this point, it's 1v3. Gotta find Carrie, who's also playing their life. Things are getting more complicated by the minute.
Yeah, and Carrie's just gonna set up full control here on CT if they can.
They're just gonna disrespect the cam. They don't care about it.
Oh.
Why should they? A spy cam dart can't hurt you, but bullets can. Like Supercat has reminded Aura. Just like that, again, Yuffie's making headway on this comeback. 2 rounds now separating Thrive GC from that lead.
Yeah, and we're seeing them kind of be on an eco here. I'm curious to see if they're going to bring out more Buckies or how they're going to play this. They do have the Neon ult, and they also have Cypher ult to work with, so they could potentially like be in like a situation where they can group up, play for something together, and then get the Cypher ult off and rework together like across the map basically on this defensive side. Looks like there's not going to be any Buckies, but I'm still interested to see if they use this Neon ult aggressively.
And at this point, aggression here towards the C-side again. The C-split worked last round, trying to replicate it here. The only difference this time is an Ares off of that Cypher utility. And Kuromi counting their lucky stars, tucking away in this corner, hoping they were alive, and double dipping on the luck that shock dart didn't finish them off here. Meantime, neural theft expended to just secure and confirm where these players can maybe splinter the retake attempt. And they know the Omen's all the way towards A, it's only 3 players towards CT. Carrie gonna try and wrap around and handle the Omen. This is looking like it has to be save of any weapons they could recover.
Yeah, definitely looking like this runs out of their control. I need to see more. They're having a lot of like success in terms of like people going into their garage setups, but they're not actually playing as hard for their garage setups. Like they're getting people breach stun, they're getting people in cipher trips, they're using Omen blind, but we're not seeing the players really like swing as hard or really commit into those areas with those big pieces of utility. And it's something I need to see them use more efficiently. That if they don't, they're going to keep getting abused in those areas. Like they're going to continue to take garage control off of that trip, and they know they're going to get like an Omen blind or a breach stun or both in some cases, and then they're going to be at a significant like util disadvantage for the rest of the round.
For sure, and I agree with this timeout here as well. They're coming back into a bye. They have a lot of ultimates to work with on that retake if they just weather that storm of the initial site take, like you mentioned, that they haven't been able to do since it is that overwhelming presence from Oomphies to challenge in their garage, to prod into CT. This round, though, Oomphies looking like they're gearing up for a B hit, which I'm excited to see, but with how little room there is to maneuver around on that site, I'm nervous about the retake potential that a Hunter Fury could have in aiding this effort. You know, only the Jet really can updraft out of the way, versus the rest of you have to either respect it and fall off site, or maybe an overdrive can hunt you down from a fast flank A main, but we'll have to see.
Right, definitely something to be aware of, and I think that these players are experienced, and they probably are aware of the fact that there's the Sova ult on the other side. I'm really, really looking for them to try to bait it out somewhere. I think this is a good round to do it. They know that they're potentially going to make a playoff. Maybe like they have Neon ult again. I'm always aware of that ult when I'm a player and I'm looking at my scoreboard. I'm always aware that this Neon could run it down on me somewhere. So really, really looking for them to take map control and kind of hit that reset button.
Well, this would be a huge reset button. Overdrive off the rip towards the C site. Metal looking again to cause some trickery here, and unfortunately it hasn't just yet. Instead, it's the updraft from Bunny B. They challenge that pressure, and again, Thrive GC forced to just cut their losses of that star duelist. Pick up the pieces. And now, you expect that to be the weaker site, so this is where you slam into Blades, leading the charge. Unfortunately, this is where the rotation has come through. The player is anchored here, too. Kobe on side, but with that tailwind and the support from their team, they're not going to find too much just yet. A ring around the rosy, only 4 bullets left in the mag. And with that reload, their teammates now at their side. This looks feasible, a 2v2, trying to get that next ounce of information, but in the meantime, your teammate has lost their life and you have lost the round. Avery, again, confident in their swings, and we are tied 9-9, Slandy.
Yeah, this map really has come full circle, and I want to give props to Colby after the end of that round, really surviving as long as they could in backside and like allowing the rest of their team to come in and support, and it just ended up being just trade after trade after trade, and just didn't fall in their favor. But I don't want them to stray away from making plays like that. I think these aggressive plays where they're taking the fights to the other team and not really setting up for these like retake rounds is really where they're succeeding, and they're finding value, is letting players like Colby and Aura and SVV take these fights. So I want to see them do that more.
Oh, well. And you'll find out as soon as the caster signing that they don't always take your advice, and it's excruciating. But we'll see for now. A B-side exec. SVV was on the right side, but unfortunately, again, Cypher utility disrespected. Not the best guns either to optimize off of. I like the attempt here with this breach utility, but all it does is just pull the players towards the C side into you where you might not have been necessarily prepared. In the meantime, each of the Deagles finding their own frags, and the hero rifle from Aura means this realm is not out of the realm of possibility, especially now with the backstab potential the timing Aura was able to achieve. Chris is in the 1v3, position confirmed, and so is the frag. What a turnaround for Thrive GC to beat Oomphies to double digits.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. Aura getting active through a main, like Colby and I can't remember who the other player was, but they're fighting fully for Garage, like allowing that, even though they're on weaker weapons, they're allowing themselves to take those fights and be individual players. It's so important to not get lost in all the util and not get lost in all the game plans and still be an individual at the end of the day, because it's important to be able to maintain ground and hold your space and be confident and take fights. Because at the end of the day, you have to shoot other players. So really good that they're still fighting for those areas and still like making those adjustments so that they can continue to fight in these rounds.
Well, speaking of fighting heavily, this round again, said you wanted to see them vie a little bit more for Garage. That seems to be the attempt here. Trying to make a ruse off of their own ruse here. And unfortunately, the fault line and the Hunter Fury combination really just gonna eclipse all of the action Colby was there to achieve. In the meantime, the rest of the squad for Thrive GC on this seaside, holding down the fort beautifully so that again, Aura can get active on the flank. Unfortunately, with them falling, you can see now the recourse, right? Get to A. That's likely where they're going to be headed, knowing that's where Aura comes from. And as a correct prediction, right? Carry now headed here. Terror knows, though. They heard the footsteps. And now the rest of the squad are going to try and meet them here.
I think both players heard themselves at the same time and realized that the trick play maybe not so tricky after all. And I like that they're still maintaining control with the drone. They're not trying to go for anything crazy. They're gonna get out of sight here, exactly. And they're just gonna let the round kind of play out. Like, you know, they understand, like, they don't have crazy initiator util to play with. They don't have anything that's outside of
30
Flowball
seconds
gonna
left.
be able to like change the round state in a ton of ways. So they're comfortable just playing retake, giving the site, and making them plant the bomb.
Yeah, well,
Well,
a little bit of a
as
slip
soon as
up
I say
here.
that.
Yeah, they have numbers advantage. They can spare one, right?
Right.
We'll see. We'll see when the round's over. Because, I mean, think about it. Oomphase has an additional life, but not dead yet from Avery. So this really was a 3v3. Avery. That's why they're playing on the site while they're willing to take these duels
One enemy
head on
remaining.
towards CT, towards main. Paranoia doesn't matter. The perfect distraction. Avery coming back to life just in case. I think they'll keep their weapon at the minimum, even if the timer doesn't expire. So keeps the economy pumping for now because you still aren't done yet. Again, it's been this tie without Oomphase overtaking Thrive GC. So you need to take that next step before Thrive GC recovers.
Right, and we're seeing a little bit of stabilization here. Like, there's been a couple rounds with one round interrupted from Oomphase, and we're starting to see the repercussions of that in Thrive GCs. Not only in their economy, they're being a little bit weaker, but also they don't have any ults coming up here. And now as the game is 10-10, outside of this reaching an overtime, like, they might not reach a couple more of those ults anytime soon.
Now Aura, this time getting active in a different position, but again, it's gonna be Carry here to meet it, hopefully. The timing, though, not there. They get away with an opportunity cost trade that might not come up in their favor, considering the refrag from SVV. Yes, you'll get the plant down, but look what Bunnyb has done into CT. Outrun information, not gonna catch out that player. And now Avery, like you said, the second tip of the spear here. Hasn't had its opportunity to get Dole. Nice aftershock as well, just to hold the grounds down. In the meantime, though, the concern is Crisp isn't addressing SVV. They're just trying to fight towards CT. As a result, all this information, wallbang shots connect. Even if they get these players, like I said, they don't recognize the cipher short. So Thrive GC, again, when it matters, hold on, cling on to this lead.
Yeah, they have not let go of that lead even once, even while the rounds continue to get close. I really like that they're staying aware of what Oomphase is trying to accomplish, right? They understand they want to operate in that chaos, so they're going to continue. We're seeing Avery, we're seeing Bunnyb like push into CT over and over, trying to get these timings, trying to get these crazy plays, make the hero play, create that chaos that they want to see in the round. And Thrive GC is not really fully succumbing to it. Like, even if they lose a player, they're still maintaining composure and being able to trade out efficiently.
And we talked about it, that stability versus this chaos agent. Right now, they're definitely weathering the storm. 2 more rounds to evade overtime and get this first map. I think their pick under the belt. No, this is Oomphy's pick, I think, actually. Yeah, this is Oomphy's pick. To steal their opponent's map pick, then. But, again, you talked about it, this consistent aggression from the Neon and off this flashpoint. It's beautifully timed here. Retaliation off the relay board and aftershock as well, just to keep these players pinned, keep them fragmented, and allow you to push out of garage yourself off of this one-way. And all of it works out so far. As the dust settles, it's still going to be a slight numbers advantage in Oomphy's favor.
Yeah, I don't know how they end up getting numbers advantage out of that
I know, right?
off the initial fight, but I think Thrive GC may have overstayed their welcome a little bit in that mid fight. It's really common to see that fight happen, and then you just kind of get out of dodge with whatever you can, right? You pop up that Neon one, you pop down a Jet Smoke, whatever, right? And you get your duelist out of there. But looks like they wanted to just continue that aggression and kind of take the chaos to Oomphase. And again, we're seeing Oomphase come out on top in that chaos pretty much consistently.
Yeah, nobody here really was in a position to disrupt this A-site plant, so all you can do is get information and play this retake. Interesting choice to split off here and play this divided, especially when there's a trap wire on the flanks. Now this duo could take the fight together. And interestingly enough, though, Avery tucks away instead, just gonna go for the trade. Here from the squad in the meantime, it's just trusting each other to win their ones, and I mean, yeah, trust for a reason because they both win their ones. And again, we are tied 11-11. Make a wish here. We'll get to see if it comes true for either of the teams.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing just this chaotic round. We see 3 different 1v1s happen, and they're just trusting each other to again survive in the chaos and thrive in it. And it's something that we're seeing both these styles again clash over and over and over. Thrive GC has that very prepared, very chaotic style, or very stabilized style, I should say, and Oomfy's the opposite, the chaotic style. They want to create that. They want to be in your face. They want to push CT. And outside of Aura being that controlled chaos on Thrive GC, it's not really the same game plan out of either side. So it's interesting to see their clash over and over.
Well, for now, it'll be a clash on the C site. Hunter's Fury out to try and deny any punishment of the C site execution, and it works out beautifully so far. Only one player falling to the classic of Colby. In the meantime, again, we get the late round lurk from Aura, but in the meantime, the rest of their teammates have fallen. So again, discoordination perhaps in that timing, but if Terra can hold their grounds here with this Deagle, suddenly a Thrifty is in the cards to put Thrive GC back in the driver's seat again. Have not lost the lead yet, and they aren't going to now. What a turnaround just off the hero play from Terror to hold their own. Whoa, what a round.
I feel like every time we see like some crazy like play happen where it's like the mid fight last round and then the retake on C this round where it's the team that's supposed to come out on top doesn't in some way, shape, or form, and it's interesting to see Thrive GC just like that has survived in the chaos and has thrived in it. And it's something that they're now adapting to and adjusting to, and Terror recognizing like, hey, I'm an individual. I'm gonna go out there and I'm just gonna 1v3 people, and that's just how it's gonna be this round. And I like that, again, they're not shying away from those opportunities, even though they like to play in that stabilized environment, even though they like to play as a team. They're going to recognize that's like, okay, this is my round to go big. This is my time to step up and take advantage of those opportunities.
Get out of my way!
This buy now for Oomfy is a little rough, so it's really going to be Bunny B and these blades to pierce into the B site here. Great fault line, great aftershock though. Take your weapon out, Cadia, because they're up close and personal here. Now they're trying to get their opportunity to strike off of their own fault line from Crisp here, and they will, but unfortunately the tracking too good for Cadia. At least a 1-for-1 trade there. Meantime though, Aura, they go through A. They should know Aura likes to prod either through B main or A main. So at this point, if they weren't B main because you took it by storm, you gotta be expecting them here. And now, I mean, expectation turns into reality. Overdrive popped here. Position for Crisp known, so on 1v1 to get isolated. So hard to track that kind of neon movement here, and somehow Super Cat will be able to. And a 1v3, we talked about coulds and shoulds. As long as Oomfy's wins this 1v3 against SBV, we will be seeing overtime.
Yeah, it looks like we're heading towards that extended period, but I don't want to count SBV out again. They've hit some crazy shots, so see if this crossfire comes through. It will. And we're heading to overtime, just like that.
So Andy, I'm getting flashbacks to a certain well-known GC players, 47 kills in overtime, and their team still lost. And I'm my heart's aching a little for Aura here. 35-16. If they lose this map, you ask yourself, what more could I have done? And I wouldn't have an answer for Aura.
Yeah, it becomes a point where you say I did what I can, So important to not get discouraged, even though like as a player you see like maybe even you're in the boat where you're dropping those numbers. You're like, okay, I'm having a great, fantastic game, and it's still ending up on this 12-12, and you got to re-ask yourself like, am I doing everything I can? Is my team doing everything I can? Is there anything I can do to support my team better? Outside of just fragging, and usually there's an answer there somewhere. Where in these deep overtime games, there's something you can do outside of kills that will help you enable your team and your team enable you in exchange.
Well, we can definitely say I think their first half was their more dominant one when they were on the attack here versus maybe falling back into that same cyclical pressure point of the defense. So see what they can do here, headed towards the B site, try to circumvent perhaps SVV and their dominant. Or sorry, and carry in their dominant Cypher utility here. But looks like might be redispersing into a C spot, which is concerning considering there's 2 players garage, one with flashes and fault lines and delay utility, and the other with information. And that is also a soft spot. Crisp beating out Neon here, so now you don't have that entry tool. This is feeling like it's slipping.
Yeah, that's a big blow for sure. That's hard. Oh, and they're gonna just continue. Oomfy is gonna continue to just take these peaks and be confident and aggressive in what they're doing, and I like it a lot. I like that they're like recognizing Thrive is trying to slow the round down, and we're not going to let them. We're going to continue to play our game, and we're going to allow ourselves to establish like really strong control at the start of this round.
Yeah, and look, Avery aware when the jump
Spike
peaks
down, C.
come through from their own Sova that nobody's long, that this is coming in through garage. They handle it, they get there one. They still are there with utility, right? The smokes, so that allows them to isolate these last two players. And for the first time in this map, Oompies are gonna take that lead here. And it takes only overtime. Sometimes it's a nice reset.
Yeah, it only took us 25 rounds to get here, but they got the lead eventually. I mean, I'm curious to see, does Thrive have it in them to continue to battle back like Oompies was, excuse me, on their last half, because we're seeing them lose the lead for the first time. Aura again has 35 kills. We're potentially seeing, like, do they have the mental strength and the endurance, like we talked about before, to continue to fight and to continue to equalize this and send it to another overtime.
Go, go, go.
Well, for now, again, talked about Aura being kind of the crux of this team. Again, they're on the correct site to receive this hit, which hasn't happened a lot when they were on the defense, and maybe for good reason, because with the overwhelming pressure there from Oompies, now they think they have their way onto the A site. Terra, though, they were the one that kind of solidified this overtime for the squad, but they've also been taken out. So again, elements crumbling, discoordination perhaps on this retake in these timings, but nice shots. RNG through the smoke could just save them now, and it will. That was like Slandy. Like, what are we just with this?
I don't know. They just all flood through the CT smoke, and they all find their heads, and I just don't know. I don't understand. And the craziest thing is we were a couple seconds away. If they didn't do that, if they didn't flood away from that, Crisp actually got the breach all off of the plant.
Oh my
and
goodness.
would have had a huge opportunity to reset the round off of that, and just crazy that Thrive GC is able to just come through the smokes and end the round before they're able to get that breach all off. Like, what a crazy sequence there at the end.
For real. I mean, like I said, it started with RNG and ended with just, I guess, like mindless coordination that just comes from playing with these teammates all weekend. But again, that just bailed them out heavily because that was favoring Oompies in all regards. So now, again, that reset comes through. Not going down without a fight. Aura leading the way, the charge towards this A site. Nice split off of the drone utility. Hopefully spotted out some of the Cypher as well. With Carry, this reposition towards this corner, I like it, especially with this ruse in place. In the meantime, look at this development as well. Trapwire, spy cam, but it won't matter if they haven't surpassed either one. Bunny Bee with a frag, now they've been support as well from Crisp and this breach utility. The cage is fortunately enough to keep them alive, but in the meantime, look at the scale up. The response is perfect from Oompies here.
Wow. And the trap just closes. They're gonna just have a weird reverse crunch here on short. They're gonna have all these players getting in towards ball.
They're full blind. It's unfortunate for MSTV, even to get one in that situation, though, is honorable. And now, I mean, Colby, the clutch master previously in our semifinals. And Aura, what? That's just unfair. You don't even get a chance here, but Aura does. And while they get two, it's a dying chance. Not 4 players to be found, and Oompies will once again find that defensive half here in the overtime phase of the game.
Yeah, and I think Thrive is starting to hate this clash, this attack side. They're not really finding the value that they were at the initial part of that first half that they were getting away with, and it's something that, again, yeah, they're gonna take a timeout here and just really probably readdress like what they want to go towards here on the defensive side, making sure they still have a strong game plan moving forward, making sure that they still are playing to their comp strengths. Again, don't want to get caught in that middle ground where the Neon doesn't have that ability to stay strong in that middle area. You want to make sure that you can take the aggressive fights and then take the aggressive re-aggressions. You don't want to get caught walking somewhere. That's not the strength of your comp here, right? You want to make sure that you're sticking to your guns and making sure you're sticking to your confidence and your game plan so that you can continue to create these opportunities for yourself.
Yeah, it's been interesting how they've been having Aura, like I said, either A main or like down towards grass, towards window alone, right? Like, yes, sometimes you send out some utility. Yes, you maybe have a player tucked away garage, but they're really expecting them to be a self-serving duelist versus I think I like the coordination. And I think you mentioned this actually when we first saw the Breach Neon composition proposed, was just the scalability you can have. Like, once they're concussed by a fault line, that's when you strike. When they're blind, that's when you kind of high gear into the situation, into the fight. And I feel like that's something that we haven't really seen them tap into. It really is just a gamble of, or a go kill. If you don't, we hope that, SPV Terror can pick up the pieces.
Oh my gosh, I'm seeing it. Are you
What is
seeing it?
this?
I'm seeing it. You see Colby
Ye-
with the defensive op on the Omen? I
You
shouted it
willed
out
this into
earlier in the
existence
series. I
last
will this into
series.
existence. This is a great look potentially for them. There it is. There's a beautiful first pick. I love this change for them. I absolutely
They heard you.
love it.
They heard you last series. They clipped it and we're like, all right, Colby, you know what to do.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. I love that so much. What a great change of pace for them.
But now it's a double-edged sword, right? They don't have a weapon for this retake because they got the frag, but then they fell off. So they really just use it for that first blood element, but now it might just be their undoing. Carrie deals with that lurk more that we know has come out round after round, and in the meantime, is again going to fall to these hero players. And SCV not only to take the gamble, the 50-50 towards door, and it's going to be SCV the reload and the 1v1 to end it all. 15-13. Oomfies is going to take map number 1, their map pick. What a comeback after, what was it, an 0-6 start?
It was something like that, yeah. And those last couple of rounds were so crazy chaotic. And again, like we highlighted it before, and they're gonna continue to highlight it now. Oomfies again in those chaotic situations, just fully like aware of what the stakes are and what they need to do to win. And it's so impressive to see. And again, like even in that last round, like after they get the first blood, they know that the Omen can't stay on that angle. They know that Omen has no armor, no blind, and likely will have to fall off. And they full take the sight off of them losing a player, and then take Garage knowing that it's probably the weaker side of the map. Like just super heads up, super strong awareness, and even in losing a player and getting first blooded, they still took advantage of the situation immediately. Super impressive plays.
And Aura 37-20, 7 first bloods, and they still lose the map. So I'm curious to see what we're gonna see out of them on Lotus, since that's another map they've been playing Neon on, and that's our next map up in this, I'm guessing now based on the 15-13 map 1, a marathon of a series. But again, your teachers need a breather after talking for so long, and and after the first phase of the test, even with the SATs, everyone takes a break, a breather, a drink of water. So we're gonna throw it to a quick break, but when we come back, it will be map 2 of our grand finals for Radiant Academy 103 between Thrive GC and Oomfies, so stick around. Welcome back to, I guess, session 2 of the last class of the day of our grand finals for Radiant Academy 103. My name is Zobi, still joined by Slanty, covering all the action today, and we're gonna get through the rest of this school day alongside all of you, so thank you for tuning in. But we just witnessed a very back and forth affair, a 15-13 comeback from Oompies just to claim their own map pick, Slanty.
Yeah, I think crazy battle, especially for your own map pick. Like, it's something that both teams have been playing, obviously, and both teams, crazy to think that both those teams lost that map previously in their semifinals, and now they're both coming out battling with that. Like, really sets us up for a crazy series, I think, for the rest of the day.
Oh, for sure. And we're going from, maybe some standard composition, I would say, from at least one of these teams over on Haven to Lotus, where both of these teams have been, figuring out their place in the new meta with these new agents. And I'm excited personally to see the Oompies composition in action, all right? They've been running a Deadlock, Clove, Neon, Gecko, Raze. And I think Deadlock doesn't get enough love as it is, so I'm excited to see them cropping up a little bit more, like here on also Abyss, perhaps, is where they're going to find their home. So I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out for them, but they're also going to see Aura on the Neon again for the side of Thrive GC, and we saw that they just went nuclear on Haven.
Right, I'm definitely still paying attention towards Aura, making sure that they can continue these performances even despite the loss, making sure that doesn't affect their mentality at all, making sure they're still going to be able to put their foot on the gas and make sure they're still that tip of the spear that their team needs even despite the loss. But I also think that Deadlock pick, I think you're right, is just a little bit of still a sleeper pick. A lot of people don't necessarily think is the strongest, but the teams that are able to make use of it are really doing so well, I feel like. And I think on maps like Lotus, where you don't see it a whole lot, could be something that's super just detrimental potentially to an opponent's game plan if it's played correctly. So super excited to see the Deadlock, super excited to see Aura still do super well, and excited to see what kind of crazy stuff we'll see cooked up on these comps.
And I didn't even think about how the Deadlock could be a really good counter to a Neon pick as well, right? The sonic sensors, or you snatch them out of the sky with an annihilation. Regardless, it'll be a nice head-to-head versus, it's similar, right? With the Breach perhaps going to be cropping up if they, again, perform that 1-for-1 substitution of Kadia in for the roles that Kami was playing before the grand finals. But otherwise, it feels like they're playing, actually, guys, they're playing, maybe I'm looking at the wrong comp. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong comp. I baited you guys. I didn't bait you all the way. Okay, they're not going to be playing the Breach. They were playing Gecko, actually. Kami was playing Gecko the last time they played Lotus. So I'm wondering to see how that's going to go. They also pull out the Clove as well instead of the Omen for Colby. So it feels like a lot of these players are picking up new roles, maybe minus Aura and SVV. So if you think about it, right? SVV and Aura were performing really well for their roles on Haven. So the rest of the team gets into new roles, new agents, and maybe it's going to be that freshen up that they need to turn things around,
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that sort of fresh breath be something that could turn the tides for them a little bit, maybe something that's a little more dominant for them as a squad, and something that could be stronger for them moving forward.
Well, we do have Agent Select ready to go, so we'll see if they even maintain the same composition some previously in Radiant Academy 103. And so far, so good for the side of Oompies, going for what they know and love, and also Thrive GC as well. The only difference here perhaps being Colby swapping back to the Omen over a Clove pick. So we'll get to see how that works out for them, but even Terror switching over to that Fade like they did previously. So we'll get to see. I mean, I will say, both of these teams fairly dominant on this map, maybe even more so for the side of Oompies. The time that they played it, 13-1 victory, Slanty. And that was in the round of 16 versus the one time that we have seen Thrive play it was a 13-8 victory in the quarterfinals. So maybe a little bit closer of an affair for them, but I'm excited to see how it's going to inform the head-to-head here.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how they use this Clove, especially on Lotus, and if their victory continues to be that dominant, or something that they have a great form of. I'm excited to see how they use potentially that metal and the paint shells combo from their side, and letting Neon potentially control the other side of the map, or having these potential agent pairings could be very interesting for the side of Oompies. And I really like on the side of Thrive GC, Colby sticking to that Omen as well. I think Clove can be a good pick. But also, I think the Omen is super important on this map, and even though I believe that Oomphies can make the Clove work, I think it's something that having Omen is like a really strong pick, I think, and it's like super important for your A control. It's super important for like just general like getting smokes across the map. The map can be kind of wide on the 3-lane bomb sites. So I think it'll be, we'll see more of it than we think in terms of the Omen being useful over the Clove for Thrive GC.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought up the combination between the raise and the Clove with the metal, because that's typically what you see the fade for, right? Is like that seize nade combination, versus now with the fade and the breach on the side of Thrive GC without that raise. It really shows that their plan for those two agents is more around their ultimates and that initiation utility, like the Nightfall, like the Rolling Thunder, to get into some of these sites, which is going to help them out, hopefully, since they're starting out on the attack, typically stronger side for Lotus being that other 3-site map in the pool. But again, after such a hard loss with really so many strong suits, right? They won both pistols. They were up 7-5 at the half. It's a question of what more can they do? The answer has to be found now.
Yeah, we're gonna see this very basic like A-Rebel control coming out from the defense, very standard C-Take coming out from the offense. Deadlock wall goes down. I assume there's sensors on the site. Very typical. Oh, actually no sensors. It's gonna be a Ghost and Gravnet. So Deadlock's no util now for the C anchor. I like this flood smoke as well out from them. Really like the way that the attack is approaching the round already early on. I also like that we're seeing Supercat kind of spot that angle and then back up immediately to site. That's going to be super strong as well. Allows the defense to kind of control the rotates a little bit more. And I think that we're going to see a lot of this kind of like push and pull from the Oomphy side on the defense, where they're going to full take control and then come back and sort of like really control everything.
Yeah, they get that information, they get out, and they're good to go. We'll get to see now the fight for the A site. Great flood back in from stairs as well to challenge this tree pressure. So again, this is the first look at the Bunny Bee Neon, and it's looking pretty clean so far off of that pistol. Their first pistol of the series as well. So maybe carrying momentum off out of that Haven victory.
Yeah, and I really like their rotates there. I think they played it beautifully. I think even with losing that deadlock utility on C early on pistol round, you have to vie for one thing or another, and shutting down that strong push and then coming back and re-clearing and then being able to push their rotates around with the deep lines they have. It's gonna be something that's super important for their comp, considering they don't have that traditional Senti information that they have with like a Cypher Cam or a KJ turret to control certain areas of the map.
Well, for now, it's a deep dive relay, both fault lines are flying, and somehow the Deagle trumps it all. Avery trying to get the grounds back, that Spectre. In the meantime, it's an attempted mad dash, right, towards the C site, but again, this is where that deadlock utility comes in. You have that comfortability of rotation a little bit more, so you can maybe get a little bit closer to that B site. You can keep options open if you are Oomphies. And now, I mean, they're gonna have their team already on the way before Spike even gets planted by Thrive GC.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and I like the way that Thrive GC actually like navigates around this deadlock utility. They're recognizing that they can get a couple tripwire kills coming in. There could be a potential eco. The top side swings come through as well.
Last player standing.
At this point, I mean, SVV done some damage already on the anti-eco. You might have the chance to clutch out the round, but carry quick thinking, quick frags on the deadlock. Even another player, it's kind of been quiet, but this deadlock gives them the confidence to take some of these fights and take this round in tow for Oomphies.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note already how much carry is like affecting the map already. Seeing Thrive like have to continuously deal with this seawall is going to be an issue. They're going to have to continuously, after they break the seawall, they can't just explode because they have a grav nut coming in most of the time. We're going to have these sensors on B to deny certain like aggressive pushes, and probably a sensor on C as well to deny like a bend push. And it's because we're going to see consistently like these kinds of things from the deadlock where it's not necessarily going to get direct value a lot of the time, but it's going to be something that's annoying and detrimental to Thrive GC's game plan consistently.
Oh yeah, I mean, like we said, even from the compositional get-go with the Rolling Thunder and Nightfall, you know that's what they want to go for. So, speaking of these dive plays, we need to take the fight. The battle is going to be the entirety of Oomphies here over towards A main. Unfortunately, Aura showing they still are very much online over from Haven. basically, even though they're the only one to die for Thrive GC, gets the job done for them. Gets this A site basically under their control. Avery, the only potential counter here. Carry more playing distraction over towards Breakable. Avery tucked away here in Hut. Trying to get the timing here, but off the grab net, not gonna find much. Instead, it's just the ninja defuse attempt. See if he can stick all the way through and get away with it. There's like no way it's a 1v3. Honestly, I see a world where they could have gotten that, but now with the triple swing into Carry, a fault line all in tow. 3 bullets left only. The re-smoke's up, but they're not even gonna let them get close to that opportunity.
Yeah, and really well played from Thrive GC as well. I thought that Oompies might have a chance to like sneak back in, especially with that fast half that they got on the bomb. I thought there was a chance there, but really like calm, cool, collected from Thrive GC to make sure they don't lose control of that situation. They're super comfortable like knowing that like, hey, we can spam the bomb, they won't be able to defuse, and then again in that late round situation they have the stun and double stack to make sure they can fully secure that round.
Here.
Yeah. So again, or in that position to open up these rounds from the get-go. And then at that moment, we get to see them kind of fall off and let the rest of their team pave the way to the victory. So we're going to see that coordination maybe form from Katie joining the squad in this late of the tournament as well. So that was very nicely done. In the meantime, you mentioned it. This conditioning that the Deadlock's been building up on the C site here with this wall. Now replacing it with a sonic sensor. In the meantime, that frag over towards A, not the greatest, but in the meantime,
No escape.
still here. Carry. They don't even want to try the C side at this point. Unless timing's on their side. The wall is dropped. Oh, and they read into the swing from Carry?
Yeah, they're actually going to just find a semi-free C-side off of that. I speak too soon. Crisp is going to fight for it.
Yep, you said semi-free, and they do fight to the death for it.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Aura comes out on top. Again, great support from the rest of the squad, and then they take it upon themselves to open up this space, but Supercat's prepared for the charge, and now they dive in off the Dizzy, but it's not enough. Cadia shuts down that prospect. We are tied at 2 apiece here already on Lotus. We get to see some of that action come into effect, and now the economy reset for Oompies.
Yeah, I want to see more of essentially when they get that deadlock utility out on C, they're having a lot of times where those players are kind of hovering around in that mount space, and their comp isn't the strongest of fighting back into mount, which is kind of detrimental. But they need to find a way to capitalize on that team taking that space and making sure they can still either find space somewhere else on the map, farm ult orbs, whatever.
Well, for now, Paranoia again. It's just a bloodbath over towards A main, and when this happens, Thrive GC is the master of it. I mean, even this, just flushing these players out from behind box. I'm surprised they didn't even drop the Nightfall in that situation. Understanding maybe it's an eco round for Oompies, but in the meantime, they sent them scattering for now. And again, this Neon just saying, all right, I'm gonna go clear out the B site, then you all rotate. But Carry left here on their own. Rocking a hard place, doesn't know which angle to clear out first. Praying for support from Avery. That's never gonna come. Now Avery left in a 1v4. It's only a classic and a dream. They swing, they find the head dink, but that's all. And Thrive GC quickly reclaimed the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good the last couple of rounds, especially. Like, that's 3 in a row now for them, for sure. Their ult economy and their money economy is looking really good. Like, they have really solid control, and I think Oompies is going to really need to find value out of their ults in these next couple of rounds. Like, we see them sort of setting up for the C site here with the Neon and Raze and Gecko. It's probably be like some sort of Gecko flash over. Maybe they set up for a trap, but even then, they have to find a way to actually secure these kills and get out with good value on their util.
Which is interesting because they've decided to take the complete opposite approach, right? They're no longer going to fight for A main. They're going to switch that pressure over towards Mound and kind of rely on Carry to be that steadfast lockdown on the A site. And I think we heard the barrier, so this is something that, Thrive GC should be pretty aware of. The question is, what does it entail alongside it? Do they expect this C pressure to mount? And with a Prowler like that, now they do. So the response, hope they head into the B site. The concern is 2 players are stacked there as well, so they're almost getting surrounded at this point.
Dangerous peak there for sure from the fade, but they're well aware of what's going on now. They understand what the map looks like. They understand what the map needs to look like for them to win. And they're just going to set up for this B exec.
A great counters, right? Nightfall traded for the Thrash, and as a result, it's gonna be Oompheast to shut down that site take. In the meantime, again, Aura has wiggled themselves into a precarious position where, yes, they are high risk, high reward, but it's a 1-for-1 trade to leave things still 3 apiece. And
30
with
seconds
Oompheast having this showstopper for a retake, I want to say they're still slightly favored here, but we'll see what information maybe SCV can find here. This pressure mounting towards Waterfall off the Breach utility. Looks like, again, it's when things like settle themselves down and Thrive gets a chance to breathe. That's when they thrive, and they've been given this opportunity now by Oompheast.
And this is typically where they succeed. We're gonna see.
I mean, for sure. The showstopper completely shut down. Again, they knew what was coming and they countered it to a T. They're caught off guard early into the round, but they aren't going to be close it out. Supercat trying to navigate the 1v2, but the reswing from SVV is too powerful, and Thrive GC expand their lead here on Lotus.
Yeah, and that looked good for them for sure. They really need to take advantage of the situations where they can slow things down. And I think, honestly, that whole round was opened up a ton by Ori. You saw the entire defense pulled backwards because somehow there's a Neon in their spawn. So, really, really, like, that's what I mean when I say, like, meaningful space. Like, that's very, very important for the duelist player to be able to get that kind of thing going so that the rest of the team can feel comfortable in the round and feel like they have the ability to make plays together.
For sure. And this is Odin from Terra now. Just trying to terraform a main so that Aura is unimpeded on their charge up close and personal. Fortunately, with a barrier mesh, not much they can do. Have to respect to take the time to break it. So you instead use that utility just to keep them safe while they do so, but no ounce of safety found when there's an overdrive back sight. Unless you have all this utility to dump into the fray. I mean, now the Annihilation in the mix too. It is a chaos. A cacophony of ultimates here. And it still hasn't put the players in the ground just yet. Oomphy is still not out of the woods. It's still a 2v2. With players divided, SCV is such low HP. Supercat finally able to finish them off. And just like that, this is what I like to see from ultimates. Leverage them to win out these 30 rounds. That's what we just saw happen. The overdrive and the annihilation. Even though it doesn't find anybody, it's still the scare tactic to divide these players.
Right, and it just allows them to just really wiggle into these rounds. And like we see, Bunny B got a crazy. I've never seen a Neon get that much distance on a site exec really from going back site while there are players charging at them going back site to tree and getting those 2 kills. Like you can't substitute that for anything. That's just really like heads up play, really exciting stuff. And we're gonna see them immediately go back to this A fight because they have to control this space.
But they've been failing to do so thus far. This is the only difference. This time, Bunny Beast made their way into Mountain, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade. That siege has just been unimpeded. Speaking of unimpeded, though, paper thin walls from Tree and Odin. Match made in heaven here to deny this A site to keep things even on a 3-on-3. The only cause for concern, right, is this rolling thunder from KDS. They're going to bring this here potentially towards the B site. We'll get to see exactly how prepared Carry is to receive the rotation if they follow through. Could be a fake off the Prowler, but instead now, they've just given more time for Oomphies to reposition and prepare for this retake.
Yeah, and look how prepared they are for this. There's Indy.
Oh!
One go through the smoke, but they have the clone vault to get back on.
You got the clone vault, might as well let them take the dive first, get that information, then come back to life, because that's all you need. While it's close for comfort, it's still going to be Oomphies walking away with the round. Again, doing a great job ensuring that the ultimates that they put up for trade are accepted and turned into rounds. The concern here now, though, is going to be, look at their FGC. They have all the ultimates, Slandy.
Yeah, they definitely are in the driver's seat here. They want to be able to use these, but I think they really need to solve their A fight. They kind of like are really relying on this. They know that Oomphies likes to take it, and they know that they can fight them here. And essentially, with the breach and with the fade, they should be able to fight forward on this. But I think they're kind of struggling to maintain that space / take it initially, and it's causing them to kind of put a pause on using the rest of their utility and essentially moving their game plan forward.
Oh, and again, this aggression over towards A main doesn't work well for Oomphies. Like, yes, there's a 1-for-1 trade, but Is that what they want here? Are they okay with both Neons leaving the fray? And now that's been quite literally a corpse ready, shipped, and delivered for the Neural Theft to inform the investment of this Rolling Thunder. All this, again, favoring Thrive GC, fueling the charge into the A site, forced respect from Oompies, and even an overextension from Chris punished to show what happens when you don't show that ounce of respect.
Spike planted.
Now, Carrie, alongside Avery, left in the 2v4. They're not even going to be able to clear out SVV here, I would think. Yeah, the recognition, but again, shots on the line, and Avery, that's an expensive weapon. A 1v4 on the line, might consider saving it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of, do you want to try to build this Clo Vault up again? And I don't think it's necessarily worth it. So the odds that this round gets converted is very, very low. Obviously, they got the breach stun online as well. Like, we're probably going to see both sides just save their weapons here.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Thrive with 4 players live don't go searching for Avery. But in the meantime, good round again out of Thrive GC, consistently winning out this A main duel. And you seem to like them fighting for that space. You kind of framed it as a necessity. So what do you think Oompies has to change to win it? Because like I said, they just look decimated each time they attempt it.
I think it's hard with their comp. They gotta find a way to really like spread out their utility enough to make sure this Neon doesn't get value slotting out throwable, but they can also stall out the main right away. And it's hard to put as many players here as you need consistently, because if you say you solve the fight with 4 players here, like that's great, but then the next round you're like, okay, if they fight for A, we have to do this 4A fight, or we have to do something else, right? So they really need to figure out a way to fight this consistently without pigeonholing themselves.
Well, this does look like there's something else, right? The preemptive grab net, and you saw Bunny Bee wanting to dive in. But unfortunately, I don't think they heard like the Shroud step. They didn't hear the dash forward, so they didn't follow through. And this means that now, look at this, right? They've gotten the first blood, they've stayed alive, and now they can reposition to either trade carry out or conceal their position. Unfortunately, neither comes true, so they're going to just be this pillar on site, hopefully. They cannot just take the site over in tow. But I think the fact that even Chromie's alive on the site is enough of a scare tactic for Thrive GC not to want to follow through.
Yeah, and I like the initial approach there. I think that opening the door, throwing the grab net was great, and I want to see them do more of that, but after they get the picks, like, allow themselves to step back a little bit. Like, you don't have to consistently fight for that as much once you get that first initial pick.
Here.
And look at this, a lot of information here for Oompies as well to seize this retake on the B site. Thrash invested, the Neon can dash in off of another untapped combo, but it doesn't follow through, it's destroyed prematurely. Doesn't matter though, they still take the dive, they take the frags in tow, they know where the last player is, they know where Acadia is, and a dash up is the perfect closeout. A 4K on the round. At this point, hey, give the defuse over to little Wingman. Come on, Wingman.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
It's okay, it's okay.
I love that little guy. But
man, they don't give us what we want ever.
Right, man. Yeah, it's kind of disappointing, but it's okay.
They give us competition. It's 5-5.
Right. So I really, really like that we're seeing both of the Neon players get super active there. And again, I think Oompies, like, they had a great, like, recollection there and everything like that, but they can still, like, they have somewhat, not necessarily solved, but they have found a way to fight for A, where they can do it consistently and maybe not lose numbers the entire time. I want them to see them continue to fight it in different ways and fight in a way where they can get that numbers advantage without risking too much, so that they can still play for the late round, but they're finding themselves, like, kind of pigeonholed away from the late round a lot of the times.
Well, we get to see if that is the case, that they have cracked the code, and so far the answer is yes. 1-for-1 trade, but Bunny Bee was still alive. Cadia shuts down that prospect, keeps Thrive GC on the forward charge. Interestingly enough, though, Supercat, they should know the Gecko's nearby because of the utility that was invested alongside Bunny Bee. They don't know what angle they're coming from, and in the meantime, they've dealt with Stairs, they've dealt with the breakable player, and Avery's left in a 1v4, so you said maybe they were starting to get the hang of it, but Thrive GC just saying, we just didn't hit it hard enough.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing a lot from Thrive here, just really, really well played from them, recognizing, like, hey, they have not solved the A fight, and we have more utility, so we're going to continue to fight for it. If it ain't broke, just like on Ascent from before, they're just going to keep hitting that side, right? So
planted.
really, really well played from them, and they should be able to secure a 5-6 here.
Now again, Thrive being the first to make it to 6 unless Avery can stage a hero play, but some crouch stand action will ensure that Thrive GC, breaks that threshold first, and prediction hour is upon us, Slandy. Another 7-5 for Thrive or a 6-6 half here?
I'm thinking it's another 7-5, but I just don't think Oompies has really the tools they need to consistently solve A, so they might step away from fighting it in general, or they'll just throw everything they have at it and try to fight it that way. So
This
we'll
looks
see
like
for
that
sure.
option.
It
They
does
both
look like it's
duelists.
heading that way. So
Yeah. I'm expecting like a paint shell and the relay bolt. They really look like they're about to dump everything here. That or they're just gonna wait it out. What is it? Interesting.
yeah, I like this approach a lot. I like that they're recognizing like, hey, we don't have to use our util forward. We can try to just stack the site. Maybe they'll think it's just deadlock here like they have before. Thrive's reading into it though, recognizing like, hey, something's different, something's up, and we can take space, like, or we have taken space on C, and we might be able to just go back and consistently
No
hit that.
charges.
Yeah, it would have been really funny. That would have been great conditioning if they followed through on the execution, thinking there's one player and there's 3 there, just around each corner. But still, the job's not done. They fended them off of C. They didn't even see any deadlock utility there either. My concern is I feel like Oompies might be preemptively beating them on some of these rotations without really concrete information on where Thrive is headed.
Yeah, part of the issue is that they play really, really gambly, knowing that they don't have full control of a lot of space, right? They don't have Sentinel utility to really lock down any forward information. And we're really going to see Thrive abuse that, I think, with Aura being front B here. They know that there's space there. They might have shot a bullet or something. And we're going to see them, they have to play gambly on the defensive side here to try to get ahead of the rotations, knowing they don't have the information. So Thrive's going to reset up for this A fight and just pop.
Oh, the Terra Tendrils. I was gonna say what's gonna reveal Bunny B. Let the bunny out of the hat, but they beat that charge. They get 2, and they might have just gotten the round for Oompies here. 12 seconds left. Rolling Thunder online. Annihilation could snatch the spike, and it has. All they have to do is play survival at this point. Do they not drop the spike if they're inside the cocoon? That is overpowered.
They do not.
Wow, that's a surefire way to win and get your 6-6.
Yeah, that's great. What a great way to equalize the half, and a good look from Oompies knowing that they are still like ready to adjust those things and willing to adjust whatever they need to get that win. So good knowing that they got brake pedals, they have the gas pedal, they have whatever they need to pilot the car, and keep going forward.
And now you mentioned that the composition for Oompies maybe wasn't the best defensively because there were gaps in information, gambles that had to be made, not enough utility to fight against the one that Thrive GC has brought to the table. So how do you think it should get played on the attack, or what advantages is it going to have, hopefully, for them to reclaim the lead now?
They're going to have a lot of opportunity to full exec sites. They have a ton of util and they have a ton of dive potential. So full execing is going to be a super, super strong thing for their comp, and I think Thrive GC knows that. So we're seeing both Initiators and Neon towards C right away. We're going to see a lot of fighting going on over here, it looks like.
Spike down.
You're not wrong. They've already won the first fight, but it's traded out. The question is, do they clear out Aura? And the answer quickly delivered is no. Trigger discipline to get 2 back in their favor. Looks for the 3rd, but Carry will shut that down. So still going to be a 2v2. Still hope in the pockets of Oompies. The rotation's now coming through side by side. They probably have been calmed that Carry is low. So again, just have to seek out these last few players.
Yeah, we'll see that deadlock utility go down. They're just going to make sure they confirm they have the site, but it looks like Thrive is going to sneak back in probably as soon as they try to plant. So really need to be aware here of potential timings or making sure they have all their bases covered.
Yeah, you almost saw Thrive second guess themselves. They double down, they take the swing on the spike plant, and it's actually the trades from Oompies, that preparedness. Again, around the corner, around pillar, low HP, but not out of the fight, and Oompies take their second pistol of the series and of this map. So the lead now reclaimed after they had won out that pistol in the follow-up in the first half. Again, we've seen the teammate comebacks before. This would be a way of a statement for a 2-0, but Slandy, what? I mean, it's only been 1 round. There's not much to say.
I mean, I think that pistol round is kind of huge. They get to start the attack half on the right foot. They know exactly what they need to do. They have a very solid game plan, and I don't expect them to slow down anytime soon, especially with this comp. So I'm really, really expecting them to just continue fighting full forward all the time until it doesn't work.
I mean, that's exactly what they just did there, right? Disrespect towards SPV. And I was about to mention, SPV is more, I guess, liberal with their utility usage, right? They like to use it more proactively, like once they know the players are there. And that means you can't have as tight of a hold on the C site like we had from the deadlock. And now they get their proactive utility, right? The wall towards waterfall. Unfortunately, you might be able to dip under it, but Luckily, Crisp is there to handle that pressure, and now they have all the information that these players are CT.
No peeking.
Seems like they're just going to go ahead and secure this round, and it's going to be really, really hard for these players to get back into. You can see some crazy Neon play or Omen TP, but...
Look at Crisp! They win the frags out in Waterfall. They take the opportunity to wrap around, and they take the opportunity to ace. They're like, hey guys, I know you sent Wingman in, I know you sent some stuns, but don't follow up. Just hold the smoke. Let me get this, please. I need it. This is my duelist debut here for the Radiant Academy broadcast, and they certainly have delivered so far.
Yeah, now they're gonna take this bonus round and probably just again they're gonna take somewhere aggressively. They're gonna look to take some space, find an early kill, maybe reset because it's the bonus, or they'll just go full power forward. Like they have such incredible dive potential here that they could just like foot on the gas and never let go.
That's what the Rays and Neon will bring, but Thrive saying, all right, we could win our A main duels on the attack. Let's try on the defense. Unfortunately, nobody's there. Oompies fast charge into the B site. Again, you mentioned these dive elements, and they are outpacing every player, but so are they outpacing their shots. Not able to handle SVV here. Spike was playing on the B side, but they're still headed towards C. Hoping they're not spreading themselves too thin here, but a nice wall ensures that they won't let the control of the B site slip through the cracks just yet. But I like the spread of players for Thrive GC here.
Yeah, I also Oompies is all kind of pigeonholed into this one area, so it could be kind of difficult for them to really get back onto the site here if they don't maintain control right away. They have the Razor Rocket 3 exec though.
Felt like it was used a little early. No one had tapped. Now even the paint shell exhausted, but all this allows them to take these fights and take the third round.
Yeah,
That's
and
the anti-eco.
that's a lot of control just given over as well. They're going to be forced to be on an eco here for Thrive GC, and they again don't have crazy ults coming up other than their Neon ult. Like they really need to find a way to break through here and get a defensive round on the board so they can show they can control some area of the map. But right now it's just all Oompies, just all gas pedal. Like they haven't really been stopped at all, and if they want to take space, they've taken it. So really need to see Thrive GC find a way to combat that.
Yeah, I'm expecting maybe a timeout here soon from them, but Economy's like, I'm not aligning, just seeing what's going to stick on this Deagle buy. For now, Cadia, the solo hold here, over towards the seaside, just trying to buy time off their utility for the rest of the team, the rest of the squad to square up, but instead Karomi trying to square up on their own overdrive. Neon head-to-head, and unfortunately, it's going to be Karomi, his head on the chopping block, or to get the job done all on their lonesome. Dives past the wingman, but it's not enough. Avery and Carey there to hold their own. Nice flank potential here from Colby and SBV, but the Thrash has cut off one of them. If they survived off the Shroud Step, that would have been insane movement diff, but now last player spotted out the trade to come through. And while they do economy damage, they cannot fend Oompies off of double digits.
Yeah, and it's incredibly difficult to lock down that Neon, especially on an eco round. So even despite using Breach Stun, Flash, Aftershock, they still could not slow down that C exec. And it's going to be really difficult here for Thrive GC to actually stop these execs and stop like this forward momentum without actually placing 3 players there. So it becomes sort of like a guessing game for them right now, where they either have to play that 5v5 retake where they step further back, or they have to fully contest an area and find a way to win the fights.
Well, here comes the full contest you were asking for. A main again, sides to swap, but it looks like the outcome might just be the same. Thrive GC winning out the duels outright, or a 3K on the round and a flawless execution point. So one weak point maybe in the attack for Oompies identified and dealt with, but still 3 rounds at least tie things up here.
Yeah, and that's really important because they just immediately shut down that A site. So now it's a really easy read for Thrive here to be like, okay, we shut down their A. They probably go back to C maybe, unless they're playing the ultimate mind game. They're just going to re-hit A again. But we're going to see that Cypher set up towards the A side. We're going to see the pack move towards C so they can keep trying to like funnel this attack side into their pack.
I mean, that would just be confidence in itself to re-hit A. Looks like you were correct. They gambled towards it being a C execution. Unfortunately, it is going to be... I was gonna say B, but it looks like a B fake into C, and they're just gonna be met head-to-head. Overdrive, crossfire of fast lanes, and I think they've realized their mistake. They're trying to get back to B, but at this point, Spike's down, Annihilation's out, everything is being laid out on the table, quite frankly, and I don't even know how no players have died in the last few seconds, but Spike's been recovered. It feels like we've just been reset to a typical B main, or sorry, a typical C main execute.
Yeah, without looking at the rest of the round, you would have expected a normal C fight to have happened. But we're just gonna see a slow reset here. I want to see if Thrive reads into this heavily or if they're able to get any value here.
Well, nice isolation there off of Deadlock utility again. Attempt from Cadia proved successful as well before that barrier mesh can come in tow. Thought line to maybe try and force a fight, but Avery's happy to take that fight. SVV Odin in hand though. Avery's just willing to take the fight, right? They just come back to life immediately afterwards.
Yeah, it's
that
like...
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say SVV just wants to just go back in and see what happens. They need information and they don't have it. Oh.
Yeah, just round secured for Oompies there. It's looking like they're pulling away a little bit, but really, really strong for Avery to, again, like you said, just play up in those scenarios where it's a 2v1, because you don't really have anything to lose. If you die, you just hit your ult button and continue again. You can just reswing with your teammate. You can bait for time. You can allow the round to play out in a lot of different ways, and it makes it really, really hard in that 2v1 as the one to actually get value.
And you said that you were unsure of the Clove over the Omen pick. What do you think now?
I mean, hey, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still an Omen believer, but I do see the value in the Cloves being able to duel and frag out, especially with this comp that's a little bit more fast paced.
True. Thinking the Omen's right is that secondary plan for if the attack falls flat, and it never did for Thrive GC. But what is falling flat is their defense, right? You mentioned it, this double dive, zero fear on taking these fights because you know that your counterpart can pick up the pieces, and I mean those pieces are usually less than the sum of their parts at this point, right? 3 kills for Kuromi, and now Crisp only needs to get the other 2, and that's exactly what they're in position to do.
Yeah, we're seeing Bunny B kind of play like it's recess here. It's cool.
Oh.
And we're seeing them take so much space aggressively. Like the rest of the team they could probably play like an off post plant and not have to worry about anything. Like they have the round secured now. At this point, Colby's gonna save. Like there's really not a whole lot that Thrive is able to do successfully in a consistent manner against this squad. Like they have such strong ability in their players to just take a ton of space right off the rip. Like you even saw Cypher there, and between the utility coming in and even using both cages, like it's just too hard to maintain site control against double dive a lot of times, even as that Cypher. So we really, really need to see them like almost guess correctly so they can make sure their pack is there to kind of maintain these fights that like get them into the late round with numbers either in their favor or at least lower numbers without the double dive available.
My issue though is even that round, they weren't trying to hold on to the site. You saw it. They all were in their own spawn. And Bonnie V says, "Nah, I'm coming there too." And that just allowed Crisp as well to get the lurk through Waterfall. And so they're fighting not even for site control, just access to the site. And I mean, at this point, like, yes, you need this timeout because this is probably your last opportunity, right? You're going to have a smattered economy. You're going to have that hero rifle that Colby was able to save. But what are you discussing, I guess, because like you mentioned, they cannot hold these sites.
Right. If I'm Thrive, I'm reassessing the game plan. We have to figure out a way to string a couple of rounds together. And they're getting closer on, I'm pretty sure, on this breach ult a little bit. And then as well as they have this Fade ult to work with, they have Omen ult to work with. I'm setting up some sort of retake in playing like maybe like a 4-1, honestly. Like trip on B, trip on A, playing off the site as Cypher, not allowing them to get any advantages. And then able to full fight, use utility as the 4 so that you're not overwhelmed by the double duelist. And making sure that you have a solid retake plan for the other sides. Like really, really want to set up so that you're fighting together and like still maintaining some space, but then you're able to play a full retake on the other side so you don't lose numbers advantage anyway.
Well, looks like might have almost taken your advice, I was going to say, but instead just leaving the B site open, going for aggression towards the C mound area. Interestingly enough, the Oompies, right, going back to the site of the massacre. Where the A side execute failed catastrophically, and this round it's the complete opposite. It's up and free for the taking, and again, Kuromi, no chances of countering them and their dominance this map. Again, Neon shown in the last map, Neon shown in this map, in a new height, a new level. At this point now, Avery's just trying to facilitate the fights Kuromi's taking. They're like, alright, Kuromi, get your race! Kuromi, get your race! Thrash is in, Overdrive is in, they are finishing this out with fireworks and with an ace in tow. Shrouded step into the detainment, no player to steal their thunder or their lightning. 13-7, and just like that in 2-0 fashion, It's going to be Oompies as your victors here for Raidiant Academy 103.
Yeah, just honestly really, really well played. They played the strength of their comp really, really well, and you see it on the defensive side where that comp might struggle a little bit here and there, and they were able to scrap together 6 rounds, and then they go to the attack side where they just know they have full control and they know that their comp excels, and it's just something that those players are just gonna take full advantage of. So really, really, really well played from Oompies, and really, really cool to see them create something a little bit different on that map and just be able to really recognize that win con.
And it's funny, we actually got to interview Kuromi or Bunny Bee yesterday after their victory, and I made the joke, I'm like, well, we might see you back in the winners interview, and there is a chance that that could be happening here. I mean, they made that run, you know, I would say courageously, I should say, for a team that was second seed, had to fight through that extra round, that extra best of 3, given the format and the top seed buys from groups 1 through 4 or A through D. So kudos to them there. And honestly, I feel like that could help them out a little bit, I should say, right? When it maybe is not the best of the best teams that you are expecting to face off against, you can get that kind of chemistry built up with your new squad, with your pug squad. So you just get those reps in, like in an official tournament setting where the adrenaline is there. And it might not be for scrims, not that they're scrimming, but you know.
Regardless, I've always been a huge fan of teams playing, like whether you're pugging, whether you're playing as a team, you're practicing, whatever. I've always been a huge fan of playing whatever events you can. I think it's the easiest way to improve as a player. It's the easiest way to improve as a team. And regardless of whoever you play, whatever outcome it is, it can always be useful. So always going to be an advocate of watching these players continue to improve and watching them continue to like elevate themselves and their teams by really practicing over and over.
Well, we were spared the map 3 of Ascent Decider. You know, I love Thrive GC and I would love to see a map 3, but the fact that it was Ascent, guys, whichever team won map 1 was going to have my heart, so that they can close this out in 2-0 fashion. But let's take a look back at that bracket, you know, to see the journey all of these teams battled through, right? It's brutal. It's best of 1 round robin into single elimination best of 3s, where, like I said yesterday, even just a bad map pick can spell disaster for these squads. And Oompies, they got a map pool that they were pretty successful in. Like I said, 13-1 victories on Lotus beforehand, playing Haven all 3 rounds of the round robin and getting that gifted to you in the grand finals. All of that leads them to be your victors here today. But again, we saw some nice, I feel like, newer squads stepping up. And what I took away from this personally, as somebody who tries to keep an eye on some of the developments of the game changer scene, is we're not going to see players shy away from some of the meta shifts into the neon picks jumping into open qualifiers here in a month, which I'm looking forward to, Slandy. What do you pick it up?
Yeah, I think it's a great thing. I'm super cool with watching players experiment with more neon. Like, it's something we saw a little bit in the past because of that old like optic style of play where neon showed a lot of like promise there. So I'm super excited to see some of these like really mechanically gifted GC players who like they shine on duelists, but obviously like those things come through a lot on neon and a lot on things like the ISO and stuff like that. Like these meta developments that we're seeing that will sort of like show off those mechanics in different ways that we're not normally used to seeing. Always a fan of that, and I think it puts a huge spotlight on some of these duelist players who have that little extra something that could be super cool to watch.
Speaking of spotlights on duelist players, obviously both duelists for Oompies getting their own aces there on Lotus is just impressive. And like I said, we interviewed one duelist yesterday, and we're gonna get the opportunity to interview a second duelist today here with Crisp. So we're getting that ready still, so we can talk about, you know, maybe Slaney, some things that we're gonna look forward to asking them, right? Like, I'm looking forward to, you know, just who made this crazy composition, or was it something decided in agent select for Lotus in particular? Because I really like it. Yes, you mentioned some of the, I feel like, deficits on the defensive half, but like you mentioned on the attack, it was lethal.
Yeah, and so a lot of those compositions where like you have certain strengths or weaknesses, like they're made for that reason. Like every comp that has a crazy weakness like that, or something that could be exploitable necessarily, the reason it's there is because the strengths that you get for those weaknesses are really strong. And obviously this team like knows what they're good at, and knows what like they can take advantage of, and they're willing to trade out that potential weakness that might or might not be exploited for that really strong other side of the coin. And I think it's something that they did really well, and it's something that we could see more of from other teams, or really just leaning into those strengths that you have, even if it's a comp, if it's a player, if it's just as a team. Like those kinds of things are super, super exciting and super, super cool to watch teams like take advantage of those kinds of things.
For sure. And I know our interview is almost ready, so we'll get to get Crisp in here very, very soon. But Slandy, you're just gonna talk to like players you played against or alongside, so that's gonna be fun for you. But I'm excited to see, maybe what the context is for this Radiant Academy moving forward, because I feel like particularly with this squad, right? YFPX kind of fell apart. Floppers competed in main event, but they were like, oh, this is our final ride. So a lot of these players on this squad don't know what their home is gonna be like the next up in qualifiers. So I'm excited to see maybe hey, is this a team that's going to be competing? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But other than that, Slandy, anything that was maybe like a favorite memory from Radiant Academy today so far?
Oh gosh, I don't know. It was also exciting. Like I think there was a lot of times where just really seeing things from a different perspective for me was really, really cool. Like I obviously haven't cast like this before, so it's been an awesome experience so far, seeing these are how things like develop from not only a production side but from like a casting side, and how like different it is to view the game while you're actively breaking it down. Like live is very, very different, and is kind of showed me like a different way of like thinking at things and like approaching just how I view everything in general.
I know my favorite moment, I think, was the SVV clutch on Ascent, when it was like last bullet in the magazine, last millisecond on the lockdown. But bygones are bygones, guys. We have a victor among us as we get ready to jump into our interview with Crisp here from Oompies. Welcome to the Radiant Academy 103 broadcast. You are our star student, our valedictorian for the day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was a really good match between like all of the just from today and yesterday, and yeah, it feels pretty good to win.
Amazing. And I asked this question to Slandy because I wanted to ask it to you. Is this a pure Pug squad, or is there any hope of maybe seeing this team compete in open qualifier Series 3 open qualifiers?
Yeah, this is completely a Pug squad for the most part. I'm retired as far as I know, and then some of the other people are too as well. But we were just having fun with it, and yeah.
Looked like you were having fun for sure. Especially with that composition on Lotus, right? And that was a big talk between me and Slandy, and its weaknesses and its strengths. Was that like any particular player's brainchild, or was that just like during agent select, kind of like what Bunny B said yesterday? It was just what people wanted to play at the time, or how did it come into existence?
Yeah, so for agent select, we really just like went into the lobby and just kind of used what worked before and what we have played in the past for the last few days, and it just kind of worked.
Makes sense. Slandy, do you have any questions for Chris?
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, it's really cool to see, like, I'm always a big fan of like watching people who are retired, semi-retired, like whatever, come back and play together. Is there anything that like you guys just vibes wise just had a great time with this event, or is it just something that you guys all decided to play together for whatever reason, or was there a reason that you guys are all just coming together to have fun, or is it just have fun?
We mainly played to just have fun. I think a lot of the people on the team are really, really good friends, and we kind of just came together, and vibes wise it was pretty good. Like a lot of laughs around even when we were down, and it was mainly like just a for fun event, and kind of worked for the better for us.
Amazing. Very, very well done. Speaking of fun, you're one of the few teams that actually picked into the brand new map of Abyss. We got to cast that. Thank you for that. My first time getting to cast it, because y'all chose it against Ball Kick 23. What did you guys, or what did you think of that map in particular?
For me personally, it was very difficult. I haven't played the game in a few weeks like consistently, and like going into that, it was like really hard for me, but I think my team really brought us through. I don't really remember if we won or not, but it was a lot of fun either way.
You did, don't worry. But it was definitely it was definitely very chaotic. I feel that I hadn't played in a few weeks, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to cast Abyss. I literally had like my callouts up on the tablet and everything, but
it was a whole lot of over there and to the left. Yeah.
Well, it looked clean and coordinated, and like you said, when you're having fun, sometimes that's the best Valorant we're gonna get. So thank you for taking the time to interview with us. Do you have anybody you want to shout out or thank for your success with this Radiant Academy?
Just the team, honestly, and shout out to all the casters in the OBS. I love them, but that's about it.
Great, thank you so much, and congrats. Go enjoy the rest of the night with your team and the celebrations of how you're gonna spend your cut of that $2,000 prize pool. But with that, that brings our interview to a close, Slandy. And that brings our first time casting together to a close. It was a pleasure. I was so looking forward to it when, Sapphire was like, hey, we want to get some players in here that have been looking to jump into the analysts and color casting sector. How did you find it? I know you mentioned a little bit about that thought process.
Yeah, it's been really, really cool. And I won't lie, I was super, super nervous. But obviously, when Heather reached out to me, I was like, yeah, I'd love to do it. And seeing that you would be my co-caster, I was like, oh yes, like I'm perfect. Like I was worried, I was like, it eased my nerves a little bit knowing that I get to work with one of the goats. So definitely has been awesome so far. You've made it cool, like the players made it cool, like just been a super, super awesome experience and something that I honestly like wanted to experience and something that I have loved every second of so far. So very cool.
We've all learned something new here at the Radiant Academy 103, which makes us all happy at the end of the day to walk away with. For me, it was a bit call-outs, guys. But in addition to walking away with knowledge, you can walk away with some really cool swag as well. The Radiant.store sells some amazing merch. I like the Constellation t-shirt. I know Keg likes the cat t-shirt. I mean, it matches the emotes in chat. So all those are great options. And if you want to throw stickers on, your PC case or onto some notebooks if you're still in school, those are all options and a great way to support the Radiant initiatives around marginalized gender events like this and ensuring that people like us can come and cover these amazing players and their stories. So again, thank you everybody for watching, for supporting in any way possible. Thank you Slandy, Janelle and Kiana in the background behind the scenes today for making this possible. Thank you to everybody at Radiant, head admin Aloe, Sapphire for helping coordinate this, and all the admins in training as well that did an amazing job. I even saw like one of my friends from GCEMEA jump over the pond to help out with that. So just an insane team effort here, and it was a great weekend, a fun weekend, and a all around great production. So thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope you all have a wonderful night.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Clutch.
Enemy killed.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Eyes down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
I must wait a moment.